was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body had it died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区 ，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG.A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂。同时，队内也拥有经验丰富、老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG.A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座。此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队 ，J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
So we'll have a look at how he, what kind of talent he brings to the mix. And we have Nongshim Breedforce. Chronicler, the resident LCK fanatic, was a very big fan of Dundun in the top lane, Mr. Old Reliable. He compares him to the Os Boss, so we'll see maybe some Scion today. Always a good time. Later tonight, we'll also see a different group, and we'll finally see the Huya streams play. The Huya streamers, I'm very excited to see what Beifang brings. Obviously known for that Kiana. But, first of all, we do have this game in front of us. We have CGA Academy on the blue side. And looking at their, previous playoff matches, they do seem to prioritize that Lucian Nami. However, it's always banned against them. That Lucian is always taken away. So we'll have to see a bit of a change in priorities if Nongshim Redforce decides to respect that, as they don't really play too much Lucian Nami themselves. So perhaps we'll see, a raise in that priority on Silas. Potentially a Callista, if they decide to go for a more aggressive route. The caster right now is in fact not Chronicler Casts, unless he has had a very large voice change. And just to give you guys a little bit of understanding of what we're going into, the Asia Star Challengers Invitational is a tournament with a rather big prize pool. It appears it got updated. Prize pool is now $65,000 US, with a spread between first to fourth place. And this tournament is pretty much a massive, coalesce of all of the top talent, the top seeds out of all the Asian Academy teams and players. So we're looking at a few seeds, I think 3 from both the LCK Challenger, the Korean Challenger League, the Chinese Challenger League. We do have 4 seeds out of the LJL, which is the Japanese Academy team, Academy League, and we have a couple out of PCS, which is kind of the Southeast Asian Singaporean League, the VCS, which is the Vietnam League, and we have 2 pretty unique, teams that have been invited, both from the Korean streamer community, all high elo players. They actually had some lovely banger games yesterday, surprisingly strong, and the Huya streamers, which we'll see play later today. But first up, like I said, we have Crest Gaming Act Academy versus Nongshim. So, on paper, this is definitely a bit of a David versus Goliath. Nongshim, an incredibly strong team. Any team in the LCK Challenger slot will be, a very, very big challenge for any, LJL Academy team, just due to the infrastructure and I guess, the perceived gaps in the region. But Nongshim coming in from first seed, I have been informed that it was a bit of a miracle run. They were not expected to perform so well, especially, compared to the Damwon Kia Challenger team, which we saw play yesterday, all the T1 challengers. They made a bit of a miracle run, utilizing their previous AD carry Vital, who actually I'm quite familiar with, as he did debut a little bit in the Oceanic scene a couple of years back, but he has since gone to Nongshim and now I think plays in the LJL. But we're straight into draft. We do see that Lucian being taken away by Red Side, like I mentioned earlier. Poppy as well, bit of a blanket ban, gets rid of some boring junglers, and very, very clear focus on those aggressive AD carries for Jiwoo being taken away in the Draven and Callista. I think their Akali is a bit of an interesting one. I think that's just due, I think Fiesta might play a bit of an Akali. So they're erring on the side of caution. The Sejuani being taken away. This is up Silas as a bit of a priority pick. They have previously first picked Sejuani, but with that being taken, perhaps they'll go for a jungler, could be a Trundle or a Wukong like we see hovered now. Wukong is a jungler that's being highly prioritized for Sylvie, so taking that away from Nongshim's side does make a lot of sense. And the response here, you could always just, blanket pick jungler to not show, too much away of your hand. But you could also look to pick up a priority AD carry or mid laner like we see here, the Silas. I think this is a, pretty highly contested pick. Interesting choice from Crest Gaming Act to opt to instead prioritize the Wukong. We see the priority AD carry in Aphelios being picked along with that Silas. Got some nice little, bluey purple color scheme going on Nongshim's side. Always helps. I'd expect a pretty standard AD carry response here. Could be a Zeri, could be a Sivir, paired with something like a Lulu, which is also available. Might also see a solo lane response. Champions like Azir, perhaps. Or, this is very interesting. We saw it out of the LJL Academy teams yesterday, with Moyashi also playing the Varus. A very interesting pick. Maybe this is a bit of an internal meta within the LJL or within the LJL Academy, is this priority on this Varus. We don't really see it anywhere else. I expect it to be in the AD carry position. There's the Lulu that we mentioned earlier. Very interesting pick. Does have that strong lockdown with the ulti, with those tendrils. We did see it being built attack speed on hit, and when it's paired with that Lulu, I definitely expect to see that kind of setup based on that DPS. A Valkos being hovered. This is a very interesting hover. I'm not expecting it to be locked in, but if it is, we have a lot to talk about. There we are, a more standard jungle hover with the Viego. Pretty standard kind of pick. Gives you more of a melee-centric, allows you to have a bit stronger of a front line. Can go toe-to-toe with that Wukong, like we saw yesterday in some of those games. These bans are going to be targeted towards these solo lanes. So looking to get, I guess, any bad matchups for the Silas, or perhaps, if they are a bit afraid of Momo in the top lane. Could see potential targeting there. Renekton, a very, very common, blind pick. You also have champions, such as, Ornn still available. And I have heard that Dundun on the top lane, Mr. Old Reliable, I believe his name Dundun means reliable in Korean, is a bit of a tank enthusiast. He will play this Ornn, he will play this Sion, the Sejuani. He even had a couple games on Jax. I assume those are a bit of a counterpick fiends. We see Gwen being taken away for Momo, these top lane bans coming through, clearly showing that Fiesta is not scared of anything Kakun has for him. We might see an Azir or something, mid-range to close out this draft for Kakun. Also could be something like a Victor as well. Either way, you'll need to pilot it extremely carefully, as I'm sure Fiesta on that Sylas will be very aggressive. We haven't mentioned it, before, but this Sylas could be flexed top lane as well for Dundun. I don't believe he's played it so far, so I'm going to say it's pretty safe to assume it will be in mid. Fourth pick here should be a support here, just to round out their bot lane. You already know who you're versing. You have Varus Lulu. What are you going to match with the Aphelios? And Nautilus. From what I've seen, again, Peter is a big fan of these engage champions. These Nautilus, this Amumu. And when he does go for an enchanter, he prefers these more control and aggressive enchanters, such as Karma, where you can, truly dominate the laning phase when played correctly. And a blind Camille is currently being hovered. And if this gets locked in, this could lean towards a bit of a Jax counterpick for Dundun. Maybe we'll see that coming through. Needing some ability power to round out the draft, they opt for the Vex. Is kind of a soft counterpick into the Sylas, as Sylas struggles to gap close onto her without taking too much damage, as the Vex passive allows her to proc those marks for strong poke, and along with the Fear, it's a very strong ward to keep him away. We're seeing a Fiora hovered, not quite the Jax I was talking about, requires a little bit more finesse. If this does get locked, the side lane will be incredibly interesting to watch, as we haven't really seen too many of these side matchups. Looks to maybe be the Mordekaiser instead. These double AP solo laners will make Magic Resist a pretty valuable purchase for Crest Gaming Academy. Perhaps we'll see a Wits End out of the Varus at some point, or more of Malmortius on the Camille or Wukong. It is a bit of a counterpick to that Camille. You are able to just tank up all the damage, be a bit of a juggernaut, and threaten. But on the end of these drafts, we see a few unconventional picks. I feel like these LJL meta of the Varus is quite a unique thing we haven't really seen previously. Combined with the Lulu, it can be a pretty strong, on-hit threat. He doesn't have too much range, but luckily he won't need too much range, as Nongshim's comp, completely lacks range, aside from that Aphelios, if you're holding the sniper rifle. Other than that, I think these drafts look relatively even. I might just tip Nongshim a little bit, as I feel like they have a little bit more power when it comes to actually securing those kills and getting those resets for that Viego. However, when it looks to the side lane, we're going to have that Mordekaiser versus Camille. If this Camille is able to get ahead, it will be very, very difficult for Nongshim to respond appropriately to that. And if Vex is able to get a lead, it's a lot of threat for the Nongshim side to deal with, as that Vex burst, it's incredibly strong. Loading into the Rift, looking at our level 1s, Nongshim obviously has some very strong invade threat with this Nautilus and the Sylas. You could look for some cheeses over walls, potentially looking for some late invades and aggression. We see it very commonly in the LDL and the LCK Challenger Series. These aggressive early games, trying to push your lead as early and as hard as you can. And having the tools to do that is incredibly scary to face. Maybe seeing some defensive wards coming down, or maybe a map split might be initiated. I think the bot matchup's important to focus on how that 2v2 gets played out. If any hooks are able to be landed, and how those autos are traded and spaced, all of these small little things will add up, and they'll culminate in a lead which, should decide how the early to mid game goes. Top lane, I'm not expecting too many early solo kills. Potentially jungler intervention could change those matchups pretty swiftly. And mid lane is kind of just on Sylas to initiate. If he decides to go forward and take some damage to, trade down those health bars and make the lane more volatile, that's up to him. But usually we just see the resolve Sylas secondary with the Doran's shield just sustaining up and making it through the laning phase. Couple of key ultimates for the Sylas to take this game will be the Virus. Allows for that really strong engage if you're able to land it, in addition to having ability power scaling. With Sylas building AP, that Virus ultimate does turn into a weapon of mass destruction. Is able to also take that Wukong ultimate and that Lulu. Honestly, has a lot of good choices this game. The big downside with taking Vix ultimate is despite having the ability to gap close and get those resets, you aren't able to proc that Fear, which is tied to Vix's passive and not her ultimate. However, with this kind of comp, if they are able to find these resets, able to get someone in the death realm, right? Get them all the way until the end, and then allow Viego to get the reset, these team fights could go pretty crazy. Always a bit of a long load time, but it's always rewarded as well with those beautiful cinematics as we load in. My favorite part of the day, the very start of the games. Currently, both these teams are playing remote. However, we do have an LDL versus LDL game later, and if I'm not mistaken, those both should be playing on the stages, which would be very exciting. I think that'll be our first game where the stage is completely full, and I'm very much looking forward to it. But yeah, it truly is a beautiful stage. We have to appreciate it. And 65,000 US dollars will be the total prize pool for this tournament. So these hot contenders like Nongshim, number 1 seed out of the LCK Challenger, you know, they are looking for it. Eyes on the prize. Lulu is way too strong at the moment. So frustrating to play against. I was having a talk with a friend about the most annoying enchanters to deal with. I think it's Yuumi or Lulu, but he's insistent on Janna. He is from Europe, he's from EU West, and, you know, EU West Challenger, apparently there's a lot of Janna mains, a lot of Janna one-tricks. We barely have any in OS, so I'm very thankful that I haven't really experienced how annoying Janna can be. But I still think Lulu and Yuumi, I think Yuumi deserves to get removed from the game. I think Lulu is just incredibly annoying to play against. Let me to mention with this matchup is Lulu most likely will be taking Guardian. A lot of these enchanters go for Airy. A little bit extra poke, right? A little bit more aggression and damage when you look for that poke, and a little bit more defense when you look for those shields. However, in this matchup, she's scared of getting engaged on by the Nautilus, and having that Guardian as a tool for that extra little health bar, those extra little shields, it can be incredibly useful. She can even tank these level 1 hooks and just turn, and if they both hit in the Nautilus, it can lead to a bad trade or the Nongshim bot lane. So these small little tidbits like runes can really change matchups. You know, Vex can go Electrocute for stronger trading, or she could also go First Strike like we saw Vex with First Strike in the games yesterday as well. These, you know, small like minor ideas of just changing runes can completely change how these champions play out. Probably going to be an expected, you know, Conqueror for the Mordekaiser, Conqueror for the Viego. Silence as well, you know, chances are we'll be taking the Conqueror. Both Fleet and Lethal Tempo, and Press the Attack actually, are all very strong viable options on the Aphelios. Tempo gives them that extra DPS and that range, which is so useful when it comes to spacing or in the mid to late game team fights. PTA, a little bit more aggression for early game trades, and the Fleet is just a very standard choice. Helps you get through the early game, as you usually don't go Shield Bow, opting instead for that Gale Force. Could be followed by Bloodthirster, but, you know, with Bloodline and Runes, you're usually fine for lifesteal regardless. This Camille might be going for a Grasp setup, which makes the lane a lot easier for her, makes it easier to trade, you know, having that little bit of Grasp extra damage. It doesn't scale as well compared to something like a Conqueror. However, he might just need to get through that early game and get to his Sunderer before he even starts to consider taking a greedy route. Again, it takes them quite long to load into the game, guys. It's because those cinematics we get at the start are worth it. You just hold on. Those cinematics is something else. But while we wait, let's talk about solo queue. It's one of the worst experiences of my life, but it's a daily ritual. I guess I am a bit religious in that way. I am a slave to League of Legends, playing solo queue daily. What are your solo queue bans at the moment? Which champions will you learn to lobby and get rid of immediately? My bans have changed a lot over the years. In higher ranks, and Challenger, Grandmaster, where I'm playing at the moment, you get the same lobbies very often. So, pretty much, whoever destroyed you last game, you'll just load it and ban. Samira, solid ban. That's strong ADC. If you're a bot laner, it can feel very frustrating. When I was bootcamping in Korea, Samira was my ban for a very long time. That champion was different in Korea, I'm telling you guys. That champion would solo kill, would 2v2 kill level 2, level 3. Even if the champion was 1 and 5, somehow she'd end up with a quadra kill. That champion was the bane of my existence. It almost felt like versing a Katarina. You know, that champion who roams, gets 3 kills, one-shots and resets on you. It almost felt like that, with the way the Samiras in Korea played, and how aggressive they were. Yuumi, that is just a beautiful response. I think Yuumi is the most standard, and yeah, there's a couple of Yuumis. That champion has a high ban rate, but he does, Yuumi really deserves a 100% ban rate. He just deserves a removal rate from League of Legends. You see many professional players are outspoken, calling for Yuumi to actually just be removed, because why does that champion exist? It's like someone was playing, someone of the right team was playing the game and was like, wait a second. What if I could play the game, but I didn't play the game? I just watched the game, but I also could, help out while just watching. And they were like, wait a second. Wait a second. My grandma wants to play League of Legends. Let's make a champion that she can just watch me play. I don't get it, man. Aatrox is another respectable ban at the moment. Incredibly powerful with that Eclipse build. Always seems to do way too much damage. Permaban Kane. Kane has been my ban for the past few days as well. A week or two ago, I was getting a bit tired of the lethality rasts. The red Canes go on lethality. Absolutely disgusting. Not quite sure why. It appears that Hex Flash was taken. So, champion select will be redone. So they'll just quickly go through lobby. Obviously, picks and bans will remain the same, but that was the delay. It was due to the Hex Flash. Thank you for that. Whoever sent that to the stream. There are multiple bugs with Hex Flash at the moment. There's a couple with disabling Flash permanently if you use Hex Flash at the wrong times or are within Hex gates during your Flash coming up. There are some pretty massive bugs that occurred, I think, in LCK, where somehow you instantly respawn as you die. So you effectively circumvent your entire death timer, and I believe that's due to flashing around the time that you die, potentially, or casting Hex Flash. So it's currently being disabled, which does make a lot of picks weaker. These champions, they still get banned, like Poppy, or champions like Alistar, Leona. These engaged champions, even Nautilus in this game, as obviously he took Hex Flash. These champions really become different when you have Hex Flash. Even if your Flash CD is down, you're able to, play for those aggressive plays, able to Hex Flash forward and look for the angles, and you don't mind if you use Flash. If I'm playing Poppy jungle, early game, I'm happy to Flash E on someone, because I always know that I'll have Hex Flash to find the angles later on. With that being disabled, it does drop in priority all of these aforementioned picks. Game hasn't started just yet, as they are remaking currently, due to Peter, I believe, on the Nautilus, taking Hex Flash. It's a pretty relevant reset, as usually before these tournaments they are informed of a pretty substantial bug list, which could involve certain item interactions with certain champions, certain summoner spell interactions, or just completely banned runes on certain champions as well. And maybe I'll give you guys some tidbits on that, as I usually do get the bug lists as I am a professional player. There are some very interesting interactions, and here we have the beautiful cinematic. I'll be quiet and let it play out. Actually, I can't be quiet. Dundun, I love him. I love him. He is sitting there as the Mordekaiser, spamming in base. I really do see what Chronicler sees now. Dun Dun is my idol. Let me know how the volume is for the in-game sound, if I need to turn it up. We are loaded in now. Crest Gaming Act Academy versus Nongshim Academy. Some dancing happening in the top lane. That grasp on that Camille, like I mentioned. Ignite taken as well. Is able to even up that 1v1 a little bit with that Summoner Spell advantage. We see Electrocute taken by Cocoon. I like that. That aggression in the early game will allow him to punish Fiesta a lot more than he otherwise would if he did opt for that first strike. Bot lane, we have Doran's Blade on Varus. A lot of people are confused about when Doran's Blade or when Longsword. Let me just put that volume up a little bit for you guys. That should be a little bit better, I believe. But, you know, the Longsword here, it gives the health, right? The Doran's Blade, apologies. The Longsword gives the extra potions which allow for trading, but the base health from Doran's Blade allows his 100 zeros to be a lot more difficult for Peter and Jiwoo to find. So if Peter does land the hook, Varus will have that extra health available. Solo starts for the junglers, I believe. Lethal Tempo on Jiwoo, along with that cleanse. You know, you look at the teams, there isn't too much CC on Crest Gaming Academy's side. It's just that Exhaust, just that Polymorph, apologies, and the Vex Sphere, as they're just trading top lane. Top laners do that. They just decide to click each other, and they take their hands off the keyboard, and then they call it professional play. It really is quite astounding to watch. But obviously the Varus ultimate as well is an important ability to cleanse. We did see yesterday the Korean streamer Draven not taking cleanse and paying dearly. Hitting level 2 first and going in, but the minion did die, and Dun Dun now has the advantage. No flash by Momo, and Dun Dun is just taking the hands off the keyboard, clicking the flash button when necessary, and that is a solo kill. I did say I wasn't expecting too many solo kills top lane, but I did not count on them playing like that. As we see Cocoon with an incredibly aggressive flash forward, that does land the full combo. Will not be enough, however. Second Wind and the Doran's Shield kicking in, and Cocoon is left flashless here. Funawi looking for a flank, maybe going to be diving this, but Fiesta is going forward. He will not be going backwards, still has the flash available. Funawi in a very rough spot, getting auto backwards, might have to flash here. Sylvie can flash to follow. This should be another kill, and this looks like it could be 3-1, or 3-0 even, for Nongshim Academy. The Smite HP, not enough, and truly an incredibly rough start here for the LJL Academy side. We see a replay top lane. He hits level 2 first, I believe. Instantly levels at E, and decides it's his time to go in. But keep your eye on the minions here. Dun Dun moves closer to the wave, hits the level 2, and despite Momo with the movement, dodging that Q, it's not enough. Dun Dun with that Conqueror stacking up, those constant autos and that passive AoE damage, getting ramped by that rune, Conqueror. Well-timed flash to dodge the tactical sweep, and that spells curtains for Momo, who didn't take flash, instead opted for that ignite, but that means he cannot cheat, cannot do that little dash to dodge an ability. Very predictable, having to E away here, hook shot to safety, but he is getting traded on, and he's not on the winning end of these trades. Two kills here for Sylvie also cannot be understated. It's a very big start. Xing double longsword. This guy might be going Sundera, but he will not be taking the health components first. He is looking for an aggressive option. No summoner spells as well in this mid 2v2. Means that support intervention, or even a Camille roaming down later, is very, very impactful. Peter moving in here. Cocoon no flash. Sylvie on the line. Moving in now. Cocoon is just gone. There's nowhere you can dodge. There's no minions you can dodge behind. You're too far from your tower. You will just go down, and they decide to give another kill to Sylvie. 3-0 here on this Viego. We haven't seen a jungler as fit as this, as early as this so far in the tournament. We'll see what he decides to do with it and what he can do with that lead. Rebuff has not actually been taken yet for Funawi. Sylvie, though, not confident enough to go for that. Bot wave slowly pushing in. Peter moving forward. This might be a flash forced by Milan if the hook does connect, which it does not. And a beautiful movement from Milan there. Sure, you can flame Nautilus for missing the hook, but I've seen many Nautiluses completely miss hooks that still land. So either Peter is incredibly impressive with missing that hook, or we have to compliment Milan. and I'm a bit of a positive gamer today, so I'm gonna compliment Milan. He actually did play in the LJL previously. The ward did die in the bush, so they should have seen that ward die in the bush, and no, they've been spotted. They are being careful as they don't know where the jungler is. Pops out of vision, but it appears Sylvie might have clicked a little bit too far. Showed himself before he was ready. Cocoon throwing out those Mistral bolts, trying to find a little bit of damage. Gank attempt will be spoiled. But now we're looking for these chickens might bite off a little bit more than he can chew, getting a bit more than he bargained for as Sylvie rocks up. And definitely asserts that these are his chickens. Dundun back in top lane with the Sork Boots slam. That's big. I like it. I like it a lot. Instead of opting for these ninja tabbies or anything like this, he decides to slam the, this ability power enhancing option. Cocoon with the R landed onto Fiesta. Will not be able to retake it. Fiesta feeling comfortable now to go forward and to trade aggressively. This Vex does have 2 deaths, but she still is level 6. She still does have some items to her name. Fiesta only with 2 assists, doesn't have too much of a substantial lead. It's Primo and Funawi wait in the wings. Looks to just be Fiesta recalling. Cocoon will probably also trade recalls after this. Jiwoo, fresh off his base, does have a lot of AD in his build, will be able to clear those waves incredibly fast and maybe turn their attention to Dragon. Milan going for that shield bow on the Virus. An absolute feast in the bot lane for Crest Gaming with those 6 biscuits. Far more than they need, it appears. And taking that inspiration secondary might just hurt his scaling quite a bit. Won't have any absolute focus or Gathering Storm to fall back on when it gets to the 30-minute mark. Also going shield bow, right? Plays for this kind of defensive option as opposed to going a more aggressive choice. In either an Eclipse build, there are some AP builds with Nashus and Riftmaker on Virus, or just a Kraken Slayer build for that DPS. However, Virus does have the advantage of being an ADC with some crowd control, and that ultimate ability is able to land those tendrils, those chains of corruption. That is why Jiwoo opted to take Cleanse. Sylvie turns his eyes to the Herald. Jiwoo and Peter clearing up any leftover resources they can, getting some vision, making sure there's no dragons being taken. Getting those CS numbers up. 77 CS at 8 minutes. This man will be hitting 10 CS a minute after taking the Scromp. And as a jungler, these are the right moments to take camps. Sophilios can take that. He's level 6. He has enough AD to take it fast. And Momo just gets death round with the most unfortunate time. That hookshot completely fizzling. And Dundun just right-clicking his way to victory. And I've said it again, I've said it before, sorry, and I'll say it again, but I can understand why Chronicler sings praises about Dundun. This guy, I'm just smiling casting him. He just locks Mordekaiser. He just right-clicks level 1, right-clicks level 2, gets a kill. Beautiful ultimate, good CSing. And look, a little bit of a solo lane gappage happening on the top lane, it appears. Maybe Momo isn't familiar with this matchup too much. Perhaps Mordekaiser not as played too often in the LJL Academy in comparison to the LCK Challengers, as we have seen a couple Mordekaisers in the LCK Challengers. Man doesn't give a... You guys can read the chat. Chronicler knows. We have Dundunga in the top lane. Dundun. With a close to 4k gold gap, the Herald being claimed, this Dragon being claimed, all objectives, really going the way of Nongshim, this LCK Challenger team. A little bit of desperation here. The Wukong just sitting here. Jiwoo is respecting this though. He knows. He knows something's funny. He might Q this bush here. Might place down the sentry tower. But he's playing safe. He's aware. But the Wukong does have the ability to clone forward here. Followed up by the Lulu knockup. Can't cleanse that. We'll see what happens. Milan playing a little bit too far forward, potentially giving it away. It's spacing the sweeper. This is a very good setup. I feel like Nongshim is confident there's no one there. They look onto Peter, CC'd, but he will not go down, and this might be disastrous for Crest Gaming as they turn and fight. Nongshim hitting down the Wukong, giving him the reset. Primo has got flash, but a flash forward followed by a sniper, and a beautiful hook from Peter, and the follow-up from Sylvie will make Primo and Funawe casualties of that attempted cheese. And while the setup and idea was there, the execution just wasn't it. You can't look to do that play and look on the tankiest member, Peter. You know, he didn't have stopwatch available just yet, but you have to be careful about looking on these champions. You can't do that. You can't use all of your cooldowns. You know, the chains of corruption, it just won't be enough, as all 5 platings are claimed in the bot lane. Dundun is currently just whacking away at that top tower, I'm sure, using it like an ATM. Going for that Rift Maker on the Maud. I'm very happy to see a more ability power, you know, focused build as opposed to that tankier option with those tank mythics. A lot more exciting to watch. Sunder completed 5-0 here for Sylvie. One other tidbit that Chronicler did instill in me was that Sylvie might just be the best jungler in the LCK Challenger series. Hopefully we'll be seeing him in LCK next year perhaps, competing with the likes of Canyon. Chains of Corruption was stolen and used, forcing the flash out of Milan. He did take heal this game. Kind of hard to find a good summoner spell to take. A lot of players don't like taking heal in general. Opt to take, Ghost on these champions like Sivir and Zeri. Exhaust, even Barrier we've seen recently. And obviously Cleanse being a staple. However, there isn't much to cleanse in this game for him. So, struggles to find anything else to take. This Varus is farming relatively well. However, I fear Varus is a champion that doesn't really have the options as other champions. If this is a 10 CS a minute Draven, his damage is, astounding. If this is a 10 CS a minute Varus, he still does the same things. He doesn't have enough kills to really be a damage threat yet. At the end of the day, he just has his ultimate to lock down, and if they are able to use that in conjunction, with a Vex going in, landing the ultimate, and blowing someone on Nongshim up, there's potential there. I like that. They have the lockdown with the Camille, but they haven't really put everything together. They have all the pieces of the puzzle, but in order to really activate it, they need to make a play together. Instead of just Funawi on the side, Because a 0-2 Wukong without Mythic is nothing compared to Sylvie here on this Viego. Such an incredibly strong champion with such an incredible lead. Fiesta eating that blue buff and making his way to the bot wave. We see a lot of pings on mid lane. Maybe they've heard me. Maybe going to look for the play. They have the Chains of Corruption available. No cleanse on Jiwoo. If they do decide to make this play happen, they have everything to set up right. Sylvie will be spotting out Cocoon. Dragon coming up in just over a minute. I feel Crest Gaming Act might feel a little bit intimidated. Too many items completed here on the side of Nongshim. However, if they give this dragon, what is the set for the game? It's not like Crest Gaming Academy is going to, find further leads. They're not going to be able to push their advantage or scale into this game. It feels like if they give this dragon, it's going to be a slow death as they get choked out of their own jungle. Their towers will fall. It's almost like we need to make something happen. We need to make a miracle happen now, or else there's no hope for this game. Fiesta will push in here a little bit, make sure to get this bot wave. Grouping on mid waves, very common before objectives, make sure you have that priority. Mid tower will go down, uncontested. Milan is on recall, probably picking up that shield bow. Cocoon, also, he didn't have mythic last time we saw him. Perhaps he might have something available now. Funawi going in onto Sylvie, doing a little bit of damage here. Dundun on the side, death round with Momo. Will he flash the wall? He Q flashes, does not connect, however, no hookshot for quite a while. It might spell death. Nice movement there by Momo. Peeling off Dundun. Dundun has been caught up. Does go down to Milan. Big shutdown. The ultimate, the depth charge by Peter. Flashing on Milan. That Lulu ultimate, it might feel good. He might not get spam pinged anymore for having it available, but it will not change the outcome of that fight. And it's a 3-for-1. They did kill Dundun, which is a little bit of a nice thing. But we are seeing a 1-10 scoreline seeing a 10k gold lead, and soon to be 2 dragons in the pocket of Nongshim. And once again, Dundun, this guy, he will Q-flash that wall. He won't care. He'll base, he'll die, he'll buy a needlessly large rod. This guy must have a needlessly large rod, because my god, he has balls the way he's playing. Look on the left-hand side of this fight. Dundun, Q flashes here, little mechanic to buffer, does not connect however. Nice movement from Momo, might have even predicted that. Nice movement to dodge the second Q. Hextech Ultimatum locks Dundun in this cage. And Milan picks up the kill there. Much needed, you know, some gold on your carries, but it will not be enough. Momo, put behind enemy lines. Fiesta does have an ultimate available. Might take the Hextech Ultimatum for himself if he does want to take this fight. He does. Hookshot in, not out, so he's not able to escape. Fiesta, spacing a little bit, will knock him back. Looking to kill Momo. He cannot escape. And not even a Sunder completed here for this Wukong. Incredibly behind in this game. Finawi is going to struggle to stay relevant. Even when he has that AoE disruption ability in the Cyclone, he just does not have the damage. And a Chains of Corruption completely missing onto Sylvie. I can't even say Sylvie dodged that, he just clicked. And Varus will get one shot. However, the Shield Bow and the Giant Growth will be enough to keep him alive. However, he's not high enough health to really do too much. And with the Herald spawned, this will be the second tier bot tower going down. A lot of gold injection. And please, Fiesta, don't go for it, man. You landed the Vex ultimate, but please don't. I guarantee you, if that's solo queue and that's my Silas, he goes for that. He reactivates that ultimate and he zooms all the way to Milan. And to be quite frank, if that's me on Silas, I probably do that as well. What incredible aggression out of Fiesta. Going forward here, does have the stopwatch. Will take down Kakun. They just do this. These Silas, they E forwards, they throw it out, and they just like close their eyes. If it lands, they go all in. If it doesn't land, so what? We see this constantly. You know, Showmaker Silas. It was a pretty massive moment in the Split 1 playoffs in the Oceanic League, where Kisei on Silas also did the same thing, and it's such an insane follow-up where you just throw that E out, and if it lands, you go for it, and it creates these incredibly exciting moments, as it almost looks accidental. Speaking about Showmaker Silas, I actually faced it in Korean solo queue, and I versed Showmaker I think 3 or 4 times, versed Showmaker Silas twice, and I've never seen anything like it. It's so terrifying to verse a Silas that you know will not miss his E's. He'll take the right ultimates in every fight. And in both games, I believe, we had a Nara in our team, and it was just terrible. And we see Dundun just spamming emotes, eating his teammate. He opted to go for a Rabadon's Death Cap. I was assuming it might be a Shadow Flame, capitalize on that extra pin. But I am, you know, kind of excited to see a Rabadon's Death Cap. The guy now has a hat, and I'm not sure if that hat belongs on his head, because I think the crown might be there instead. But you just know Dundun is having the time of his life with a little bit of a dagger in his inventory, hinting towards a Nash's Tooth, this full ability power Mordekaiser will take you to the Death Realm. And I don't know, it's definitely a Death Realm, I'll tell you that much. Because no one should be surviving that. Momo just barely escaping death. Those pings going down, they're playing mid to top here. They have broken the bot inhib already, so that lane will automatically push. They don't need to focus on it, as Chris Gaming Act will need to respond to that wave at some point regardless, due to the super minions. As they're pushing on the top side. This wave is not big enough. However, Fiesta will look to get poke in when he can. And this is just a waiting act. We're 19 minutes into this game, and they're already looking to siege for the end. And this is where you usually, you know, trick out the vision, push your waves, and go Baron. But there's no Baron. It's 19 minutes in the game. Still waiting 45 seconds here for the Baron. You see pings going down. I think they're just realizing now that it isn't quite spawning. Maybe the timer is a little bit disconnected, as Baron is up, actually. And the top right does show Baron is up, and the worm's on my screen. So perhaps the timer is 30 seconds behind or so. But Baron is getting taken down very fast at 19 minutes, apparently. Apparently, they've broken the Matrix. They don't need Dundun. They don't need Fiesta. They can eat the waves. All we need is a very, very fed Silas and the Sophilios on 2 items. Chris Gaming Act is from the LJL, or the LJL Academy. Fiesta just yoinking that Vix ultimate and throwing it out, closing his eyes, and a massive engage from Peter. The flash hook into the depth charge on the backline knocks up Milan. He does not have flash available. The wild growth was expended. This will probably just be the end of the game. Cocoon looking for a desperate play onto Sylvie will not die. Funawi not able to find too many members with the Cyclone. Does have one more charge. Is doing a little bit of trolling there with the ASCI. Flashes out to his dead. And you know, much like the game yesterday, much like the other LCK Challenger game versus, I believe, V3, another Japanese team, this game will be a bit of a stomp. You know, we will see these, when we have these kind of major regions, their top academy teams versing, you know, these developing regions, but at least they had fun with it. At the end there, you saw that Silas E into stopwatch, and then you can spam to redirect yourself. It's a very funny mechanic that we have shown. It has been shown on the world stage multiple times. We also saw a lot of emote spamming from Dundun and Chronicler. I have to admit, I am in love. I love this man. I love my Dundun. My good old reliable in the top lane. What a beautiful game. Strong drafting, you know, a little bit of aggression, but frankly, I'm impressed to not see too much disrespect. You know, there was still those early game plays. Jungle mid went a little bit, you know, awry for Crest Gaming Act. Was able to generate that lead for Nongshim, and they took that lead and ran with it. And it makes my heart happy to see a jungler get those kills. You know, usually I'm the 007 assist slave, or honestly I'm like 060. You know, I just kind of run these games down these days. It's been rough in solo queue lately. Don't ask me how I've been. But, you know, I can strive towards one day perhaps being like Sylvie on this Viego, getting 5 kills, getting 6 kills, stacking up, having a team wants to have fun. Mordekaiser, Dundun there, sorry, throwing out his abilities on his teammates while walking from lane. It makes me smile. Makes me smile. And I think that will be it for game 1 so far. We seeing a little bit of promise out of LJL, some interesting academy gameplay, some interesting drafting with this weird kind of Varus priority and this idea of Varus as a pick at all in the ADC role. We do have next game coming up, which is an absolute banger with Max from the LDL and EDG Youth. Will be a bit of a rematch, as obviously they're both in the same league. They have played each other multiple times before. Will be very exciting. However, I will be taking a short break and we'll be getting back to the game. When we get back to the game, I'll see you guys shortly.
Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Laugh at you in Bill Rabadon's death cap. He will laugh at you in the death realm as he doubles his opponent's damage and solo kills them multiple times. Cocoon getting a lot of damage in, probably just from poking Fiesta. But, you know, the damage numbers are actually pretty similar across the board. Aside from one minor number. There's one minor number that's a bit different, and that is the 13,000 damage out of Dundun this game. 21 minutes only. You know, pretty dominating performance. And I will throw you guys to the break this time, and will not prank you. I'll catch you guys after the break.
just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
作为2019年9月由 MS 和 LST 合并后成立的新赛区，PCS 赛区成立以来展现了稳健的赛区实力，始终在国际大赛上拥有一席之地。2021年 BYG 战队是 PCS 冉冉升起的一支新秀，初崭露头角便一鸣惊人。而 BYG-A 战队有着更为年轻而热血的灵魂，同时队内也拥有经验丰富老道的选手作为中流砥柱，在比赛中稳定军心。希望 BYG-A 的队员们如同队名一般，超越阻碍，超越困难，超越原来的自己，拿下本次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的好成绩。J-Team 战队前身为台北暗杀星，拥有 S2 世界冠军的2016 MS 夏季赛甫一登场便技惊四座，此后一直是赛区的夺冠热门队伍之一。作为一支拥有祖上荣光的老牌豪门战队， J-Team 将以青春姿态迎接此次2022亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的挑战，能否突出重围，且看今朝。
Solo kill in the top lane. It's a bit of a name. Solo kill, huh? Monkey, Saiku, Leave, and Xiamu. And on the side of Max, we have Gavi, Kenny-chan, Mids, Xiaoguang, and Shinmo. I'm very excited to see Kenny-chan play, as I believe he's a bit of a Nidalee gamer. Which, I don't know if you guys, I assume you guys don't know me, I'm a bit of a random, but I am a Nidalee enjoyer. I am very much so a Nidalee enjoyer, and seeing it being played on the stage, while I do understand, she can be very hard to make optimal and to make work, she's an incredibly difficult champion, and does require some sit-up crowd control, she is an exciting champion. That early aggression, that snowballing potential, such an incredible, to watch pilot it at the top level. You do have a few players that, do play it in competitive. There are some people like Canyon, not like Yankos, hopefully. He misses every spear. In the LPL, there are some players as well. His name is evading me right now, but he is one of the best Nidalees in the world, if I'm not mistaken. I have watched his stream many times, and I feel terrible for not remembering. Maybe Hysterics could ping me with that real quick. But such a beautiful Nidalee gamer. He plays Kindred as well, I do believe. He forces the bans nearly every single game he's played. Absolute beast. And hopefully Kenny-chan will be the same. Maybe we'll see some Nidalee picked alongside something like the Renekton. Lian does play a bit. He's not the person I'm looking towards. Let me go look at the LPL team list real quick. And yes, both of these teams. Yes, Zun. Mr. Zun. Absolute monster on the Nidalee. That guy is so much fun to watch. I'm a very, very big fan. We're looking at the second and third seeds from the LDL. They are on stage, so hopefully we won't get too many delays. However, maybe there might be technical issues, as I believe only one side of the stage has been used so far. But hopefully, let's not cast to curse anything, as I am a caster now, so I think I have the power. Is that how it works? Derek, do I have the power to cast a curse now that I'm being given a platform? This is a solo cast. All of these group stage games will be solo cast. Oh, bit of a voice crack there, I apologize. I am still recovering from COVID. But we're doing alright. We have 12 games. 12 games each day. It really is a full day of games. I'll be casting this one and the next one to make 3. We have 4 different casters today. So it's very exciting. And we do get our first LAN game, if I'm not mistaken, with both these LDL teams facing off each other. And they have faced in semi-finals before. They did play in semis, and I believe Max came off the victor, as Max is in fact seed number... Oh, never mind. EDG, I believe, won. Apologies, as EDG is second seed. Wait, with the brackets, maybe Max did win the first time. I'll need to double check that. Have a little look-see. Max did lose. EDG did win. I apologize. EDG did win in the semi-finals when they faced. And then it turns out EDG is just a beast of a team. Very strong early game aggression. I'm seeing in the drafts, you see a lot of Kalista. some priority on the Draven, and you get a couple of Ashe support here sprinkled in as well. We saw it yesterday, Ashe support as a pretty, competent response into this Renata Kalista. However, this might sound a little bit interesting, but instead of the Renata Kalista being picked and the Ashe as a response, what we saw in one of these games was Kalista being picked, and then when they saw the opponents responding with the Renata to take away the Renata, they responded with Ashe themselves. So you ended up with a Kalista Ashe versus a Philios Renata, which might be a little bit hard to follow through the comms, but I'm very excited about. And hopefully you guys can just be happy for me. I'd appreciate that, chat. Can you guys be happy for me? Sylas being picked a lot though. Hard priority on those kind of aggressive early mids. And we're seeing immediately into this game, Nidalee is off the table. Very unfortunately, Nidalee is off the table. Kalista ban first. Aatrox immediately slammed for Garvey in the top lane. Garvey, I believe, played LPL. A bit of a monster. Look at them on camera. Look at them smile. They know what they want. They're excited to finally be back in person. The Draven being locked, and what an explosive draft so far. Like I said before, that Kalista, Draven, both prioritized, right? But only one can get the Draven, as the Kalista has been taken away B1, banned, but they wanted the Aatrox. The priority of the Aatrox makes me believe that Xiaomu might play the Aatrox for himself. They want to, take... Oh, solo kill, apologies. Solo kills the top laner for EDG Youth. Maybe he plays it himself, or they think Aatrox is simply that strong they have to get him no matter what. Sylas is a response, another one of those priority champions. Likely to see here just the AD carry response, unless they're looking to prioritize Talia, and I believe this probably will be towards the mid lane. However, Kenny Chan might also flex this jungle, as he does have a bit of an ability power pool with that Nidalee. And the Sivir response, nice, good to see we have Sivir again. Was played a bit yesterday as well by the LDL team, and I believe we had a game by LCK, potentially. LCK Challenger team on that Sivir. Very strong pick right now. This can't get any more exciting. If this is an Aurelia lock, Aurelia as a response to that Aatrox, this is going to be such an incredible game. I'm really waiting. And we have the Aurelia locked. What an incredible draft so far. Sylas, Aurelia, Draven on one side, and then Aatrox, Talia, Sivir. Bans will be coming through here, probably targeted towards those supports, such as the Lulu, who can really cause damage against, this Sylas and this Aurelia, polymorphing them, while also being able to shield and buff up the Sivir. Lulu would be a very appropriate ban. We will wait with bated breath. And the Yumi's taken off the table, which also does a similar job. Looks like they're targeting those Enchanter supports, so maybe next we'll see Lulu taken off the table. And Engage support with the Amumu being banned out here. Probably looking to get rid of those Engage supports, potentially a Leona next as well. However, the Spell Shield does offer a little bit of counterplay. But those Engage supports are just so killer along with that Draven that maybe Leona or Nautilus might just be a little bit too much for them to deal with. Second ban coming in for EDG here. A very important ban to think about. Only get one of those Vi off the table for Kenny-chan. He will not be playing Vi. Don't forget though, this Talia can still be flex jungle. Might be a little bit difficult. Maybe they picked it as a response to that Sylas, but they could maybe also hold on to it as a bit of a counter pick. Interesting to see what Meds decides to pick up in the mid lane, as I do see Meds playing a lot more of these supportive champions. In the Galio, obviously that was banned out in the first round. He also has some games on the Seraphine. I don't think we'll see it. Sejuani locked as well. This is such a disgustingly strong top side here for EDG. They have double solo lanes that are super aggressive, super strong skirmishing, super high damage, both melee, paired with that Sejuani, who adds to that with health, CC, stun, engage, and overall, this is just such an insanely scary comp to verse. I've actually versed a very similar comp on stage before. I believe it had this exact same top side in a game last year in the Oceanic Professional League, known as the LCO. I did lose that game, however, I cannot, I can tell you firsthand that the strength of Sejuani, Aurelia, and Sylas combined. Is that a Zac Rakan we see locked in? Zac here, I guess, for Kenny-chan. Incredibly strong Tane jungler. Very I guess, underrated thing about Zac is everyone always associates tanks with having a slow clear speed. And it comes to mind, right, that tanks like Zac, wouldn't have a fast clear speed. But actually, Zac has one of the fastest clears in the game. It's very difficult. I would actually argue that it's the most difficult clear in the game. And you might think I'm joking. If you search up on YouTube Zac clear and look at a Zac clear from the someone known as Engage, who's a European challenger player, you'll see what I mean by difficult. It actually clears incredibly fast, and hopefully we'll see Kenny Chan a little bit of proficiency on the champion. Alistar as a response to Sivir is something we see very commonly done, as she can only spell shield one ability here, and the WQ counts as 2, so you cannot really time it in a way that you are able to spell shield both. So it allows for engage, despite the Sivir usually blocking all those kind of options. See, the players are very animated on cam. Max Gaming, ready to do some max damage, got some spiky here going on. Dude, I believe the tech teams are like both happy and stressed. Like, they get to be relevant and they're excited that they're on stage. But they're also like, oh, we have to run an event. I was at the recent LAN in Melbourne, Australia, for the finals of the LCO, and I also played a little bit of a stage game, a little bit of a fun game before one of the final games, and the stage managers are incredibly stressed. There's so much pressure put on them. The players get to smile, huh? It makes me smile, seeing these players so happy. But looking at these drafts, yeah, we have that EDG side, right? Absolutely terrifying. Terrifying with that top side of death combined with a Draven Alistar. I think this is the most aggressive draft we've seen so far. Such incredible explosiveness. If one member of this team gets ahead, bar the Sejuani Alistar, it can spell a very, very difficult time for Max. However, Max does have some options. They have this Aatrox that they prioritized so heavily. I believe the champions were in the wrong order there. I don't think we're going to be seeing Zac in the ADC position. Let's ask chat really quickly. Zac's clear is hard because the spots you have to stand and the actual management of your passive is very difficult. I would literally compare a Zac clear to an Italy clear. But we do see some people running in the mid lane. Seeing some gaming occurring on our screens. Electrocute chosen here for Garvey, not opting for that very common, Conqueror, or even we've seen some Comet picked into range matchups. Seeing Electrocute for those very short and very explosive trades. Clearly not wanting to long trade against Irelia, who's going to have her passive, who's going to stack up the Conqueror and do a lot of damage. And also, Electrocute works kind of well with their lethality builds, as the burst is a lot higher, and if you combine that with Electrocute and that lethality you're going to be gaining from the Eclipse, as we'll probably see him go Eclipse this game over a more common Gore Drinker back in the day, it will do a lot of burst. It looks like the timer's also a little bit wrong so far, maybe off by around 6 seconds. So don't panic if Crab spawns a little bit late. Zac, solo starting on Raptors. Nothing too unusual when it comes to runes. We are seeing first strike for Saiku in the mid lane, as opposed to something like Conqueror. Leave is getting a little bit of a pillow behind his back there while he's playing. I'm sure he requested it. He's gave a little bit of a smile as that was placed there. Bot lane priority, right? The Alistar level 1, really not too strong. We've talked about it. We've sung the praises of this aggressive EDG team. But level 1, they have the Draven Axis for damage. But this Alistar is useless. This will allow, Xiaoguang with the Sivir starting that Ricochet to get some priority, potentially hit level 2 first, and maybe avoid a very scary part of this matchup. As Saiku is a bit of a psycho as he goes in, is forward there, will get traded on the backside of that fight. Probably going to pop a potion eventually, but he's happy to trade this health. He wants to look for the solo kill, he wants to be aggressive, and he wants to start these 2v2s, as this Silas Sejuani should not be losing to a Zac Talia in the early stages of the game. Little combo here onto Shinmore will take some damage. And making sure you deal damage to these supports, these engaged supports, is incredibly important. As if they don't have the health bar, they won't be able to engage. As a very aggressive move forward here by Monkey. The stun connects, solo kill stun connects as well. Does he have the Q reset? I don't believe so. He might have messed it up at some point. Still will force the flash out of Garvey. Zac is topside here, so will be able to respond to any dive threats that Monkey might try to pressure onto Garvey. Kenny-chan doesn't really want to give up this top crab. I think giving up top crab gives up too much control, you know, over this top side. Both junglers looking at this crab. Only one has smite. Monkey has smite here. Will be able to secure this crab. However, Monkey forced the flash away as mids drew ever closer. It's a very good outcome here for Max. They're very happy with that. Xiaoguang making sure to utilize that bot lane priority that Sivir can get to secure the bot crab, leaving Monkey absolutely crabless. I would highly recommend, if you do not believe Zac clear takes skill, if you can even get within 3 or 4 seconds of the clear timer by today, message me on any platform, I will do a bounty. I will happily do a bounty. If you can submit your own clear from today of Zac, we'll see. I don't feel like I have to pay it out because I'm sure you're going to get very upset very early. Because the Zac clear, it's hard. It's very hard. The wave slow pushing into EDG. Garvey with no flash in a terrible, terrible spot. Will not be able to get this wave out. There's absolutely no way. He is flashless. Zac's on the bottom side of the map. Will not be able to push out that wave either. Saiku forced to flash away. Xiaomu flashing aggressively here. And that will be mids going down. Both flashes used by EDG Youth. I'm not sure if Saiku was baiting there or just was, you know, forced to back off. But Xiaomu was there to carry that, to play aggressive. Closing the gap. Garvey having to eat a recall here is just terrifying. However, he bought enough time so Monkey is not topside. He should be able to break this freeze by himself. Double longsword to his name. Electrocute. He does a lot of damage, but solo kill still has the flash advantage. Kenny-chan on the Zac though, making his way up topside. Making his way up topside. Blobs are packed. Yeah, I'll save you from my singing. But just these waves, just bouncing back and forth. Solo kill is building up a bit of a CS advantage. But he won't be able to hold it for too long as Monkey is not able to fit in a top gank as he is in the bot side of the map. Want to eat a recall here and probably use the teleport on the Aurelia. We have 2 LDL teams facing off here in Max and EDG Youth. 2nd and 3rd seed out of the LDL respectively. Both incredibly stacked teams in talent. These Draven axes are doing so much damage. He's opted for the cull here, so he will have a pretty big payout. And if Draven's able to not die before getting that cash in, he will have so much gold. And his efficiency will be so high. Monkey might be looking to start Dragon here. It is a very small window where EDG Youth are able to have bot priority as they're slow stacking a wave. Sivir can choose to clear that fast. Kenny-chan is aware they're on the dragon. Might look for a steal here. Talia, Weaver's Wall is available here. Jumping in, fully going onto Monkey. Will Monkey fall before he gets the smite on the dragon? He does. Smite secured by Max. Kenny-chan smurfing. A beautiful spell shield out of Xiaoguang. Saiku with no flash from earlier. Looking to go down. He's just on 1 health. Kenny-chan flash forward, knock up. Spider-Man's them 2 together. And Saiku somehow lives, but what an incredibly aggressive play out of Kenny-chan. And beautifully followed up by the Rakan as well, utilizing those knockups. Hard engaging onto Monkey, making sure that he goes down before the dragon gets low enough, securing the smite by themselves, and utilizing their AoE CC of the Zac knockup, utilizing that slingshot, along with that Rakan follow-up, is able to, dash and shield, and then follow up, able to close tremendous distances. And also going for that engage, and then being able to disengage. Rakan is one of those champions that played at the top level is just so beautiful to watch. But what isn't too beautiful is Garvey and this wave. Still, just getting his flash up in a few seconds is going to be getting a hard dove here. Might try and trade onto Monkey, will not find it though. And with no teleport on Garvey or mids, that is a big wave. That is a triple stacked wave he will be losing. Beautiful response after this dragon play by EDG Youth. You see the jump over here onto Monkey. Watch Shinmo here. Flashes past the Alistar. Looks to knock up into Monkey. The smite from Kenny-chan combined with the auto attack to secure it. Saiku's in trouble here. Beautiful spell shield to deny that E2, that abduct. I thought Saiku would go down here, but I think it's the Kingslayer just in time to give him that little bit extra health. But what a big lead here for solo kill. This Irelia needs that lead, and solo kill is a bit of an Irelia demon. Garvey will look to start the Herald here. Does have Kenny-chan topside. However, Silas has got hard mid priority, and Monkey and solo kill both seem very aware that this Herald is being started. They are moving to the vicinity. This could be a bit of a 3v3 skirmish, and I feel like this might just favor EDG as they have that triple melees with the Sejuani and these very, very strong skirmishes. Kenny-chan, however, is not afraid to look for this. Garvey, no ultimate on the Aatrox. They do have everyone moving here. The bot lane of Max has arrived in Shinmo. The Sivir-Rakan combo is here. They could look to R and chase them down. Engaged here by Monkey. Shinmo getting absolutely blasted. Knockups going down from the Zac ultis on both sides. Garvey running away will secure that Herald Eye pickup, but will also give his life for it. Draven trying to get that ultimate, trying to get that cash in for himself, as he has not died yet and has so many stacks. Isn't able to do it, unfortunately. We'll go back to stacking up his compensation cull. But that fight will be a 2-0. However, they are able to secure the Herald as, you know, a little bit of compensation and gold back in their pocket when they decide to utilize that. Kenny-chan has been such a menace on the Zac lately. However, Kenny-chan, don't recall there. Move to the left, buddy. No, Kenny-chan, no, he can't hear us. Will EDG decide to go for it? They do not. A little bit too tanky with the Zac. He has got passive. Herald being spawned mid lane here. Going to be solo gold for mids. Garvey far too far to get the plating from mid lane. We'll have the ultimate and he's just going to run. Solo kill has got flash if he needs to follow up. R flash over the wall. Garvey with the E. Solo kill just staying still. Maybe he lost vision. Wasn't able to follow up. But that will be a flash and an ultimate. But Garvey lives. And is able to try to push Monkey back here. Getting some health back from his E passive. Mid's going in. Solo kill completely out of mana. No flash. This does look like he will be going down. 150 gold bounty going over to his lane opponent. He is not keen to see that. They were able to get that mid lane Herald crash for the gold onto mids, while also picking up a topside shutdown. That Flash Aurelia will be able to get ganked and potentially abused. Bot lane, however, looking not too playable for Xiaoguang as they are sitting behind their tower. Saiku going in. He always shows those E's in. Never out. He will be getting hit on the backside of this. Good flash. Full stopwatch. Saiku not too confident to go in at the end there. Bit of an unusual stopwatch there by mids. Bit of a panic. Is changing out his flash for a teleport. He will take an easy recall. Match teleports with Saiku. Kenny-chan's on the wings. Will he look for the E over the wall? He might have seen where he recalled. Did not, but it was too late regardless. But my respect for Kenny-chan is just through the roof. Picking something like a Zac in this kind of series, you know, slamming it, and then not being afraid. He's going in at all counts. They have one dragon to their name. Second dragon has spawned. We're seeing Leave building towards either a Kraken Slayer or a Gale Force. Could be a Gale Force this game. Has a lot of value. Allows you to reposition against the spells such as the Zac Elastic Slingshot, the knockup of Rakan, and even, you know, if in case you get hit by a Aatrox W, that kind of chain, it allows you to space it better. However, the Kraken Slayer is far superior in terms of DPS and getting that damage on the field. Both supports around mid lane, vying for this mid lane move to impact these side waves. It's going to be trading. Sivir eating Krugs before returning to bot side. Trying to make up for that lost CS from earlier. Full Kraken Slayer for Xiaoguang. If it's the positive of not going for Cull, you didn't spend that 450 gold. However, when he does get that cash in, Leave will be in the lead very decisively in terms of gold. And if he's able to find a kill here, just one kill He's been farming, he's been a good Draven, he's been catching his axes, he has those stacks, his ulti will be doing so much execute damage as well now. Casters are showing us down here, right? The observers, sorry, are looking at this 3v3. However, in the top side, it's just Garvey getting 2 level gapped by solo kill on this Aurelia. 40 CS difference. EDG Youth are able to turn to this dragon, and it is uncontestable this time. Now we're going to look at builds, right? We're looking at a Sunfire's Cape being built up for Kenny-chan. A lot of damage. Sunfire's, unlike the other 2 tank mythics, it stacks up in damage. It ramps. And it ramps incredibly hard against champions and epic monsters. So when he does go for those dragons and Zac, or those barons, he'll do so much damage. And against the champions, if he's able to stick to them, he will be ramping and ramping and ramping. And against EDG's Youth, primarily melee composition, right? You have Silas, Sejuani, and Aurelia. They want to be on you at all times. These champions will be allowing you to burn them. If you're tanking out from the Zac, that is going to add up to thousands of damage over the course of this game. And a really good purchase here as well by Meds on the Talia, opting for this cooldown reduction, you know, increasing mythic passive with the Leandres, along with the extra health damage. You know, you get damage against bonus HP in addition to that burn damage. And that's going to be so important against this tankier comp of EDG Youth in order to lock them down and ensure they can't just run over you. You know, a more scared Talia might opt for Crown, be scared of Burst. However, Meds is confident and comfortable, and he will choose what I think, what I'd consider to be the optimal choice. Leave here on Draven isn't too scared of an Elastic Slingshot. He does have his stand aside, and both these teams are playing on LAN. I believe that would be, you know, very low ping. I don't know the exact numbers, so don't quote me, but I'd assume that the other teams, you know, playing with maybe 25 to 30 ping. However, if they are hosting in China, they're playing on LAN together, this is going to be as close as we can get to the peak mechanical performances from both sides. Cull completed, 10 CS a minute for both AD carries. So much gold. He did decide to go for the no fear Kraken Slayer option, doing so much damage. True damage every third hit, along with that attack speed bonus in the mythic passive. So much power. Monkey going for that Warmog's first item Sejuani. Picks up the Balmy Cinder for a little bit of clear speed. Goes to that Warmogs in order to regenerate his health after getting poked or going for an engage. Psycho getting engaged upon right now though. Instant flash out will take him to safety. A lot of damage on that Q-Max Silas though. Herald being started up by Monkey. Will be very hard to contest. Will need to be a Kenny-chan Elastic Slingshot engage. But he decides to look for the Silas a little bit more. This is going to be hard. The Weaver's Wall does go down. Leave is able to just free hit Kenny-chan here. Jiamu with the Alistair headbutt. Big fight happening on the bot side of the river here. Rakan picking up 2 to 3 members. Looking for solo kill. Does get pulled back. No damage will happen. And the Sejuani will be securing the Herald as well. We did see this build yesterday, I believe, by... Was it by Forest here on the Sejuani? Might have been Forest on the Sejuani with the Warmogs. Why do I feel like that's wrong? I cast the game. I'm terrible at this. Chronicler. Was it Forest on the Sejuani? I don't believe so, though. I believe it was Darm1's jungler. Should get fired. So much CS here for solo kill, however. Saiku, flashless now. Teleport will come down from solo kill. Not many minions around to jump onto. However, Kenny-chan and Garvey are right there. Garvey has flash, utilize the dodge of the E. The resets are coming through. Garvey will go down. And that will be a 1 for 0. Good response there by solo kill. Instant teleport there to save his teammate in Saiku. Was flashes from the play earlier, but was not teamless in more than one way. He's both on EDG Youths and has a team to follow up. Leave on the Draven is just getting more and more farm, more and more stacks, and is just hungering more and more for that single kill. Right now, we'll be getting close to a 600 to 700 gold bonus, even more perhaps. Warmogs completed here for Monkey. really even game. We've seen a lot of this kind of topside dominance from Solo Kill and Monkey, but we cannot forget that Kenny-chan has forced some nice plays around Dragon. The Sivir is farming beautifully. Psycho with the Weaver wall here. We'll look at a little bit of a replay. Garvey and Kenny-chan in the area. They think they can do this, but it takes them far too long. They don't do too much damage. Garvey is not strong enough just yet, with no one else in the area, and Solo Kill teleporting in. Solo Kill could honestly almost 1v2 these two members of Max. You see in the live, Herald is charging mid tower. Mid's forced to flash away. Big engage here from Shamu, picking up a couple members, eating out, the knock-up followed by Kenny-chan. Will one go down? Monkey is so incredibly low. We'll be able to regen that up due to the Warmog's armor. So that now the regen is ticking up. The Dragon is available, and Monkey will be full health in very short time as the Dragon is started. And despite the potentially, you know, strong engage with the knock-up, with the AoE CC going down, it'll not be enough. It will not kill Monkey. No one on EDG Youth will go down, and that will be the second Dragon of the game. Solo Kill has got flash mids, popping a ghost here. Solo Kill, I think he's pretty comfortable here. However, that E, that unraveled earth from Talia, just absolutely destroys any hope Solo Kill has to outplay that. After using the flash, he's stuck on that unraveled earth and cannot Q, as he will take so much damage and will get the mini stun now due to the Talia rework. And what a beautiful tool utilized there to really shut down Solo Kill's identity as a champion. We have to watch out for that going forward, as Alistair Engage will also have to pass through that unraveled earth. Such a powerful tool for Max to find some compensation and to find their rhythm in this game. That kill is so incredibly important. Gold values within 1k of each other. However, this can drastically change. The second that Draven gets one kill, you're going to see that gold lead spike up to another 1,000, even higher. However, if we see one good team fight with a Sivir, who has just been quietly farming, quietly getting good CS, finishing her second item along with her boots, this champion stacks up so much damage. And if she's left to free hit on Xiaomu, Saiku, Monkey, or even on Solo Kill, any of this front line, and those ricochets bounce back, that is so much damage as that lethal tempo gets ramping. And once again, I want to draw attention to the Draven, who's going to have so many stacks, converts into the ultimate execute damage. We might just see the Draven ultimate dealing, 400 to like 800 damage, even more. There's Rakan going down, getting CC. Draven ultimate goes through and completely executes from perhaps 700, 800 damage. They turn their face towards Baron. EDG going to be smacking away at that purple worm. But my god, look at the gold lead now. It's 3,000. 3.3k. In the chat with the 000 Draven cursing it, as he's 1-0 now. But a big engage here. Big AoE knockouts, but I don't think it'll be enough. Watch the Draven leave on the backside of this fight, hitting Kenny-chan. Front side going crazy though, with Solo Kill and Saiku along with Monkey just do so much damage. Xia Guang hiding back, not dealing enough damage, forcing out the Draven heal. However, Saiku is an absolute psycho. I've used that line too many times, but it really is the case. He just sees someone and wants to go for it and decides nothing is going to stop him. Flashless, only one that has flash in this current situation will be Leave. Will Shinmo decide to look for an engage? Isn't able to find anything. Saiku zoning out Kenny-chan. No chance of a smite steal with Zac so far away. Baron will fall, and with that Draven kill, he is looking for a very juicy cash-in when he decides to use that coupon at the shop. BF Sword and Essence Reaver completed, but we see a replay here. Xiaomu on the side, gets engaged on by Kenny-chan, knocked back, slapped with the ward. Sivir Q, but she's completely zoned by Saiku. Over the wall he goes. Xia Guang can now reapproach the fight, but he's too far away and such an awkward angle to hit from. The ADC isn't able to do too much, and their front line is just not strong enough. This Aatrox is not tanky enough, does not do enough damage, and Garvey is just quite useless right now. He needs another item or two. Maybe find the Aatrox reset. But it's so hard to kill one of these frontliners. This Irelia, the Silas, the Sejuani, so tanky, all have methods of reducing damage dealt to them. And Saiku has 2 defensive items in Banshees and Sonya's now. Can buy so much time. And until they get Xia Guang on 3 to 4 items, this game looks like it'll be losing fight after losing fight if Max decides to engage. And I guess this is why EDG is the 2nd seed in the LDL. This is the difference between 2nd and 3rd. And there was a replay I might have perhaps completely missed. Okay, let's get our head back in the game as EDG have such a commanding lead here. This 80 carry leave on the Draven. So much gold, so much damage. Mids with a beautiful cleanse there. Monkey getting knocked back, but they're so tanky. The health bars will go down, but they're not going down to 0. Leave gets dove onto. Draven has got flash, is able to just leave the fight on a sliver of health, is surviving, hitting those blobs as Max is moving forward here, utilizing the Sivir ultimate. Kenny-chan will live. That's 1 kill. That's 2 kills to them. That's a very, very big gold back. Mids is going deep. Does get knocked back by the standard side. Solo kill. Shouldn't be worried. Has got flash. Very aggressive options by Xiaoguang on that Sivir, moving forward all the time. That's what happens when you go too far forward. You're too deep. You can't go past that tower. You're not that strong yet. You have a Sivir who can kite back. However, when the time is right, that Sivir can move forward and utilize on the hunt and just absolutely chase down EDG while hitting them constantly. They have such a strong mobile team. They have these AoE knockups. They have this Rakan. Able to look for his engage, hold them in place. We get a little replay here. Kenny-chan, watch him on the left-hand side, looking for an engage here. Monkey gets double knocked up here. Has to flash out. Watch Garvey here on the Aatrox. Huge flash, knock up onto Leave. CC to follow up. The Rakan hard dive, leaving Leave with just a sliver of health. And he should have gone down, but he's too far away to keep damaging. Solo kill, can't dive forward. Saiku is far too low. And Sejuani falls, and that's a 3-0 in a much needed winning fight for Max. Gold lead doesn't really tell the full story, as these kind of fights aren't just fought about items. It doesn't just matter who has more stats or who has more gold. What really matters is how these fights play out. And right then, Leave got flashed on by Garvey, got followed up by that Rakan, held in place, no cleanse available for him, and now he'll have no flash in the next fight. Shinmo with the flash, Kenny-chan with the flash, both available. Leave has to play these next fights incredibly cautiously. Jamu might look to start peeling instead of engaging, as this Alistar needs to make sure this Draven is able to hit as freely as possible. Because look what happens if Draven free hits. She does so much damage, but he's getting knocked up, he's getting stunned up, Kenny-chan flashing forward, Draven getting knocked back, Leave will fall down eventually, Monkey is very low, the bouncing blades, the Sivir ricochets, Saiku getting taken to half. Xiaoguang is just doing so much damage here. Finding his stride, doing more than enough, and he's scaling. Like I said, he needs these 3 items, these 4 items. He's gonna have his LDR come through. Kenny-chan, he knows. Give this kill to Xiaoguang. He deserves it. Give the assist to the Aatrox. LDR's coming through. IE is on the horizon. It's kind of like yesterday. We saw this exact same situation with a Sivir and a Draven with the Korean streamers. A Draven got so far ahead, except in that case it was double-digit kills. He had 10 kills, but versing the Sivir, it gets to a point where that Sivir just gets a couple of items and is able to provide more damage to the team fight as a whole. Sure, Draven can axe one member, for 1000 damage, but look at this fight once again. Meds gets caught out, Banshee's coming in, absolute clutch, beautiful by Shinmo, so selfless, diving in to help his teammate, knocking up Leave, and again, Kenny-chan with the flash, like I mentioned, flashing on this Draven, forcing them to grouped together, try and peel that Draven, but all the meantime getting burned by that Sunfire's Aegis and taking so much AoE damage in CC they cannot fight back, and it allows Xiaoguang on the Sivir to free hit, and that damage is just so immense at this point of the game. A stopwatch picked up for the Sivir will help a lot if in case Solo Kill looks to dive forward, Psycho looks to dive forward, or if he's just caught out in general, buy some time for his teammate to come through. Zac, no passive I don't think. Might need to just wait a little bit. Baron will be the attention of EDG Youth. No teleport by Garvey. Will need to make the voyage up to Baron. Watch these mid waves. These mid waves is what dictates who has the first move to these objectives. And Xiaoguang, despite having so much wave clear, does not feel comfortable to move up. It's too scary. Xiaomu on the Alistar has the flash. Sejuani with that Glacial Prison. Moving in aggressively, Kenny Chan does not care about taking a couple axes to the face. Moving towards Baron, but neither team can really start it. It's all on these mid waves. Xiaoguang approaching the mid wave again. Monkey looking for a bit of an engage. Garvey taking some damage. Monkey might just bite off more than he can chew. Takes some damage. Beautiful spell shield out of Xiaoguang. However, he won't have it anymore. Being very careful. A lot of damage going down. Kenny Chan going very low. Xiaoguang spacing quite a bit. Talia E on the choke point being such a strong tool to dissuade those engages from the Alistar and Sejuani. A lot of damage traded on both sides. However, Xiaoguang is untouched. He's ready to damage. Both of these teams want this next dragon to get them to Soul Point. Eyes turn to the bottom side of the map as opposed to this Baron Nashor. They're looking at the dragon. Vision is through here for EDG. Monkey over the wall. Flashes are available for the Sejuani and the Aurelia. Perhaps we're going to see a pretty hard diving Aurelia here. She has the R, she has the flash. Here's the R's actually on cooldown here, but Kenny Chan is going in. Disruption, solo kill, taking a lot of damage here. Forced to dance. With that W very low here. Max should feel extremely confident moving forward for this fight. Dive with a flash forward. Kenny Chan does get knocked up. However, a teleport coming through by Saiku on the flank. Xiaomu kiting towards his teammate in Silas. Xiaomu does break the chain so well. What an E flash here by Kenny Chan to get that W damage to secure the kill on the Alistar. Saiku is kind of on the side here. Not the best position for him to find it in. Solo kill, teleport into the mid wave. Does have ultimate coming up just now. Will might have access to Xiaoguang, who is moving forward here. It's going to be a 5v3 in this situation. Kenny Chan diving deep onto the backline. Leave has made space for himself, had to use the flash loop. Solo kill with an R flash, diving deep onto Shinmo, going down. Kenny Chan has got passive Sivir falling down though. Will spell disaster for Max Gaming. EDG Youth will completely clean up this fight. And they need to protect these carries. They need to protect this Talia throwing out her abilities. They need to make sure the Sivir stays alive. And they don't care about the dragon. There's 30-second death timers. There's a bot wave. Monkey rushing as fast as he can to protect these minions. Will start taking up the tower. And this might just be the end. It will be incredibly close. I think perhaps they'll get inhib. I think going for the end here is far too much. Khan might be able to delay it a little bit. 10 seconds until Sivir's up. Maybe I'm wrong. Trying to grab the wave will not be enough. These towers will actually just fall down and ignore me. Never mind. The Essence of a Draven with those Sheen procs will tear through those towers and just end the game. With such confidence out of that Aurelia, what an exciting game. We had that incredibly strong lead for Draven in the early stages, but it wasn't just a hard stomp, was it? There were moments in that game, that mid to late game, into that very final fight where Max fought back. Such hectic fights, but so enjoyable to watch. These kind of aggressive top sides. Now that Sejuani's raised in prio for jungle, it allows these solo kill, the solo kill on the Aurelia, all these options, all these solo laners to be melee, to be strong, and to bring a lot of power to the mix. Very strong game out of EDG Youth. It'll be a very exciting group to watch. And keep in mind, for the next couple games, we will be seeing repeats of some of these teams being played. Very strong game from both of them. Both teams at LAN, packing up their gear. We'll probably get an interview shortly. I'm just so happy to see these champions being picked, right? This Aatrox with this heavy priority on B1 did not pay off for them. It was forced to flash early game, got froze on, and really was just at the mercy of Monkey for the majority of that game. That Sejuani Aurelia combo makes it so hard to move up even closer to that wave, right? If he gets close to that wave, Aurelia just dashes through it, follows up with the Sejuani, gets locked in place. It's such a strong combination. As when that East stun comes through, when that Permafrost comes through from the Sejuani, able to get followed up by the flawless duet of the Aurelia. And the fights become too hectic to play when they're able to be controlled, when Max can control the fights with these engages, with these Zac engages, or counter engages, with this Rakan follow-up, with this Aatrox flashing forward. This is when they flourish. This is when they can hit. This is when the fights are so disrupted that EDG can't make it to the carries. They can't get onto the backline and make sure they kill those damaged threats. However, if EDG are able to have these fights, or if Max overcommits, you see those Aurelia R flashes like you saw in that last fight, so much dive, and it's impossible, you know. The front line of Max can't move forward, because then they leave their carries behind. They can't move backwards, because then their carries are exposed to the, the enemy team's carries. When you're in those pinch situations, it's so hard to play. And I wonder if we'll get some highlights and some stats up shortly, as I'm positive there'll be interviews, as this is a bit of a LAN event with both of these LDL teams facing off. Next game, we will see Max playing again against Nongshim, the first seed. We saw Nongshim absolutely stomp Crest Gaming Act in game 1. And we just saw Max get edged out on by EDG Youth. We will see both of these teams play again. I said it yesterday, but I'll say it again. This music, man. Someone's doing their job right. Absolute cat jamming. And what a beautiful stage. Here we are, some highlights. This was such a amazing play to go for. So much confidence out of Kenny-chan. Shinmo with the hard aggression, beautiful spell shield. Everything was just worked in this fight. Kenny-chan was able to dictate this fight, decides to go in, communicates that. Everyone is on board. Saiku and Leave barely managed to live, and if either of those go down, this game could have been very different. Another fight around Baron. Xia Guang isn't able to hit in this instance. You need to be together, group with your carries. Sure, the Zac can dive in, but you do not have access to your carries to damage. You need to keep that in mind when you're playing these kind of games. Look at this fight, for example. Mids is in the back. He's hitting. The Sivir is spacing all the way at the back, and when Sivir gets close to the fight, boom, starts auto-attacking, gets the free hit, move forward, move backwards, get those procs of the ultimate, the more move speed, go on the chase, keep hunting forward. And that's when these champions like Sivir can really flourish. Another instance of a fight, Kenny-chan going all the way in, knocking up the enemy carry in Leave, this Draven who's so strong, cannot play the game, he's getting bouncy housed. Xia Guang just hitting there, shredding through everyone with those boomerangs. These are the fights that they really needed to cultivate. However, that last dragon fight was just not what they needed. They moved down here, right? Looking to go for this 5v3. However, solo kill on the backline. Xia Guang needed to kite back to mids, but boom, solo kill is there. R flashing forward, creating so much space. Garvey on the backline is not able to kill Leave due to that Draven having flash. And when Draven's able to re-enter that fight, he's just re-shotting people with axes. And what a good call here to see the bot wave and to know they can end. MVP here will be solo kill on that Aurelia, getting that gold lead, a very, very high KP, considering he's in that solo lane. Bit of a gold gap, bit of a damage to gold percentage ratio. But at the end of the day, he had those confident players, those R flash forwards. That teleport to topside as well to save that Silas was also a very clutch moment of this game. It shows he doesn't just care about his gold, he doesn't just care about his CS a minute, he doesn't care about his laning, he cares about winning this game. We'll probably go into an interview quite shortly. But again, next game we will be seeing Max versus Nongshim. Will be the number 1 seed out of the LCK Challenger versus the 3rd LDL. And I think I'm right in saying that LDL has triumphed so far over the LCK Challenger. So seeing the 3rd seed versus the 1st seed might put some egos to rest. We'll see who really is better. Bit of a different interviewer this time, fixing his sock. Fair enough. I think his pants look rather fine. Cool little team jumpsuit from the EDG youths. Actually a pretty clean suit. I like that tie. It goes well. Good smile too. We'll be interviewing that Silas, that game, Saiku. Always looking for those E's forward. It's like I said, you know, all of these Silas players, they E forward, sure. Then they throw it out. And if it lands, they'll all in. But if it misses, you know, so what? All of these players, they always do it. It makes every engage they do look accidental. But it also makes everything they do look so effortless. That champion, when you get that high cooldown reduction, such a prioritized pick. We saw the Aatrox B1 again, instead of the Silas. I really want these teams to start prioritizing the Silas. However, you don't see it too much for some reason. Maybe they're scared of specific counter picks. However, that game that Renekton was off the table. You know, we're not seeing Gnar in these games either. Gnar blind is pretty common. However, if you take the B1 Silas, that kind of lowers the priority of Gnar, as giving that ultimate to that champion is just a little bit too scary. I don't believe that there is a live audience. However, I'm sure the viewership on the Chinese socials are through the roof. And I'm just here to give you access to it as an English-speaking audience. And I hope that I'm making it accessible and enjoyable for you guys to watch. And I'm surrounded by a beautiful team of incredible casters. And you'll be experiencing all of them today, I believe. As we have Chronicler, Hysterix, and I believe we have potentially Mazel tonight as well. We have Kelsey later on. I'm very excited to see her. She isn't doing too many of the games. However, her insight into LPL and I guess LDL is exceptional. Very involved in developing NA talent. my soul. He makes me smile. He is my daylight. He is my sunlight. He's my moonlight. He is my life. I've only watched a single game of Dundun play, but that is all he is to me. With that Mordekaiser in the top lane earlier against Crest Gaming Act, we'll see what he can do this game against Max. Blue side for Max again this game. Not sure how long we have until the draft phase, until the pick bans. But let's have a little bit of a recap of what we saw last time, right? We saw Silas left open. We saw Aatrox first picked. And I feel like doing that against, Dundun might be a mistake. Sure, the Aatrox can have some, good tank matchups, as the tanks, usually forge their kind of Eclipse builds and the Eclipse Black Cleaver setups. However, I feel like he has a wide enough champion pool to have some options into it. Maybe we're going to see like Gwen Aatrox by Dundun. Or maybe we're going to see a total drop on that Aatrox pick, as it was punished so heavily in that last game. Sejuani priority, probably still likely. Potentially Poppy bans coming through. Kalista Draven, always high priority. We saw an incredible lack of Zeri priority as well, as she has been nerfed. Draven, Sivir, Kalista, Aphelios, these champions are still all the rage. We get straight into champion select. Kalista banned, Silas banned. It appears Max is actually on red side. I did get that wrong. Nongshim is taking blue this game. So the Aatrox will be banned away by Nongshim. They see that priority they have on it for Garvey, and they decide they're not going to mess with it at all. Aphelios still open. Draven still open. Sejuani available for the pick. We'll see if they chose the first pick. Could also be something like that Renekton, or that Wukong. Renekton taken away. Immediately Garvey knows he wants Nara into that matchup. Keep in mind, Renekton can be flexed mid lane. However, it's not too common. With Silas off the table, it's not really a viable counter pick to anything that mids might play. Looking at the Nara here, second pick for side of Max. Could be a priority 80 carry, like I mentioned. Could be a jungler, such as that Wukong. Perhaps we're going to see a Wukong Viego matchup again. Sejuani still available if they wanted to just show that. Or jungle. Aphelios, we're looking at Draven, Wukong. Not really many priority supports. No really chance to pick Lulu here. Sivir is available. Draven will be what Xiaoguang is going towards. He saw that piloted in the last game and decides he wants it for himself. Little ADC response here would make some sense. And the Aphelios has a bit of that range, is able to keep that Draven at bay a little bit, able to scale up and have really drastic impact. However, he needs to make sure he doesn't get rolled over too hard early game. I wonder what they'll pick for his support partner. If I had to guess, they might choose a priority jungler here and look to ban away junglers. But it will be the Sivir. It will be that rematch of that similar matchup we saw last game in that Draven Sivir. You usually see the Draven being picked into the Sivir. However, this game, he's comfortable, he's confident. Jiwoo knows that he wants that Sivir. Both solo lanes here, locked in for Nongshim. Azir mid lane, very aggressive, has a lot of that poke tool, is able to harass, is able to control the wave, scale up, and you can trade flashes early game, and then at level 6, you can farm the enemy mid laner. Very strong catch potential as well. Expected to see here either jungle priority into jungle bans potentially, or bans focused towards negating that Sivir's potential. Potentially a Lulu ban here, or a Yuumi ban. I would expect a Yuumi ban. But we are seeing the jungle pool being pinched with Sejuani. So one of Yuumi or Lulu will be going through. I guess if Nongshim do opt to go for one of these Enchanter supports, it does allow Shinmo to play an aggressive support, such as a Nautilus, a Blitzcrank, or even a Pike, perhaps. Could still go for something like the Rakan, last game like he had. But by picking those Enchanters, you kind of invite the skill matchup of these hard engaged champions. Cool, both junglers banned away. They're leaving all options available for Nongshim. Peter has his absolute selection. He usually has opted towards more of these tankier champions, or a Karma perhaps. I don't think that looks too powerful here. Probably looking to grab their solo lane to respond to that Azir, save that support for counterpick. People always wonder, why does support counterpick matter? It matters such a large amount. Having support, your support is actually the champion that runs most of the laning phase. When you watch them play, what matters isn't which AD carry you have. At the end of the day, most of these AD carries just right-click their opponents, throw out abilities occasionally, or just look for autos. These supports are the champions that engage, they're the champions that poke, the champions that fish for hooks and abilities. So having the support counterpick and dictating the matchup is such an integral part of how bot lane plays out. Oh, we see that Viego response. Sylvie confident on that Viego Wukong matchup like we saw earlier against Crest Gaming Act. Looking for their support here as well. You know, could opt for an Enchanter. They have a pretty strong frontline already. However, Peter does have a tendency towards those tankier picks. But I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Yuumi or a Lulu. But he is immediately hovering these tanky, beefy boys in Leona, Nautilus. He's happy to be a frontline. Jiwoo will lack a little bit of, Enchanter, will lack a little bit of that moral support, those shields coming through, those heals. However, he will not lank a frontline. He will have a Leona that's ready to block hooks. And never mind, they completely pivot, they go for that Yuumi. This is actually what I want to see. I want to see a lane where we see some imbalances. Because right here, Shinmo has his pick of the litter. He can sit here and be like, I want Nautilus, I want a Mumu, you know, I want this Pyke. If I don't believe he's a bit of a Pyke player, but I do know that we do have some players that do opt. I think on Sengoku Academy, they play a lot of Draven Pyke in the bot lane, and it does get banned out. Chooses the Nautilus here, an aggressive option. We definitely see these stylistic differences here. We have the LCK, very standard with the Renekton pick. Very common to see those Azirs, Sivers, these champions looking to scale up, get their levels, get their items, play their skirmishes, and power through that mid to late game, and have that strong teamfight control. However, we see Max with these Giga Chad champions, these Dravens, they're throwing down everything, you know. They are playing for these kills, these Dravens, these Nautilus, they're looking for hooks. They are looking to decimate early game. Early to mid game really should go the way of Max, and if it doesn't, they're in big trouble. Because as teamfights start happening and Sylvie's able to find these resets on Viego, Azir's able to hit with such long range, they're going to find it hard to really lock them down. Lots of champions there, banned out from Max. They didn't want to play against Ahri. They didn't want to play against some of these champions. The Silas was also banned that game. The focus on bot lane will be very important if Siva Yuumi is able to be denied CS, or if they're able to even find an early kill. Should hopefully be this Draven dominating the stages of the game through laning phase. Top matchup, very standard. We have a Gnar Renekton. Seen it played many times. It's just range and poke versus sustain and Doran's shield. This Renekton build, however, can change everything. Will he opt for a Blade of the Ruined King rush? Will he go for a tankier selection? You often see the Blade of the Ruined King into these tankier options, or a Gore Drinker, or perhaps even a Prowler's Claw. Beautiful cinematics, guys. Will we see the Duck? What do you guys think? Will we see the Duck? Something I didn't touch on before is that mid lane. Azir, Corki, and we get the Duck. We need someone to name. We need a name for the Duck, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if we're gonna see him every single start of the game, we need to become familiar with him. See, Corki is there. We saw it very often earlier, where Corki was a much more popular pick in the mid lane. This is poke Corki with First Strike, plays for these rockets, likely going Ludens. It's Luden's Tempest doing so much poke damage, which is very strong against Nongshim's team comp as a whole. They do have a bit of sustain in the Yuumi. They did go triple defensive summoner spells. We do see Max fully cemented in their bot side. Look at what Sylvie's doing. Sylvie is just solo invading blue buff. He is just going to be soloing the enemy blue buff without a care in the world. They have a ward, I believe, in that tri-bush, so Siva and Yuumi will see them pass through, maybe get a little bit of poke down. You're aware of where they started, but I don't think Max have any idea that Sylvie is currently double camping their blue buff and their Gromp. This is a very interesting dynamic. I don't think I've ever seen something like this in competitive play. Shinmo looking for a hook here. Throws it out, lands it on the Sivir. This will be a bunch of damage. However, the Yuumi hops out and starts autoing and starts trading. The exhaust field spent. The barrier used as well. Jiwoo is very low, and quite often, if the Yuumi is able to take the aggro of the opposing team, it can go quite well for the Yuumi side, as Yuumi is able to then take, most of her health bar and then just hop back in and be safe. However, the focus was on the Jiwoo. They were able to both hit that AD carry, and that Sivir is very low and is looking to get dove, and it's barely even the second wave. Heal being used early game. Sorry. Dive, very clean, instant cash in. Unlike the last game, it took us a long time to get that cash in. Immediately diving again, Shinmo will be happy to trade 1-for-1. Sylvie down here, level 3 though, did eat all bot side camps. Flashes are available for Kenny-chan and Xiaoguang. Will Sylvie flash over? He will. Finding that kill, he will not take the body just yet. He's happy to stay in Viego's body. And Sylvie is just so competent on this Viego pick. We see it right there. Doesn't take the body, does not take the Draven immediately. He instead waits. He has Conqueror fully stacked as Viego. He has his abilities coming up, and he will take that double kill. And that is such confidence, and what would have been a terrible, terrible play for Nongshim, would have been a bad level 1 trade, into Max finding themselves 2 kills up, or going for that 1-for-1 with their support for support, instead becomes a 3-2 trade for Nongshim. Still, big wave was denied for Sivir. However, 2 kills on the Sylvie, on this Viego, and we've seen how that went last time. It just kept snowballing. If we can afford 1 less longsword this time than last. However, that's 2 kills for the LCK Challenger slot. Dun here, getting spaced a little bit. Should be expected. Does dash forward, a little bit of a trade. Mid lane is just back and forth trading. Both sides have taken a recall. Both sides use the teleports. Thumbs are still up between the mid laners. Sylvie looking aggressively here. Does have a full level lead over Kenny-chan. Sylvie should know right now he's on chickens. He will look for him. Kenny-chan has no W as this Wukong. Still has flash available. Sylvie will be like, that's mine. Take the camp away from him. And this Corki doesn't offer too much early game power. Sure, the Corki can attack, land a few abilities, will do damage, but it's not like a Sylas that can land a CC, it can do a lot of damage. It's not like a LeBlanc, which has this early prowess. So Zia is slowly whittling him away, getting a lot of poke down. Large wave crashing bot lane. Pings are going down. Flash is available for the Sivir. Jiwoo has flash. Barrier coming up shortly as well. Will be a large dive on this wave. Dudu with the teleport. Does come through. Leaves a lot of pressure from top lane. Does give them the teleport advantage, but also allows them to keep their summoner spells and be able to grab that wave. Very strong response from Nongshim. Good preventative measure, having the teleport go down. Will be in time to catch the top wave as well. Instantly recalled after the bot wave was caught. And if you lost that wave, look at how the CS gap would have been. Xiaoguang already up almost 2.5 waves. If that wave was dropped, or if the dive was successful, that would be bot lane just over. And this is what I was saying earlier. You have this, scaling lane in Sivir Yuumi. No front line to deal with it. No Leona like he did hover earlier. This is how the lane has to go. This Draven and Nautilus have to play aggressive. They have to look to push the envelope as far as they can. So while NS is getting gapped a little bit in the bot lane, this is expected results. And this is what you opt into by choosing this kind of draft. Kenny-chan hesitantly sliding this dragon. It has been pinged. Sylvie, though, walking around the rift. One smite has been used for the Wukong. They do not smell this out just yet. They do not think they're on Baron, I guess. Or Dragon, I suppose. Stun does not connect. And this will just be Dragon for Max. This is... fighting this objective is very important. First Dragon down. See the next Dragon around the 10-minute mark. There should be a fight for that. Hex Drinker will be being completed shortly for the Corki. Good defensive option against this Azir in the 1v1. Very strong item in general for Corki. He likes the damage stats. Better defensive as well. Xiaoguang being far too aggressive, not realizing how close Sylvie is. Good cleanse with the exhaust. However, Sylvie is 6. will use the Heartbreaker. Ooh, just out of tower range when he grabs that Raven body. And you can see such competency from Sylvie on this Viego. This pick, going forward, will get banned out. You can quote me on that. This is my caster prediction. You will be seeing this Viego respected, as Sylvie is able to find such strong leads on it, and teams should not be opting into this Wukong Viego matchup unless they're equally as comfortable on the Wukong side. And here we are on day 2 of the Asia Star Championship Invitational. Get a little bit of replay here. Xiaoguang just totally moving up here, right? Totally disrespecting it. Maybe thinking he can bait it. He has the cleanse. But he's just positioning himself in such a terrible way. Beautiful hook from Shinmo to stop that W from the Viego. But he gets it up again. And that will be disastrous for Xiaoguang as he goes down for the second time this game. So despite, you know, being ahead, despite the bot lane of Max having the more aggressive options, he will also have the higher death number. Not as high as my Dravens are in solo queue, but also my Dravens take Ghost instead of Flash. The cleanse is correct though. So Muramana should be the next item on the menu for meds, going towards that stacking, scaling tier. Nice little trade of the stuns there, good buffer from Gavi through the Renekton. Herald will be backed off. In the past game, like with both LDL teams, 2 Chinese teams, we saw a 5v5 at Rift Herald. Will we see it again? AD carries are staying. We have previously seen a lot of these LCK AD carries prefer to just play for these plates. Support can move, sure. But in this case, we see Nongshim's bot lane moving. Xiaoguang, a little bit later, is able to push Sylvie off this hero, but it is very low. In a bad spot, has to Heartbreaker over the wall. Smite goes down. Kenny-chan will secure Herald. Right on the top side of the screen, we see Gavi now ulti them away. Beautiful disengage. Kenny-chan has got ultimate, is in a beautiful flanking position. Will they choose to fight this? Good flash by Gavi here to avoid Sylvie claiming him as his own. Sylvie so aggressive, always moving forward here, looking to wrap around the tower. Maybe look for Gavi. Will take him, take the Gnar body. Beautiful Azir wall, trapping them against the top side of the map. Sylvie was 5-0 briefly, will get shut down. Big kill. Xiaoguang is all the way up here, but really hasn't impacted much at all. Won't be able to find the kill here on the Azir, I believe. Very aggressive play out of Sylvie. He has the Yuumi on him, he calls for it, and we see Yuumi going to more of an AP build. It's probably going to be an AP Q-Max Yuumi, judging by the damage earlier. It's a bit unusual, it goes towards Ludens, but we see a little replay here. Look at Sylvie's damage. Kills Gavi, sure. Beautiful Azir wall to trap them against the side. And with these resets, yes, that does break the aggro, which does mean Viego will go down. Crown, the Shattered Queen here, completed. Or Azir will give him a little bit of defensive options in case of a flash hook. However, I think it's a pretty bad selection here, as Cookie's able to break it very easily from afar with rockets. Would have been nice to see perhaps a Leandri's, or if he wanted to go for, Ludens, he could also look at that. Both top laners with the Ninja Tabbies. Very strong against both Gnar and Renekton, giving those defensive options. Also, gives that movement speed needed for the spacing. Dundun goes in. Again, we see the stun buffer. However, Dundun did not have the rage to make that empowered. Stun duration will be shorter. Autos will be traded. Gavi will go mini shortly, which does give him the ability to kite, but also gives him those lower base stats, having lower armor, lower health. Will be squishier. Dundun looking towards potentially a Black Cleaver first item. Could also be a Ore Drinker. We have been seeing Black Cleaver early on Renekton. Dragon claimed, second dragon for Max. All objectives on their side. Big wall here from the Azir. Fiesta's in the backline, flashless however. Shinmo running for his life. Kenny-chan diving deep. They are able to claim the Yuumi. That's 2 kills for the Draven. Sylvie getting CC'd here. Also goes down. That's 4 kills for 0 for Max. Evening up the scoreline at 7-7. However, they claim that gold lead. They have Herald. They'll break bot tower here. They have 4 kills on their ADC. That Draven passive gold coming in clutch for that gold chart. Really a beautiful play to go for. And Fiesta, despite finding such a good shuffle on the Azir, doesn't do enough damage. Doesn't have enough follow-up damage. If we look at Jiwoo here, with a cloak, a crit cloak, you know, praying for that 15% crit chance to actually connect, and that Noon Quiver, not doing much damage whatsoever here. Good Yuumi ultimate, beautiful shuffle, good flash from the Draven here to space it out a little bit. But Fiesta then just gets one shot. Kenny does not go down, it's too tanky. He's able to space Sylvie for long enough for the Nautilus hook to peel him off. That Sundra healing coming through. And just an absolute monstrous performance here by Max. Dundun just finds a solo kill onto Garvey, however, he looks to go down if another Corki Rocket can connect. But Dundun has the movement, and Mids will not flash to follow. And despite his team on the bot side of the map losing those plays, losing that dragon, and all losing their lives for 4 deaths, Dundun does not care. Dundun will continue solo killing his opponent, and Dundun will make it out and purchase his Gore Drinker. Two items completed here for the Draven. Garvey teleports to the bot side. We will see the map getting flipped a little bit. 80 carries will be going towards that mid. Those mid waves, very important again, dictates the game flow. We see a little bit of a replay on the bottom left of that solo kill. Xiaoguang is so strong currently. If he's able to find just one axe here on Jiwoo, we'll see the damage numbers. And my god, that's 400 damage easily. And Sylvie has not finished Ninja Tabbies just yet, so he will be taking a lot of damage from this Draven. This Draven usually looks for Lord Dominic's next. He also looks for Collector. But often you see the LDR into the Infinity Edge. Very, very strong build. Does require that third item before he can build the Infinity Edge fourth, as his Mythic is Eclipse, which does not give that 20% crit chance. So it's a bit of a slower burn. You don't get that 3 item insane spike. The spike on Eclipse and on 2 items is more than enough, and the scaling of the build is far superior to something like a Kraken Slayer. Dundun finding a very positive trade. No health potions or refill pot for Garvey. Will need to rely on his natural regen. Dundun, however, has a lot of sustain on his kit. Dragon in 1 minute 50. This will be very important. Jiwoo finally completing 1 item. Still completely outmatched by Xiaoguang's 2. And this Corki will be finishing his Muramana very shortly. This fight will be hard. It might be a 5v5 now. Dundun and Garvey both are close to the dragon. So instead of this 4v4 we saw earlier, it will be a 5v5 at dragon. However, their eyes are turned to the next objective, which is the Herald, claimed by Max earlier in this game. Shelly has returned to her pit and is ready to be taken once again by the team that dares to claim her. Dundun's moved up here. No flash on the Renekton. We do have Cleanse or Draven. No fear. Xiaoguang going forward for that auto attack. And despite a Renekton that has got the levels, right? 2 levels up on Xiaoguang. Or 1 now. But has the Ninja Tabbies as well. It still takes so much damage. If this Draven is allowed to free hit, these fights are never going to go well for Nongshim. They need to find one reset. They need to find a kill. They need to kill Kenny-chan, mids, you know, or Shinmo if he dives too deep. And they need to find a reset for Viego. And then Viego can keep moving forward. You know, Sivir can keep hitting and their comp can play itself. But if that isn't the case, if Corki's able to find these poking rockets, if Xiaomo is able to find a strong enough engage and Xiaoguang's axes come through, Nongshim will find it very difficult to get a winning result. Longsham found their win earlier. They were, however, against a much weaker opponent. They now find themselves as the LCK Challengers first seed versus the LDL Chinese Academy's third seed, and it's looking to be a very exciting even matchup. All these kills are on this Viego. Nongshim not too aggressive with trying to contest this dragon. They're getting pushed out a little bit. Sylvie might look for a steal, however, it might be too late. 2,000 on the dragon. Smite goes down. Looking for a fight afterwards. Xiamo hook goes wide. Fiesta, keep your eyes on him. He might have a shuffle. He has the flash available. Brown gets procced. Dundun a little bit too far away. No fury. Might be a hard bargain to look for a fight. Herald is still available. These item completions are coming through so strong for Max. You had the Sundra in the earlier fight for Wukong, allowing him so much healing. Package being used there, but it's a precautionary measure as they turn their attention to this Herald. Teleport going through for Dundun. He will ulti, will get the Renekton. The Fury coming through. Sylvie, however, forced to Heartbreaker out of this fight. Garvey with the flash. Very good precaution. Doesn't want to get shuffled back. Big engage from Kenny Chan. Dundun going down. Xiaoguang uncontested one shot on the cat. Fiesta having to use his ulti to peel. Sylvie's in the back. However, no ultimate available. Fiesta does go down after using flash. Absolute disaster for this LCK Challengers team. And what a dominant play when it comes to these team fights. Max has done so well so far looking at this game. All the players come from this top side of Nongshim. It's come from Sylvie. It's come from Dundun. Dundun finding the solo kill. Sylvie being so present and playing these fights so well. But it's not going to be enough. When this bot lane is so weak in comparison to Max, these hooks going through, this Draven damage is so immense. And Kenny Chan, both on the Zac earlier with those engages, and this game here on the Wukong, doing so much work. No fear whatsoever. The hook going down here at Shinmo forces out the Heartbreaker. As you watch this fight progress, Garvey forced to flash, and right here, Dundun gets hooked again. And this engage from Kenny-chan, absolutely zoning in any kind of counterplay they can find. Siva's far too zoned out to do anything. He feels like she has to be zoned. And Garvey with a flash prediction on that boomerang. I thought that might have been an auto attack applying that third hit, but it was actually just a 5-hit selection by him. Really, really exceptional. We do see Void Staff coming in for Fiesta slowly. Only MR you really see is this Hex Drinker and these Merc Treads. Probably hurts your kind of build a lot because you already have Crown, which isn't doing much damage, and Void Staff, which isn't really the highest AP number. But I guess he's kind of opting to future-proof his build. Will be a much slower spike, however. Two items a bit of a Kenny-chan, and he's opted for the Black Cleaver as opposed to what we often see being the Kim Punk Chainsaw. Black Cleaver is very strong. It boasts a little bit higher health and very strong shred. He'll be able to apply that shred to everyone utilizing a Cyclone as diving forward, and that's going to make Xiaoguang on the Draven do even more damage, and Garvey is a threat. Immediately pops a Cyclone, is able to get spaced. Sylvie with a beautiful use of the Chilling Smite there. Does force Kenny Chan's ultimate to be used in vain. Meds eating up all the gold. We see a rapid fire cannon completed for Xiaoguang. He's not concerned about the armor values. What he's concerned about is the range. He's happy to play for these poking axes. Lands one, axe onto Jiwoo. He's makes on a force and gonna eat away at a Yumi heal. Look at the gold values. Always, these Dravens have found success in these games. All 3 picks that I've watched of this Draven has always found an immense gold lead. Looking at 4,000 gold over his own teammate in meds. Garvey a little bit behind Dundun, as is expected, as he did get solo killed. Supports at the bottom. All to be expected, but the gold lead through Xiaoguang is so immense. He did have to verse that Draven in the last game, and he did have that massive gold lead to the opponent Draven as well. Decided he wanted it for himself. That poking Yumi Q there, proccing the Luden's Echo. You can see the build coming through. It does lack heals though. 167 on the heal, as opposed to 300 plus potentially on a more traditional Emax Mana Flow build. Moonstone, sorry, build. Dragon is up. Herald will just drop the mid lane tower. Sylvie gets spotted out here by Gavi. We'll be getting chunked. This dragon is very hard to contest, and this is Soul Point here for Max. Soul Point has been claimed, attack speed, CDR, and so much damage and slow. Sylvie on the backline getting 1v1 by Gavi, up against the wall, has got flash, is forced to use it. But in these fights, it's just such a slaughter. There's not even much to commentate. It's just Xiaoguang doing so much damage, and Sylvie not being able to use his lead. He was 5-0 before dying to that tower topside, and now he's 5-3, and he's not able to find or make plays happen. It just isn't enough. This Yumi going for this poking option. You can poke, 2 or 3 auto attacks, but at the end of the day, this Eclipse Draven will just heal it back up again, and then you're left with no healing, Squishy Cat, and an ADC that's incredibly behind. Baron going down very fast. And this might just be lights out for Nongshim in the next couple minutes. You'll see them recall. Watch a little bit of a replay here. Just keep your eyes on Xiaoguang. That's all you need to watch. 1 axe, 2 axes, 3 axes, 3 axes. Dead Renekton. Ulti gets popped. Jiwoo eats 3 or 4 auto attacks. Down. Stopwatches here. Beautiful stopwatch. Does not get hit by that Azir Emperor's Divide. Mid's opting for the second item, Kimpunk Chainsaw, is something very interesting. It did get its ground reduction buffed a lot. It does give 25 ability haste. And ability haste is very important in this build. However, he hasn't opted for any of the ability power options. He hasn't gone for a Luden's Echo yet, and it looks to be a Ravenous Hydra being completed next for him. Gives him that AoE, a bit of sustain. We see a pause go down. Not sure if we'll get any info on that pause. But for now, we're back to cat jamming to some tunes. And, sometimes you pause. Wait, are the players on stage? I can't see any of the Max players, can I? Oh, never mind. They're all behind the monitors. Never mind. On the left side of the stage. Probably because that was where they were previously in their blue side game. This really is just utilizing these aggressive picks. They did choose to go for this Yumi Sivir, like I mentioned earlier. Perhaps a Lulu might have been more appropriate, as you're able to then take that resolve tree, and you're able to take the hooks a lot more competently. You also have some options to peel off the Wukong. You're able to reveal the Wukong through his clone by hitting him up with picks. It's a very, very strong interaction. It's also why Lulu solo lane was a counter pick to Akali for a very long time. That Lulu is able to put picks on the Akali, and despite her shroud, is able to spot her through it. And why, as a Kiana player, I play a lot of Kiana jungle, I used to always hate versing Lulus, as they could reveal you while I'm spamming my disgustingly broken Twilight Shroud, or not Twilight Shroud, my Grass Shroud, Q invisibility. I think the Yumi option might have helped them, might have hurt them, sorry, in getting through the laning phase, where Lulu might have been a lot more appropriate. Still, even though they might go down this game, Max might triumph over Nongshim, I'm still going to be a Dundun fan. Him on the Renekton, he has so much fun when he plays, you can tell. Spamming emotes all the time, finding solo kills. And frankly, he's just good. He's just a very good player. We are currently in a pause. I believe it's around 24 minutes in the game. Baron has just been taken for Max. Hopefully this pause is not related to the game. Yep. Looks like there will be no chrono break or anything of the sort. 4 items completed for Xiaoguang. We see the Infinity Edge now, and this is a terrifying Draven. Again, in these team fights, just keep your eye on Xiaoguang. If he's hitting and not dying, Max is winning. It's that easy to tell. And keep your eye on Sylvie as well. This is the only hope to really get an even fight is if Fierce is able to find a good shuffle, Sivir is able to find a reset, and Jiru on the Sivir does have 2 items now. This is where we saw the game turn last time. Sivir, at this exact point right here in the mid lane tower, we saw Xiaoguang on the Sivir actually last game find those plays, move forward, and get some shutdowns. However, will not be the case here. Na pushing in, Yavi with the wave, does have that Baron empowered cannon minion, so much range. Mid inhib gets vacuumed. Kenny-chan, no flash on the Wukong, but is able to still try and gap close if they want to try and force a fight. They're playing all of these outer towers. Shinmu taking a lot of damage before moving out. Top outer tower will be pressured. Will he has to try and hold it? Will he look for a shuffle? So much damage from that dragon, the Hextech Soul, that AoE slow, that chain lightning, so strong. Yes, they're looking for a big shuffle into mids, does find it, but goes down immediately, no stopwatch. Peter will also fall, and they don't even get anything in response. 2 members of Max are bot lane. Dundun is not able to hold that against 2. Botted will fall. Mids from base teleporting in 3 full items on this Corki. He has the poke, he has the damage. Xiaoguang will be walking into the base through the top lane. Gavi has ulti, Gavi has flash. Will we see a big Na ultimate come out here? It's not. However, we do see Xiaoguang shredding through Jiwoo. Health bars are low, health bars are gone, and a pretty dominating game out of Max. We saw a beautiful early game bot lane dive, set things up. Very interesting level 1. Sylvie able to find some beautiful compensation, turning that early game winning play, into a potential lead for Nongshim. However, he was not able to push that lead despite getting so many kills. I think the objective pressure was just too much. It was very, very well played by Max, able to get the dragons. All the dragons were Max's. All the dragons, all the heralds. And without those objectives, it's so hard to convert that into anything meaningful. The early Draven pick, and what I'm more excited about, these first games don't matter all too much. It's a double round robin, so the first games matter, obviously, for the score, but also how the meta will develop going forward. As we're playing on 12-16, most of these teams have only played on 12-13, maybe 12-14. We're skipping a patch almost, going all the way to 12-16. Mixing up some picks, seeing a little bit less Lucian Nami, but seeing some target bans, seeing some Kalista bans. A lot more Draven, despite the Draven nerfs on this patch. A lot of interesting things happened during that game. We'll be seeing some highlights shortly. Perhaps there'll be an interview as well, as Max is in the venue. But this is looking like a bit of an LDL domination so far in the Asia Star Champions Invitational. I wonder if we'll still see that continuing with the Huya streamers. I believe they're playing later today. Will be very exciting. I am looking forward to watching Beifang play. It'll be interesting to see if Beifang's Qiyana is respected and banned, because he does have a pretty wide champion pool. So by banning out Qiyana, you're not even really hurting him too much. Beifang's Silas, very good. His LeBlanc's pretty good. His Xerath's pretty strong. His Corki, he played a lot of Corki when it was strong as well. We just saw it utilize that game. Has been left alone for quite a while, but he sees the Azir. Knows he needs a bit of long range. Knows in their team composition. Decided to go for it that game. Respectable choice. Still jamming currently. I think if we're going to be picking these champions, you know, like the Azir, make sure we're itemizing correctly. I feel going for something like a Crown versus a Corki is a pretty egregious error. It can lead to a lot less damage, and a lot of those fights where they decide to go for shuffles, he isn't able to convert that into any meaningful damage or meaningful lead. Perhaps if he had itemized in a more aggressive way, he would find those advantages. We see at the end of this game, though, it isn't actually too much of a damage diff in the ADC position like I expected. You know, I thought Xiaoguang would do a lot more damage. However, it's more that the damage that Xiaoguang was dealing was more relevant. It was the ones that killed them, and Kenny-chan is an absolute unit. I very much enjoyed watching him jungle in these past 2 games. And Sylvie, while being such a terror on this Viego, wasn't able to make much happen. But Kenny-chan was doing so much in teamfights. The way that he was utilizing his disruption was very good. His playstyle reminded me a little bit of 100 Thieves Closer, sorry. Very, very strong performance here on the Wukong. Garvey with a massive damage lead over Dundun is able to free hit a lot more. Dundun being a melee locked does hurt his chances of damage charts quite a lot. And the Yuumi being a damage threat here is very funny with that Q-Max. First highlight here we're looking at that bot lane tower dive. Shinmo gonna go for that 1-for-1. Heal does go to Kenny-chan. But look at Sylvie. Eden 3 camps in their bot side is here and manages to turn this into a double kill. Very impressive stuff. Lands a stun. No heal available. To take cleanse. Flash John does not take the body. Keeps on the Viego body. Doesn't use the dopamine. Slow. 2 kills. This was a very big fight here for Max. The shovel goes down. Flashed by Xiaoguang. Good angle to flash it at so it does not pick him up. There goes the Azir. Kenny-chan manages to live. He's so low. The Triumph procs and the Sundra procs are just enough. And it's such a disappointment to see Siva not pick up at least 1 kill in that fight. Another fight here. Dundun teleports in. Instantly gets stunned. Instantly gets half health. They disengage a little bit. But this Nautilus hook on Dundun really just seals the deal. Sylvie is not able to hit. Keep in mind, Sylvie's the one with the gold. He's the one that's fed. Goes for a flank option, but it's too little, too late. And this flash predict. Keep your eyes on this Gnar here, yeah? Watch Garvey's Q. He sees Fiesta. He sees his movement. Boom! Gorgeous flash predict. Absolutely beautiful to watch. Smile on my face. Xiaoguang looking to hit here. Does have a good stopwatch this fight. Good mechanics here by the Draven. Does stopwatch the Emperor's Divide. Left side of the fight. Sylvie is just getting completely kept out by Garvey. And if Sylvie does not get a reset, if this Siva is not hitting for enough damage, there just really isn't hope for them to win these fights. Very decisive teamfight wins by Max. Very happy to see how these LDL players and LDL teams have such strong teamfighting prowess. And Kenny-chan, my GOAT, will get MVP. Exceptional performance that game. Played so incredibly well. Very much deserved. So far here at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, only day 2, but LDL does appear to be on top. We will be throwing to a break relatively soon, and I will be leaving you guys for today. I'll be back tomorrow, but we do have, I believe, Chronicler up next. Very exciting. Exceptional talent on the microphone.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Hey everyone, how are we doing? I'm Chronicler, following up after Why Not's exceptional cast on the day. Give him some claps in the chat. Solo casting is very tough, and if you are an inexperienced caster, it's even more impressive. I'm very excited to be here today. Going to be doing the next 3 games before Hysterics takes over. And based on what we've seen so far, I personally would love a little bit of competitive League of Legends. Unfortunately, I do not think that in this game that will be the case. We have had a fair amount of one-sided matchups thus far, and based on the evidence that we have in front of us, this will be no different. This will be no different. We will supposedly deal with another LDL team beating the LJL Academy team to within an inch of their lives. As really early priority here on the Nila, which I'm actually quite excited about. I think Nila is a pick that has slowly risen in priority, originally coming up as a pick into the Zeri, and now seeing it more and more, even into things like the Aphelios, the Yuumi obviously really augmenting the pick. And I've seen these type of compositions before, where we pick lanes that the Yuumi and the Azir obviously have a big scaling threat, but if you are substantially better than your opponent, you can also use them to really close out a game very, very early on. If you're wondering what's going on, why is Chronicler here? There's Challenger teams here. I'm a huge Challenger fanboy, so as a result, I DM'd Hysterics, and I was, hey, Jay, could I join? Could I co-stream? Like, is that possible? And he said yes, and here we are. So, interesting story. And what we're going to be seeing here on this second day is yet another co-stream, so it's a little more laid back. Fortunately, though, we are not tied to the late night format that we had yesterday, because yesterday was very late, so I had to be excruciatingly silent. Not going to be the case this time around. So we can actually have a good time. We can get a little bit more excited, and the first 2 matches might not really warrant that, but the final one hopefully will. And overall, excited to be sharing the next 3 games here with you guys. Let's try to keep it friendly. Let's try to keep it constructive. I'm always a big fan of keeping my chat interactions solely positive, so I hope you will all join me in that. And together we can have a good time for the next 3 hours. Who presumably will have a bad time is LJL Academy. What we've had set up thus far, I do think is quite strong. Blight Trundle can feel a little risky, but with the current meta being heavily focused around AD junglers, even when playing into champions that aren't necessarily tanks, Trundle, due to his chomp and the AD that he takes away, is always very, very strong. Nevertheless, good engage option would be nice. The Sejuani ban, quite interesting here from ADG Youth. Personally, with the Trundle still being open, even if the R4 Sejuani comes in, could have had the opportunity to snatch that one away themselves, but maybe didn't want to opt into it, as the Wukong would really solidify this as a extremely short range comp. Later in the game, of course, do have the Azir to provide you with a reasonable amount of poke, and depending on the build, Yuumi can also augment that somewhat, but Renekton, Wukong, Nila, these picks are looking to dive, they're looking to go in aggressively. And for LJL Academy, a pick that can deal with that very well would be nice. Cannon, to me, seems like kind of a no-brainer. The Gwen, even though the pick has really dropped in priority, would be good as well. It's going to be the Na instead, and Na has sharply dropped in priority. And in terms of overall picks, I think the composition from LJL Academy is fine, but it doesn't really have the power that ideally I'd be looking for when you are this unfavored in the matchup. It doesn't necessarily line up with some of the more creative drafts that we've seen from the LJL either. Let's take Chronicler for LPL. I would love to cast with you, Hysterics, but I have made it very clear that I have one true love, and that's the LCK. And I'm happy to be out here with all of you. But let's not jump to conclusions. My day is absolutely wonderful. I took a short break from fighting people in Twitch chat, which I shouldn't do because it's a bad habit. to cast here for all of you lovely people. Excited to get going here. The players actually being on stage to me is always a big plus of the offline tournaments. It's a shame that due to the circumstances, of course, can't have every team on site. Would really augment the overall level of the competitiveness and the overall ambience, I think, of a tournament. Online tournaments just don't hit quite the same, unfortunately. And overall, I think that we should be having a great time here. I am indeed solo casting. It is just me. It's just, there's no one else here. Well, Hysterics is in chat. Why not was here earlier as well. But due to, I'm not quite sure what the circumstances are. But believe me, we can't duo cast. The technology isn't there. The stars don't align. The cards, the book has not yet been written. So unfortunately, it will be just me. It will only be me. And if that's not your thing, then don't you worry. In 3 hours, Hysterics will make his way over. And you will be treated to the sweet dulcet tones of one of the most beloved LPL casters as we are getting into the 4th game of the day here. EDG Youth. I want to call them edgy. I'm not going to, but I just want to put it out there. That's what we should call them. Because being edgy is great. And if you didn't have an edgy phase in high school, then I salute you and I cannot relate. Personally, as having a little bit of shenanigans here on the top half of the map. And of course, they're playing against the LJL Academy team. Please call them Team Edgy. I want to, but I wanna respect the team. And I don't think I should. I think I should stay professional. But you guys can. And every time I say EDG Youth, I'd much appreciate it if you all could pretend I'm saying edgy. All right, I would really like that. It would help because my worry with the match that we have in front of us is that it will not remain close, competitive, or wide open for a very long time. As what we're looking at here is a LDL team taking on an LJL Academy team. And thus far, every single one of these matches has been decided in lane and has then promptly been an extremely one-sided stomp. And as we get into that, there we go already. First blood coming through. This is the power of the Nila. Even with a Yumi, a laning support, or a support that traditionally in lane is good defensively, but not the best. Getting a ton of damage done here. For now, we're looking for a gank, but not finding anything unless you get a preemptive connect on the chains. Can be a toughie as... Oh, Momo. I hope you can get to Meganar. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Renekton with the flash and powered stun. Very nicely done. Very little counterplay to that, unfortunately, here. Early trades from Momo not going the way he wanted. And that is exactly what I was talking about, chat. We're not even 3 minutes in. And it's a 1.3k gold lead, which is definitely suboptimal. As problem here, damage spread does come through, and that level 1 is not going to be sufficient. You're down a combat summoner as well. The damage very much spread initially, going aggressive on the Nila, but then swapping over later, trying to take down Shamu. Didn't work. Didn't work very well. And Finale desperately trying to make plays across the map. You gotta. Because if you fall behind this early in lane, then playing it out becomes very, very tough. Solo kill does have the wave now crashing into him. But with full vision, there's no reason why EDG Youth can't just play this one out safely. Is a level advantage here, so I would advise Monkey, and he does do so, to just go in and try to get himself a little bit more farm, try to even up the experience. As are we just all-ing in again? This time though, big wave here, Leave gonna get taken low, gonna go in regardless, barrier is used, but I don't know if they can win this. Milano Primo going in forwards, but the extended fighting from Leave just simply too strong. And that is going to be a double here, the continued healing of that Nila with the whip, the Yumi as well. Oh, what an absolute disaster here for the bot lane of the LGL Academy team. So incredibly rough. You had to win that one. If as Crest Gaming you don't win that one, you try to get your way back into the game, it's kind of done. It's kind of donezo. And now, this is where we start to deviate from the usual programming, because this is a stomp. This is a shellacking. It's a bad time for everyone involved. So if you, dear viewer, could give me anything to talk about, could be, questions related to cooking. Personally, huge cook. Anime, if you're a bit more of a weeb, can definitely relate to that. Video games, it's all on the board. Everything's fine. This is a co-stream. We can play it fast. We can play it loose. Not even going to use the stun until later. Monkey, he has literally not farmed. Well, not literally, figuratively not farmed. Just now hits level 4. Just been spam ganking all across the board. So PTA procs early here. A lot of damage comes down. And initially it feels like they're going to be able to actually get through. But this level up here is crucial. And if that level up doesn't come through, Leave probably just gets taken down. But this early on, especially without an Ignite available, the healing that comes through in this extended fight from a Yuumi-Anila combination is very obnoxious to deal with. And if that all-in works, then you kind of equalize the bot lane and you're feeling a lot better. But it didn't. And now it's a disaster. Now it's a bad time. Cooking fails. One of my biggest cooking fails was very recently. I tried to make mayonnaise and it didn't work. And I spent about an hour in absolute terror trying to get it to emulsify better. And it was just a mess. And in the end, I put the sad result into a bottle, and like it was really tough. The mayonnaise broke me. Mayonnaise can be a bit finicky because you have to emulsify by pouring in the oil very slowly. And I wasn't patient enough, and it was a disaster. It was a very bad time, and it hurt me on a personal level. As overall, this again, what we're seeing here is really a highlight of the difference between, as Why Not earlier today already talked about, the minor and major regions. Be it as it may, the players on Crest Gaming individually are quite strong, right? If you look at it from an objective perspective, as I'm not even gonna, no, come on, let them have a moment, please. They just want to farm, they just want to get to the wave, but they're not allowed. Double kill coming through here from Leave, and back to cooking, back to no, actually I was giving a little bit of credit to Crest Gaming because it's easy to make fun of these players. But the sad reality is that, percentually, odds are every single player on Crest Gaming is better than everyone in chat. And maybe there's some challenger people out, maybe there's some GM chatters, and I will tip my hat to you, and I will continue ignoring what's happening on the screen, because it is, again, very bleak as Kaken goes back in, tries to get Monkey, doesn't even get him. Oh, man. What a unfortunate chain of events here for Crest Gaming Academy. It's only downhill from here. It's not getting better. They had a composition that was relying on winning early, and they did not. They didn't. It's the patch is 12.16. The patch is actually correct. Yeah, it's a little bit of demolishment. But as I was saying, Crest Gaming Academy, in their own right, still a team. Getting to this event in the first place is a sign that you are indeed a good League of Legends gamer. Unfortunately, and this is something we see so much at the highest level of play in many a sport, the higher up the skill curve you get, the tougher it gets to be good, but the more the small differences matter. And we really see that snowball coming through here, where Crest Gaming Academy very clearly knows that they are outskilled there and just tries to desperately make plays. Plays like this, I don't even think are a bad call. I think you have to go for it. Just try to trade 1-for-1. Maybe you get the shutdown. Maybe you get something. And they got a Drake, so it's not a perfect game. And that's about as good as it gets. I personally say, what is the best meal you've ever eaten? That's a very tough question, because there definitely is a considerable amount of different food experience that one can have, right? Is gonna go in here, 1 versus 2. Kaken stays alive for a little bit longer, finds the chains, and they will get the kill here. It's a small moment of solace. They give up the Herald nonetheless, but you'll take anything at this point as Crash Gaming Academy. But to me, you can have a really nice luxury experiment. You can have a hole-in-the-wall place. You know, some of the best. As okay, well, I'd be willing to take a bet that should not have happened. And if we get a remake, if Chrono Shift doesn't work, then you're gonna have a very frustrated caster, friends, because that was Leave dying with Flash and Barrier up. I don't think that should have happened. And until we have further information, we will cease any speculation on the matter. But for the time being, we'll go back to food. So back to food experiences, where some of the best tacos, for example, I've ever were from a hole-in-the-wall place. When I was visiting LA, didn't look good at all, but the food was divine. In Korea, you get this a lot as well, because I come from the Netherlands, right? I come from Europe, and there generally our restaurants are very atmospheric. There's a lot of nice decor. There's kind of a vibe and ambience going on. And while the food is still good, generally you can kind of relate how a place looks and how good the food is. In a lot of other countries, that just doesn't apply. And street food I've had in Indonesia, for example, is all absolutely exceptional. Really, really good. Really, really nicely done. As thus far, we are unfortunately in the pass screen. I don't know what server this is being played on, because this is the tournament realm. And if we have the tools available, then we could Chrono Shift. As I think we had a DC, which also resulted in a 750 goal shutdown. Would it matter for the game? No, but we'll see what actually ends up happening. As Dutch, you can rag a little bit on Dutch food. I don't think Dutch cuisine is great. The one exception being our pastries, you know, stroopwafels and whatnot. Pepernoten are all exceptional. Really good sweets. But the core of Dutch cuisine is pretty subpar, and the only good part is Indonesian food, which we don't even do well when you compare it to actual Indonesian food. So it's a toughie. It's a toughie. Fortunately, there's more and more different restaurants, and you can definitely find good food in the Netherlands as well. It's nothing compared to Seoul, though, as I love spicy food. Cheeses actually. I didn't forget about that, or I did forget about that. Oh my god, hysterics! Really, that is wonderful. If you're ever there, please let me know. Yeah, croquettes are amazing. Oof, Dutch croquette, with a little bit of mustard, absolutely wonderful, absolutely delicious. Yeah, Dutch cheeses are very good as well. I forgot about that. We do get some credit there. I think in Europe in general, there's a ton of quality cheese. As I really like spicy food, but I have been trained over the last couple of years by my partner to really up the intake, as they're Indonesian, and gotten a lot better at it. Korea is generally pretty spicy, but Southeast Asia, they take it to a whole nother level. If you're just coming in, you're wondering, why are we talking about food? Utrecht is a wonderful city. If you go to the Netherlands, don't just stick around in Amsterdam. Go to Utrecht, go to Maastricht, go to Rotterdam. They're all great cities to visit. Really, really nice. So if you're wondering what happened, so Team ASCI, Team EDG, was unable to very reliably, was absolutely demolishing. It was not close. It was very one-sided. In lane, in place, everything was working out for them. And then Crash Gaming Academy found a very nice shutdown on Danila, who seemingly DC'd. Flash and Barry is still available. So, not ideal, not what you want, and hopefully we'll be able to find a way around this. If I was EDG youth team, if I was Team ASCI, I'd say, we don't care. It's not going to matter for the outcome of the game, but in the face of competitive integrity, it's also completely understandable if the call that they want to make is, no, we'd prefer a remake. Same drafts, just going to run it back. And my Maya didn't emulsify. I didn't strain in the oil slow enough. So it's a rookie mistake. It's I think the most common mistake when it comes to making your own mayonnaise. The immersion blender method has been very successful for me generally, but I wanted to try it the old-fashioned way. Curry tomato sauce, curry ketchup is very, very good. One of the few things that I think the Dutch do very well Even though our fries themselves are not as good as Belgium, our sauces on fries, poh, exceptional. So good. Absolutely wonderful. The combination of, and you might, if you hear this, chat, you might doubt me, but you should try. So there is a fries where you can grab mayonnaise, peanut sauce, and raw onions. And you might hear that and you're like, what is this guy on about? But let me guarantee you, if you eat that when you're famished, if you've just had a long day, oh my, it is a culinary experience, the likes of which have not often been seen on this planet Earth. It's exceptional. Make a new mayonnaise. I didn't know that, actually. That's a good tip. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind for next time around. As I still have no info. I don't know what's going on. If I have any update, I'd love to tell you. I don't though. So while that continues, we've already started to kind of digress, as the unfortunate game state didn't really warrant any analysis, and we're just gonna keep going. As I don't speak Chinese personally, but my assumption, based on what I'm seeing on my screen now, is that Leave DC'd. If anyone can help me out and confirm that'd be stellar. But it was pretty obvious, I think, what happened. Because he died without using summoners in a lane that they had been absolutely stomping. So overall, I'm glad I can share some of the culinary experiences with you. Korea, though, when it comes to food, exquisite. So much diversity. Exceptional restaurants all across Seoul. Really, really great destination to visit, I'd say personally. Internet issues. Yeah, that makes sense. That'll do it. I can read 5 characters. Well, hysterics, you're learning. And that's the most important part. That's what really matters. Been a cook for 15 years, so especially if you're a Dutch cook, then yeah, you got to know your mayonnaise. I also recently started making toom, which is I want to say Lebanese, but it might be another Middle Eastern country. Also really good. It's like similar to aioli, not quite the same, but very, very good. If you love garlic, look up the recipe. We're going to go to a break while this issue gets resolved, and when we get back, we'll continue with the co-stream of the Asia Star Challenge Invitational. Grab a drink, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. as it looks like we are just straight back into game. Leave unfortunately died, but I can't imagine that they're too bothered. There's all giggles on the cam, and let's be real, chat. That 750 gold shutdown on an Aphelios, it's nice. If the game state wasn't the way it was. So, it is. And it will not matter in the slightest thing. And if you, I assume most of you are LPL fans, or maybe you're a VCS fan, you're an LJL fan, you're just a fan of developmental leagues in general. But in the LCK, one of the biggest moments that we had in the last year was when Dalmonkia was up 10k gold with a Renekton and a Nidalee, and I forget what else that was, but it was a very early game aggressive comp in the semi-finals against Genji. And my dear co-caster Atlas, being the entertainer that he was, made statements such as Kakun going in, but dies. I keep getting excited, chat. I shouldn't do it. I'm interrupting my own stories. Horrible habit. As he does, tried his best to entertain. As it turns out, if Leave is actually able to play the video game, he is exceptionally strong. 2 versus 3, no problem whatsoever. Just needs access to his buttons. That's a triple. And it is a toughie. It is a toughie here. My main gripe with situations like this for Team Crest Academy is that, unfortunately, in a situation or in a tournament like this, ideally you'd be able to actually learn from your opponents. Because the main difference between, besides player base and talent as a whole, what makes, very nicely done, Kakun. Good catch. Monkey still has flash. Should be completely fine here. We'll make it out now. Oh, finds his way over the wall. Trundle can't quite follow. He's going to get chased there. I'm pretty sure Monkey's dead nonetheless. Momo comes in. Smite keeps him alive for a little bit longer. Going into stealth. And he's going back in. Why wouldn't you? Solo kill. Going in. Doesn't quite find the kill. No try and frag for Monkey here. And Monkey is going to go down eventually. A little bit of fun being had here. But there is Leaf, ready to pick up a couple more kills. Collector done. 12 minutes in game and he's sitting on a double item spike. And everyone dies. It is a sad affair here for Crest Gaming Academy. So, as I was saying, dear friend Atlas, 10k gold up, okay? 10k gold. Inhibitors in shambles. Entire map broken open. Looking like a done deal. He said, Chronicler, I'll if somehow Genji comes back, I will eat my shoe. And I said, Atlas, don't do that. Like you shouldn't eat your shoe because it's really unhealthy and it's a bad idea all around. Please don't do that. And then we reached the conclusion together that he should shave off his hair. And then, as luck would have it, Damwon did in fact lose that game. Genji came back, and Atlas turned into Boltless and was forced to shave off his hair. This game state is beyond that. This game state is infinitely worse than the unfortunate series of events that caused Atlas to lose all his hair. I don't see an option. I don't see an out. I don't see it happening. And all that Team EDG Youth can do here is just have some fun. Just enjoy yourself. And I'd like to really ask of you, chat, don't look at this as an excuse to criticize or make fun of Crest Gaming Academy. Instead, use it as an opportunity to celebrate your own team and how well they're doing. Because I can tell you with absolute certainty that a academy team the caliber of EDG Youth would make many a professional player look silly. And every professional player in any reasonable league across the world will be infinitely better than your average League of Legends player. Unfortunately, some players are just built differently, and we are watching this happen. So, will you shave your head if Crest Gaming wins? Well, I've gotten a haircut recently, so I'm not really into that. If you can think of something else fun, we can definitely make it happen. I'd be more than happy to. I'm here to entertain all of you. This is not a cast. We're co-streaming here. We're just doing it on the official LPL channel. So there's a bit more decorum. We're going to be a bit more professional, but still, we can have some fun with it. We can have some fun with it. We can have a good time collectively, unlike Crest Gaming, who are having a really bad time. Mustache bat. I feel like the mustache bat is a little overdone, and unfortunately, I cannot comment, as can any caster, on whether or not I am part of Worlds. I would absolutely love to. I'd be extraordinarily happy if I was able to represent the LCK on the international stage yet again. Seeing how well our team does, as we'll have a little bit of action going on here, but the wallet diff is just too big. It's 16k gold. Just get into the base. EG Youth. Don't keep killing them. Finish it, please. For all of us. Oh, that's too much, man. That is... Please stop the bully. Please. I beg of you. Just end it. You can literally just 5 people walk in mid. Just kill them all. We're getting started. Shamu. Stopwatch Yumi, by the way. Very nicely done. Actually getting value out of that. As the Luden's done as well, going for a more aggressive build here, which you should. There's the Herald. Oh, okay, chat. This is the real challenge. Can we get Dancing Shelly? That's all that matters. Can we keep her alive? Making the charge in. Oh, she's getting targeted. That's not good. That's... Oh, no Dancing Shelly. Unbelievable. I, for one, very disappointed in Team EDG Youth. Yeah, one job. One job. Just keep Shelly alive. Actually, it's Shirley, but... Tomato, tomato. Very sad. We'll not see a Dancing Rift Herald in this game. It will be over very, very shortly. Kakun trying to go for a big ultimate, trying to hit someone with the apotheosis, but it's not going to be the case. Try and pad the stat lines just a little bit more. 17 minutes. 17 minutes is all that EDG you've needed to decimate. And it felt longer. It felt longer because we had a pause. If there was no pause, this would have been actual 17 minutes. I think now we got, what, 25 minutes of entertainment out of this? We shared some cooking stories. We had a lovely time, and overall, reason why we completely diverged is because, as we could see there was no saving, there was no salvaging, there was no situation where you can make up such big individual player skill difference, unfortunately. And EDG Youth doing a stellar job here. Really showcasing the difference between the LDL teams, and thus far the only one that's been able to stand up a little bit has been the LCK CL teams, and even they have not been able to break. And Crest Gaming Academy is going to play another game straight after this. They're not getting a break. They're going straight into another game against Team Max. So I would ask for all of you at home, please believe in them, and let's hope that it'll be a little bit better than this. But I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm not getting my hopes up, chat. I am personally very doubtful that is the reality that we will live in. But never say never. I've seen crazier things. I've seen upsets, the likes of which you would not believe. As I'm sure all of you have, as resident LPL fans, your league can definitely go on a roller coaster ride every now and then. Gonna wait for the overall damage chart, see who did the heaviest lifting. My guess is Leave, as he truly wanted to leave this game as quickly as possible, as that is just one of the many jokes that the name allows you to make. And I'm sure that there's a whole slew of unexplored territory there that I have not really looked for. As yeah, it's a co-stream here today. Yeah, we're having an absolutely lovely time. Why not friends, or why not be friends rather? Earlier today, stellar job on the individual cast. Very tough solo caster, especially when you're a new caster. Did a really good job. As we are going to be taking a look here, as it is actually not going to be Leaf. The top of damage shot is going to be Azir. So nicely done there. But what is heartwarming to me is that at the very least, despite everything that happened, the damage share looked relatively even here for Crest Gaming Academy, and they got a dragon. And that dragon, it might not be enough to make them feel any better about what just transpired, but at the very least, it will provide them with a little bit of solace. Very, 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 very rough time here for the Crest Gaming Academy teams, and unfortunately, this has been kind of the remainder and the majority of every game that we've seen so far. When it's LDL-LCK or LDL-LCK amongst themselves, at the very least, we get a little bit of a back and forth. Not going to be the case here. LJL, VCS seem unable to match the power of the two major regions, as moments like this showcase both the level of confidence that the EDG youth bot lane, edgy as they are, had, and also how seemingly little it felt like Crest Gaming could do. Never really getting a good angle on anything, never really able to actually find a moment in this game. Instead, getting boomed in every lane, on every play, and getting killed with a 17k gold lead at 16.5 minutes. Fortunately, that's what happens sometimes. I will be back. We're gonna do another game. We're not done just yet. Actually, I will do 2 more games, but there's plenty of more games coming through throughout the day. As next will be Crest Gaming Academy versus Max, and then I will close out my shift with EDG Youth versus Nongshim. Surely that'll be a more competitive match. Thank you guys for sticking around. We'll be right back with the Asia Star Challengers Invitational co-stream. See you in a bit.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I am your host / co-streamer / caster / food critic for the next 2 games, still before Hysterics takes over. And we are into Crest Gaming Academy taking on Team Max. Now, thus far, the other LJL teams have been getting murdered violently in a way that defies any expectations and doesn't make for very entertaining gameplay. So, for the sake of all of our entertainment, I sincerely hope that this game is different. But I am not getting my hopes up, friends. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case, as thus far it has been exceptionally one-sided throughout the entirety of the tournament. So, early priority here, Lee going to get banned away, trying to make sure that we deny Kenny-chan as much impact. On the previous game on the Zac, did an exceptional job at continuously applying pressure, finding really good angles all across the board. And a lot of junglers sometimes have difficulty with that, either finding the right position to make those plays in, trying to find the right engages. And with Lee, the pick really does skill with player skill and with player skill diff. The better you are than your opponent, or the better you are on the pick, the bigger of an impact you can have. As the Lucian army picks up here, well, Crest Gaming, you're throwing the gauntlet, and I think you have to. I don't think you have a different choice, as normally in a ideal situation, I love the draft. Even though the Lulu is very strong into the Lucian, as you can polymorph whenever the aggressive dash comes in. Lucian army lanes have generally been very strong in order to make them team fights. You add an Aatrox to that into what is a very short range composition, and in theory, you should be good to go. But my worry is, chat, that none of that matters. None of the analysis is even remotely relevant, because the play gap will be too big. That was happened last time. That's what's been happening in any match that hasn't been LDL or LCK facing one another. It's just been stomps. Maybe some of the streamer games were a little bit more back and forth, but overall it's been a toughie. While we hit the break, I got myself a brand new glass of water. Very nice. I finished cooking my chickpeas, which are now resting and which I will be turning into a nice curry later during the day after I'm done with my casts and Hysterics has taken over. He'll be walking you through the rest of the day, and if I'm not mistaken, we even get Mazel by the end of it, coming in clutch, rounding out the casting team. And I'm hoping you're all having a wonderful day, all feeling good, excited to watch some quality League of Legends. Hopefully. The reason why I say hopefully is not because I don't have faith in these two teams, but it's been looking like unranked to challenger streams where, well, one team very clearly has a big lead. I can't believe Silas made it this far through the draft. Really highlight worthy that the champion is still available at this point in a draft, as it's been probably the most highly prioritized champion in the game, or in the tournament thus far. Also locks out any possible NARs that maybe Momo would have wanted to go to. Love the Gragas. I think it's quite strong. The obvious downside here is that unless we are going to see Funawi go for a full AP Gragas build, which I think makes the most sense looking at the solo lanes, and looking at the fact that the Gragas will be jungle, you will still have a lack of reliable magic damage. Merc threats and a little bit of MR goes a long way into Gragas, so fortunately for them, if they can find a couple of strong engages, and again, the LDL, the Team Max comp is extremely short ranged here, barring Needly Spears, they have a shot. My fear, it's not going to matter. In lane, we're going to see multiple solo kills. The map's going to get snowballed, and we will just have a team completely decimated. And I don't want this to happen, because it means that I need to get weird. I need to talk about different topics. I need to talk about cooking, about anime, about anything really that we can think of. Music, books, it's all on the table. Because when it comes to the actual League of Legends, we'd like to pretend, especially us colorcasters, we're notorious for this. For trying to always overcomplicate, always find the best angle, find the outsmart. But sometimes one team just presses their buttons a whole lot better than the other team, and there's not too much that you can do about that. Oh, very cool news. While I was grabbing my water, I checked, because I heard a delivery coming in. The expansion for my board game just came in. Extremely excited. It's the expansion to Dune Imperium. Really cool. Kind of hybrid worker placement, zone control, deck builder game. Really cool expansion as well. Adds a ton of new mechanics. Can't wait to play it. Very, very, for all the board gamers out there, really big recommendation. Super fun game. It's definitely going to make you hate your friends. So keep that in mind if you do pick it up. It is not harmonious. It really captures the essence of Dune, the backstabbing, the political games. Very, very cool. Really, really good game. Very well designed. A lot of different ways to go about it. So we're going to go into game number 5 here of the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. We have some lovely panovers as always. A little bit of play with the camera focus as well. Built that ambiance. And going to be going to game number 5 here, as Team Max, unsurprisingly, does not wait and opt into a very early placer there. Nearly Renekton, when you know you're better than the enemy team, is a surefire way to generate leads in the laning phase. Very little counterplay available to a Renekton flashing, using his empowered stun, especially his Aatrox, and just 100-0ing you when the Nidalee Spear comes in. As long as the coordination is good, should be no issue whatsoever. Early ward was placed there, so they will have knowledge of Kenny-chan starting on the bot side of the map. Don't know if it'll really matter. Same for the bot side here. Xiaoguang and Inmo have definitely been spotted here. Don't know if Milan and Primo are willing to walk up. Very important to note here, as this is something we often see in these type of matchups, is that the level 1 specifically, is now they're aware of the ward that is in the brush, is not where the Lucian army excel. The development that we've seen with Lucians moving away from press the attack and going for the first strike instead has kind of highlighted that Lucian no longer is the lane bully that he used to be. PTA Lucian obviously has an incredible amount of all-in in lane. And with First Strike, not only do you generate a lot of gold, but it also gives your callings a lot more power, and your mid to late game burst becomes way higher. It's further augmented by Nami's always opting for the Electrocute build, which of course, on the life patch, is going to, or has already been nerfed rather, with the E no longer counting as separate instances for Electrocute, which means that Nami might be a little bit of a lower prio. And unfortunately for Crest Gaming, they did not hit level 2 first. And even though Sivir and Lulu, Sivir in particular, not necessarily the strongest when it comes to the early stage of the game, doesn't really matter if you're at a level disadvantage. And I wonder if this is the game, chat, where things change, where we get a competitive game that isn't blown out by the LDL team in the first 20, 30 seconds, give or take. Hasn't been the case just yet. And there is no ward here. Shinmo and Xiaoguang do have a ward set up in the river, but will not spot Funawi immediately. Health bar's very low though. They might suspect that something is up. Top side now, Garvey. Again, this is the lane that you want to play towards. Renekton has such good setup with Nidalee. Renekton in general used to be Taliyah back in the day, but Taliyah of course changed, so that her burst early on not that impressive. As Garvey just goes for the solo bolo. Doesn't quite find him though, but it's not going to matter. He didn't have to finish him off right there, because Nidalee's coming in. I don't know if he can contest the push here. Garvey with the Empower Q should be more than fine. There's the spear. And Kenny-chan's not even going to wait. He's just going to go for the kill. Flash, Electrocute proc, very cleanly done. Picks up the kill. Now Momo forced to immediately teleport. I think Garvey doesn't even have to use his. He can just walk back to his lane, which will then bounce very conveniently in front of his turret, which sets up another possible play from Kenny-chan if they really want to make the life of the Aatrox miserable. He's going to choose to teleport regardless for laning pressures. Meds gets found out, goes for the flash, doesn't hit the chains. Think they might have wanted to look for a re-engage, but oh, for now we can't miss that one. Flash after the spear already connects. Bring out your topics, chat. This game is no different. Couple of mechanical outplays across the board. I wouldn't even be surprised if they, yeah, spear doesn't hit, but otherwise, even if he would have died for it, I bet you Kenny-chan would have gone for that. So, now what? I ask of you. Now what, chat? Now what do we do as... Oh, yep, we are... Okay, it's the same game. We're just casting the same... It's Groundhog Day. It's just Groundhog Day. We're doing it again. Oh, no. Oh, no. Surely no. Oh, no, no. Oh, come on, man. Give him something. Crest Gaming getting murdered in 17 minutes only to then receive the exact same treatment. Oh, this is painful. Watching this is painful. Casting this, even more excruciating. Imagine playing this. Imagine playing this, chat. Even worse. Even worse. Being stuck in this game. Imagine what that does to your mental after the previous game, which was very one-sided. We now get another game that is very one-sided. As in we go. Stolen ultimate. Nicely done there by Mats. Kenny-chan says thank you. The amount of setup that's available in these lanes for the Nidalee, disgusting. Both solo laners so strong. Momo can't even walk up to the wave anymore. Has to keep dropping CS. And you can see the supreme confidence that these LDL bot lanes have into their opponents. Just leisurely hanging out, not afraid at all, knowing the amount of damage that they have available. Happy to go for the all-in as Milan gets exhausted, and now Xiaoguang able to, on the back foot, get a lot of damage done. As, oh, please leave Momo alone. He's already dead. Oh, no, 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 not the glitter lance. Okay, they can live at least. Milan and Primo can fight another day, hopefully. Funawi, that they don't have the damage. Can't be done. The health bars are too low. Oh no! Please give me something else to talk about. I beg of thee, chat. We need something else. We need something else. Is Samsung White the greatest team of all time? If you're talking about well-roundedness, maybe. If you're talking about peak play, it's probably IG in 2018. I think it's always a really tough one because meta's changed so much. Could also argue SKT in one of the years that they won Worlds. but it wouldn't be EDG, it wouldn't be FPX. I would say for LPL teams, for like the recent years, it would probably be IG. For before that, that's a toughie. I like Samsung White. And yeah, bake anything. I'm not a huge baker personally. I'm really much more of a cook. Cooking to me is a very intuitive process, whereas baking requires a lot more measuring, a lot more very careful crafting, and that's not really my style. I like to, season, touch, taste as I go. And with baking, that's not really a thing. It's more you do the equation, you put it in, and if you did the equation correctly, which I never do because I suck at math. I'm not equipped to do math ever. I can see that there's a 6.5k gold lead right now for Max, which will not be bridged, as Momo at least hit 6, so that's nice. It'll be a toughie. Why not EDG? Just because they didn't stomp finals? I just don't think EDG was... Like, they were a really good team, obviously. They have very talented individual players, but they overall took the longest amount of time. So I think compared to... If you want to be called the best team of all time, you have to be substantially better than your opponents. And RNG almost beat them, Genji almost beat them, and Damwon almost beat them. And that doesn't mean that EDG didn't deserve the Worlds win, or that they were not good enough to do so. But when you're talking about what team has had the biggest impact, or like what was the best Worlds winning team of all time, I personally would look for more dominance, as we have a dead Primo on our screen. Fish fillet is served, and Xiao Guang in Shinmo are eating well, as is everyone. Why not? You don't need Mats here. You don't need him. It's not necessary. You don't have to. You could have just taken him down regardless. As their Garvey picks up a ton. I love how the caster isn't talking about the game anymore. That is what we do. That is. Oh, JJ was amazing in finals. Absolutely. And I'm not saying individually the players weren't good, but I don't think that EDG truly stood apart from the rest of the competition. I just think that they were a really good team, and they were really clutch when it mattered. JJ in particular, I think Game 5 in finals was kind of a masterclass, right? This is what happens. Yeah, this is probably going to happen, chat, in planes as well. I personally, obviously, I love DRX a lot. I'm happy they made it to Worlds. I don't expect this level of dominance from DRX in every game, but I'm pretty sure RNG will just decimate every Plains team the way that this is going down. And you know what? Actually, I take that back. Just having Deft and Zeka probably will be enough. The unfortunate reality is that when it comes to both LDL, CL, or the leagues that are above them, LCK, LDL, or LPL rather, it can get nasty when you get early leads. And previously, we didn't have a perfect game because Crest Gaming Academy was actually able to pick themselves up a win. Because they got a dragon, which was the biggest win they got. And it was not a great win, but it was a win nonetheless. But that's not happening this time around. So it's a toughie. Yeah. And we all know this feeling. We've all been in this match. It's kind of wild. Casters are not even talking about the game. No, that's the classic LCK caster. We are always looking for an excuse not to talk about the game, because we like getting off topic. It is a core tenet to LCK casting, given to us by the original overlords of Korean English commentary, Tasteless and Artosis. Notorious for doing those kind of things. Monty and Doa, of course, another example. And we lean into it heavily, still. I think one of the part that makes the region great is, well, it's going to be a death... Oh, no. The Smite gets it done. Can't miss Smite. That's a point and click ability. Got the Sivir, which is nice, but it's still a 10k gold lead. And I don't think it's really going to matter. But we celebrate the small victories for Crest Gaming Academy as they are diving. Momo goes down. Kakun tries to get something done, but it's not going to be enough. Pineapple and Pizza thoughts. I love Pineapple and Pizza. Who's the dark horse for Worlds this year? So, personally, my dark horse picks would probably be Damwon Kia, because I don't think Damwon Kia looks good at all coming in. And obviously, I'll gravitate more towards, because I'm not as familiar with the LPL teams. I'm just basing this based on the conversations that I've had with the LPL co-casters. For LCK, it's Damwon. Damwon, at the end of their split, looked like a very different team. And if Canyon comes back into form, I think that team can actually make it very far again, even though their overall split was pretty lackluster. Playoffs were good, but the overall split was just not good from them. But they could also be bad and like just bomb out in quarters. That wouldn't surprise me either, because they are a very inconsistent team. For LPL, yeah, I mean, RNG seems like the no-brainer, but I don't really have a lot of faith in RNG to actually make a deep run at Worlds. This might sound weird, because I know that TES is very highly regarded, but to me, and this is from an outside perspective, so take this with a grain of salt, TES feels like a team that just never gets it done when they really need to. They always feel a little underwhelming to me. They feel very inconsistent, so I don't know if that's really a dark horse, but I would be personally very surprised. If J2G wins Worlds, I'd be like, yeah, that seems like a no-brainer. Well, we can't FF, but yeah, we've ceased talking about the video game, as there are much more interesting topics that we can talk about that don't have to do with what is happening on a screen, because what's happening on a screen is definitely a toughie. Okay, Cocoon lives for a little bit longer than we expected. That's a win. We take those 12 stacks, or 9 stacks rather, on the Magi's. Cole almost done for Garvey, so that'll be nice, as trying to set up a play here. Good flash from Shinmo there, as Matt's gonna go back in. He is monstrously fed, but I'm not 100% sure about this one. Could have the damage, there's no cooldowns available, the items just aren't there. He is 3 levels up on everyone in this play. Can't argue with those kinds of stats. As Garvey, he's just minding his own business. He's just in the site, like having the time of his life. Wildgrove comes in, and please, I beg of thee, T-Max, free us from our mortal shackles and get us into the next game. Break that record that was just set. Please let me talk about the actual video game. I love going off topic, but it's getting weird, chat. It's getting weird. There's too much. There's not enough topic. Can't talk about it enough. Oh. Yeah. This is. I hope the next game will be better. Next game should be better, because it'll be Nongshim versus EDG. EDG definitely looks stronger, but I'm personally hoping that Nongshim at least have a better showing than in the previous game. And I can actually tell you a lot about Nongshim when we get into them, because Nongshim is a very interesting team, actually, when it comes to the journey that they've had to get to Worlds, or to Worlds, to Academy Worlds, if you may, and how they perform as a team in general. So that'll be fun to talk about when we get to the next game, which will be soon. Yeah, what did everyone have for breakfast today? What did you guys have? How have you? And this is not we're not casting, guys. I don't have a co-caster. This is just a co-stream. It might not look like a co-stream, but it is. It's just on the channel instead of me doing it on my own channel. We're just here to hang out together, have a good time, make some jokes, talk about our favorite foods, and hopefully do some actual analysis, which in the next game might come to fruition. Chat, come on. You and me together, we can believe. Can Shirley dance? That's charge number 1. Smite comes through and they're not going to let her live. Oh, wait. Can we keep the... we didn't keep the aggro. Finale actually taking down Shirley there. But, watch this, Team Max. They can break the record set by Team Edgy in the previous game, EDG Youth. They couldn't quite do it pre-17 minutes. Team Max not going to be too bothered here, as we again witnessed a rather one-sided affair. That was something, chat. Oh. That was a toughie. What are your thoughts on Luxa? Is Lux? I'm not quite sure actually. What is Luxa? Because I'm thinking of something differently. Because I know there is the... what's that called? Lassi. I'm thinking of Lassi, like the Indian yogurt drink. That one's a banger. I'm not familiar with Laksa. Please enlighten me. I am a culinary enthusiast. As Team Max, it was clear that they were going to win approximately 5 minutes in, and they did. And unfortunately, as much as we like to talk about both these two teams being very good, and I will never take away from Crest Academy showing up in the first place. Getting to tournaments like this is hard in and of itself. All these players are clearly talented. But it can be tough to outgrow the region that you're in, because you can only be as good as your environment, right? If you play against the best players, you're forced to be better, you're forced to continuously develop. And it's very easy to stagnate if the level of play that you're facing doesn't quite match up. And that's how you get kind of whiplashes like this, where the mistakes that you normally make might not even be aware that you're making them. Team Max, they see those mistakes, they punish appropriately. And that is 2 back-to-back stomps. Thai spicy, that sounds wonderful. Spicy Thai soup sounds absolutely amazing. I'd love that. That'd be very good. That sounds wonderful. I hope you guys are all still having a good time. As you might guess, solo casting in of itself can be tough. I've been casting for a long time. I've done Overwatch solo cast, which don't ever do that in your life. Horrible idea. But being able to solo cast in of itself can be somewhat of a challenge. When it's a stomp like this, there is no way to talk about the game. Just isn't. As unfortunately as we can see at the gold graph, 21k by the end of it. Can't argue with those numbers. Started off so early already. A couple of late flashes from Primo. Milan and him both getting bullied. Basically, starting level 1. The bot lane from Max is continuously going full pressure. Funawi not able to have an impact on the Gragas. And overall, tough match here. Tough match. Not a lot to be done. And that's going to be... It's not tied to Indonesian, Malaysian. Okay. From Malaysia, Singapore. Yeah, I know there's a lot of overlap between Malaysian cuisine, or Indonesian, Malaysian, and Singaporean cuisine. I'll ask around. I'd be very interested to try that. I love spicy stuff. So, personally excited to get to go. As this game, I don't know what taste it will be. I think sour. And not good sour, you know, like a nice sour soup. This was bad sour. This was, you took a sip from the milk carton and you definitely shouldn't have. Hopefully, the game that's going to be coming up next for me, which will be Nongshim vs EG Youth, will finally deliver. Get me a game I can actually talk about. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful time here at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational co-stream / cast / solo hosting. I'm having a grand time. Just wishing for gameplay that was a little bit more competitive. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We'll be back after a short break. EG Youth going to be taking on Nongshim. Don't go anywhere.
Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I am banned from Twitch chat, but fortunately not from the cast. I don't know why. Maybe I was being too wholesome. I don't know what the problem was. It was an automated response, and unfortunately, that stopped me from interacting with all of you friendly people. But do not worry. We are back on the cast. And we will be taking a look at EG Youth Team Edgy versus Nongshim Red Force. And I have a lot of love for Nongshim Red Force. And I've seen all you memers out there making fun of the Challengers #1 seed. But what you gotta understand is that Nongshim in Best of Ones, they suck. They're not that good. They're just not an impressive team. When it comes to Best of Ones, this team was 5th in summer, 6th in spring, and yet somehow when it comes to the best of 5s, this is a team you can never count out. And I say that because I need to cope with the fact that they're probably going to get stomped here as well. And I gotta try and keep the spirits high as you watch your beloved players get absolutely decimated. At the very least, we have Dundun, who has been a very, very funny player. I know Wynard already talked about him a little bit, about why this player is such a pleasure to watch. Big memer, very funny dude, and overall supremely entertaining as the Nila comes out again. Now, I'm slowly becoming a bigger fan of the Nila. Initially, for me, it felt like a version of Samira with no payoff. Because Samira, of course, has the really high impact, high octane moments. If she gets fat, she can snowball the game very hard. And Nila just always felt kind of underwhelming, but as teams have gotten better at playing around it, been able to actually utilize the experience spike that she provides with a passive better and better, it's been getting a lot more entertaining. All that Peter needs to do now is bust out the Singed, and I'd be feeling good about Nongshim's chances. That's not happening, because only Lahans can play that, as much as I would like to see it otherwise, and going to be the pickup of the Nautilus here regardless. Nautilus and Civet, not the best of lanes, but Nautilus as an individual pick has, of course, an incredible amount of value. Very, very strong in terms of lockdown that he provides, as the Wukong going to get taken away here. Sejuani seems like a no-brainer pickup here for Sylvie, as we are, at the very least, playing Renekton. Renekton's still flexible as well. Could put that into top lane, could put that in the mid lane, and when you combine it with Sejuani, creates a very, very strong overall situation where becomes really hard to skirmish for the opposing team. Sejuani with double melee lanes has always been a force to be reckoned with. And I would be happy to see the Swain banned here. Swain has been one of the go-to counters. That Trundle ban's a dead giveaway. So either you ban Sejuani here or you give it over to Nongshim. Swain has been the main counter that we have seen for the, or most of the rather, LCK CL teams when it comes to playing into the Ahri. Pick makes it very tough. Will not be the case. So Viego is still open as well, which is something that Sylvie is obviously very comfortable on, but I personally would expect him to pick up the Sejuani here. It doesn't really give anything away. Can still flex that to top as well. So it really keeps everything, I think a little bit under the surface. Don't really know what's going to happen here. And do get the Graves coming in here. Very interesting. Wonder if that's jungle Graves. As I kind of would like to see it Graves. I don't think the champion's very good, but he's always really entertaining to watch. And not going for the Sejuani here is definitely an interesting call. Can still pick that up yourself, of course, here on the R5 if you do want to flex, but that leaves your team with very little AP damage. So expect to just see a Swain pickup here. Swain into the EDG youth team is exceptionally strong. It's a lot of short range. Lissandra, though, is, in terms of setup, way stronger in terms of being able to snowball fights, especially together with Viego. The double resets, or rather the resets from Viego plus the passive from the Lissandra can be very strong, and I think we're going to get a bloodbath, chat. I think this bot side of the map, bit Resident Sleeper, but when you look at the top half, should be very fun. The Graves, I don't think is necessarily in the best of spots. Monkey's really going to have to do some convincing for me on that one. But the setup is good. Does have two laners that provide CC, which helps a lot. Graves, his ganks are pretty lackluster. And in the current meta, you don't really want to just Sit and relax. I didn't get banned. FYI, I just got timed out. Everything's fine. It was Moobot is trying to do their job. You know, maybe they saw I was being biased towards the LCK and they were not down with it. And that's understandable. You know, one day the AI will rise up. Maybe that's today. Maybe this is a precursor to something bigger. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening as we're going to slowly load into this game. Both these teams have really well scaling bot halves of the map. I'd give the edge to Sivir just by the virtue of Sivir, even post-nerf still being a very consistent team fighting AD carry. But actually playing it out with the limited amount of peel that is available should be very hard. And early skirmishes to me are going to be the big difference maker in this match. I just hope it's competitive. Chat. I just hope that we don't get another stomp. Because if that happens, it will make me very sad. It will hurt me a lot. I will not enjoy that because it's happened a lot today. All of my games thus far, both games, solo cast as well, been stomps. Give me some gameplay, give me some quality, hit me with a real back and forth, a real best of one. That's all I'm asking for. So this is my final cast of the day. After me, Hysterics will take over and provide you with entertainment. Yes, there we go. Very good. This is the camaraderie I want to see. This right here. This is sportsmanship. This is... Oh, no. Come on, junglers. Be better. Be better. Okay, we're doing a little bit of mode spam. But we shouldn't have traded those attacks. That's not cool. This is cool. This is an honorable lane, chat. This is a lane of honor. Top lane, junglers are illegal. We won't rely on anyone else, and we will not fight until the waves have met one another. Because in another universe, we might be friends. In another universe, we might be brothers. In this one, not going to be the case, but we won't fight until we have to. Oh, riveting stuff from Solo and Dundun. Amazing. Heartwarming, truly. Bridging the gap between the regions with a showcase of... Okay, enough. This is the problem. Normally I have a co-caster that pulls me back and says, come on, Chronicler. Pull it together. Stop this nosedive. There's a lot of aggressive trading here. Do note, both junglers have the possibility of looking for some early ganks here. Setup for both these laners is quite good. Fiesta obviously a little bit easier as he is missing a ton of creeps, which is definitely suboptimal. Ideally, you want to get all of them. As, yep, that's another one. Ooh, bit of a toughie here. Is very important ward here. Monkey is going to get spotted. Fiesta also gets the crash off, so he's going to be completely fine. Level 2 hit. We've seen this before. Jiwoo. Oh, that's the ghost already. Sylvie's making his way over, though, and they are level 1. Who comes through? That's on Yumi. That's huge. Peter has to flash. Doesn't flash. Unbelievable. At the very least, it's going to be a kill on the Yumi hit. Surely, but no. Sylvie, even with the flash, doesn't quite get the damage done. Looking for the stun, doesn't find it. Barrier comes through, and it's a disaster here. Leaf stays alive, and oh, Peter, that was a flash that you had to take, my friend. Mila, 3-0, and I don't think I'm getting what I wanted. I don't think I'm getting what I wanted, chat. I think it's donezo. I'm in pain. I'm in pure pain. It was looking good. And now I'm a sad caster. I'm a shell of a man. I don't even have a co-caster to drag me back up. And I gotta watch my challenger boys get absolutely boomed. With the initial setup for this play, I think is excusable. They know where the enemy jungler is, so they can go hard here. But Peter needs to go for a flash here. You need to force a flash from leave. Or you need to find another way. Sylvie also not wanting to try and chase there. I think might have been a mistake. And then crucially tries to charge up the stun here. Doesn't quite hit it. And because both Jiwoo and Sylvie get hit. While all of that, by the way, Jiwoo's still level 1. Because they both get hit by the whip, the healing is actually enough to keep the Nilah alive. So it's a disaster. Yeah, it's a toughie. It's a rough one. This is more like watching Chronicle lose sanity. It is. And I will never lose my heart for challenges. Don't you worry. if the people in NA and EU can find it within their hearts to get excited for their region every year, only for LPL and LCK to come in, kind of boom them, so can we. As this time around, I'm not sure if it's going to work out. Peter with the flash. Do get the stun, get the lockdown. Xiaomu taken low, not quite done just yet. Sylvie going to take the body. Should be able to be fine here. Leave going in 1v2. Okay, that was a little bit too gratuitous. It's close, but very important kills getting picked up. But that's a big shutdown, and now 2 kills onto Nongshim, and I can breathe a sigh of relief as Dun, I don't, you, no. Gets taken very low. Oh, flashes nicely done by both top laners there, actually. Got the picture-in-picture. Wish we got the big replay of that. That looked like a fun outplay from solo kill, getting a lot of pressure down. But by the end of it, neither top lane, the 2 pressed. Honorable lane. We will fight to the death, but neither of us will die. And that kill, in of itself, not enough, clearly, to even up the score. But at the very least, it means we get a game. And chat, after the last 2 matches we've had, I'll take a game. I'll take a game. If it's a bad game, if Nongshim gets boomed, that's okay. I've watched Nongshim get boomed plenty of times. Doesn't get to me anymore. But I just want a back and forth, and right now it's only 500 gold at 5 minutes. That's better than we've been doing. So I'm glad you're all here with me, making it happen. Making it happen. I'm excited. Again, we're just going. We're never stopping. We're just all-inning permanently, all of the time. But this time around, it's Jiwoo that actually wins out. Still alive, Monkey trying to get the catch. Doesn't quite get there yet. For Graves, we'll go over in the end. But that's not a good trade. You don't take those. That's a 2-for-1 coming through again. And a little bit of shenanigans happening now here from the EDG Youth bot lane. You do deny this entire wave. But because Leave also died, the actual value is negligible. Sylvie's going to be able to pick this one up, get a ton of XP off of this. And I think overall, that's a pretty big win for Nongshim. Don't know if they're going to be able to actually get an objective out of this, but at some point we got to pull the brakes a little bit. Because giving free gold over to Sivir and accelerating Jiwoo is not what you want to do into Nongshim. This team is a bit of a meme sometimes, as much as I like them, as Fiesta trying to look for the 1v1 here. Flash for flash again. While the bot lane is all carnage. Mid and jungle continuously fighting one another, but no one able to find a decisive lead just now. And this is great. Why is there so much fighting? Because LPL is obviously a skirmish-heavy style, but Challengers actually is as well. Challengers is a lovable set of players with great hands, but they don't really have a brain. They're going in. They're giving it a go, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, well, you know, there's always Elder Flip at 45 minutes. That is the Challenger experience. It's really not unlike some of the LPL matches that I have seen. As Drake is being taken here, are setting up for a gank. Not going to be the case, and with the composition that Nongshim have, I think giving up Drakes is not the end of the world. As mentioned previously, I would give them the scaling advantage, but individually, Infernal Drake outside a mountain, in my opinion, the strongest Drake that you're able to pick up. Also noteworthy that I don't know if Monkey's going to go for a hybrid build. Did go for the fleet footwork here, but opting into what looks to be a lethality build here nonetheless. Probably going to go for the Umbral Glaive and then pick up a bit more lethality down the line. With the components he already has, could still be... No, okay, we'll end up... I was expecting it to be the Umbral. So very strong early vision denial. Very good in terms of control. Does look like EDGU very much behind the play here. Do have 5 people rotating over, so there is a timer on this for Nongshim. Jiwoo now making his way over as well. Looking at the levels, do see the double 6 available for the EDGU bot lane, and this is one of those examples where it can be quite beneficial to have the Nila, but you do need to be there in time. And they're not. Not happening. Rotation is cancelled halfway through. Leave. Xiaomu making their way over towards the bot side of the map. Oh, no clans available. Shiku gonna get taken down here. Surely hunted to zeroed as... There we go, another kill coming through for Jiwoo. And this guy's kind of a maniac. He's just as likely as Very nice counterplay here from EDG. But Jiwoo is just as likely to flash in and lose you the game as he is to win you it. You never really know what you're going to get. Bit of a flipper. The only real flipper on the Nongshim roster. Most other players are pretty consistent in what they provide. But overall, huge win here for Nongshim Red Force. Able to get themselves the mid lane pickup. And that is with the knowledge of Shiku. Knowing that the entire enemy team is there. Right? They were spotted. On wards, on vision. They knew the Herald was being taken, so... A little bit of sloppy errors here from ADG Youth. Now, do take note that when it comes to their composition, the mid-game team fights are still incredible. So there is an insane amount of catch potential with charms, and the wombo combo they have available with Aatrox if an enemy team mispositions. Very, very big. Here, Dundun, your team's making a play on mid. Just peace out. But he doesn't, because he's Dundun. And that's just not how he rolls. And he gets appropriately punished for it. Very nicely done here from Monkey. Not really going to be able to do anything on mid, so trying to look for a cross map and still get something out of the play, even though it's unfavorable, is better than not getting anything done. And I'm just happy. It's a game. We're actually playing the video game. This is not a team getting decimated, getting beaten within an inch of their lives. I haven't looked at chat for like 5 minutes. You know how good that feels? I love you guys, but ideally I talk about the actual game, what's happening in front of our screens. And right now, we actually get to do that. There's stuff to talk about. Both these teams still in great positions, plenty of win conditions available for either of them. I'd like the position that Nongshimin is more, obviously due to the scaling advantage, but it only takes a single bad team fight, a single big pick, it's snowballing into an objective, or maybe some early dragon stacking to put EDG back into the driver's seat here. I'm sorry for ignoring you. I still really appreciate you. I just want to make sure that you know. Okay, it's very important. As is Mooble taken over? Is this the rise of the machines? Dundun gets dove again. Does have the ultimate available, holds it on for very long. Monkey getting taken low. Peter looking for a counter, but nice cover there by Saiku, able to keep the rest of his team alive. Gets a teleport. That's a big win. Fiesta is running Electrocute. Good for burst, good for 100 to zeros, but in this scenario, I think you'll be very happy with the overall gain that you found. As I have not seen Prowler's Claw Neela yet. I've seen a bunch of Eclipse Neela, and I really like that one-item Power Spike. But I haven't seen Prowler's Claw. Makes a ton of sense to me. I think the passive obviously basically gives you a third E. Jiwoo is very clearly baiting it. Don't think that EDG Leave is going to fall for that one again. As I say that, maybe it will be a dive. Teleport on both solo laners is available, so dive will be relatively ill-advised. Not going to be the case here. And yeah, bots bullying. Bots going haywire. Wild. As Dundun is, again, on the receiving end of a lot of hurt, but stays alive. And with the first turret blood already being taken, giving up potential plates, while it feels bad, not going to be as impactful in terms of overall gold swing. Drake coming up soon. This is an important Drake to take here for Nongshim. If you give over the second Drake, which I don't know what it is yet, I'm sure we'll see momentarily, as it will come down very shortly, is a great way for EDG to give their comp a lot more longevity. And again, they have a Yuumi. It's not like the comp is bad. Graves as well, although the lethality build. I do think the value of armor for Nongshim becomes absurd, because there is limited amount of magic damage, don't find the hook. Trying to go for the CC here. They're waiting. A lot of healing coming through. Peter does it to stopwatch though, and that is huge. That's probably going to be enough. A lot of damage coming through, but can't get away from this one. Very nice cross map. Sylvie will go down in the end, actually. Mistake on the aggro juggling there from Nongshim Red Force. And that means that they might not be able to do Drake. So, a little bit of an error there. Could have led rather to a lot more. Monkey going again for the cross map play. They already got the top side turret, now also cleaning out the top half of the jungle. And what this means is that the next fight for the Drake is going to be very impactful. A couple of spikes that are being hit here by ADG Youth. Absolutely used. Double Eclipse. Double spike for Monkey. Really utilizing the fact that he got those 2 kills. And additionally, the Umbral Glaive. Very cheap item. Add to that the, in general, power of lethality in the early game, and this is a prime moment for EDG Youth to take control back of this game. If they get a decisive victory here, they crack open that mid lane turret, and they start clinching control away from Nongshim, then Nongshim is just going to have to sit, give up a lot of objectives, and hope that they can fight in due time when Jiwoo hits a 3-item power spike. They are taking control here. Nongshim behind the play. Fiesta did just back, wanted to finish his items, and as a result, second Drake going to get taken over. Mountain. That's huge, because Nongshim can deal with a Mountain Drake. It's a bit unfortunate for Fiesta, but Jiwoo as Sivir eventually will be able to get through regardless. But as EDG, I don't think you can afford to give up a single Mountain Drake henceforth, and I think they're in a good position to have that not happen. Clearly, Nongshim not going for the Drake, favoring to fight for this Herald instead. Dunden has teleport available. Just now goes back. Doesn't finish an item though. Not quite there. And for EDG, if the clock is ticking, because with the amount of lethality that they've been building up, come late game, when Sylvie gets a Death Dance, after what I assume will be a Frostfire Gauntlet, when Dunden can start stacking more armor, actually finding the fights become very rough. EDG Youth though, I don't know if they want to go for this. This is very, very late. Going to get taken here. Oh, really nice setup there from Nongshim, using the vision denial very well. And that's Leaf blown up immediately. Now the chase comes through. See the depth charge making its way over. Solo kill getting tagged, but he's not really the target that you want. Nongshim have invested a lot of ultimates, have invested a lot of cooldowns as well. Do note the flash from Jiwoo. Told you this guy was a bit of a flipper, extremely aggressive here as well. That might come back to bite him. But for now, Nongshim find themselves the teamfight win. And then normally my co-caster would take over, but there is no co-caster. So I just need to get going. I normally, this is where you take the sip of water. I'm letting you in on some casting secrets here, you know. This is where you take a sip. You just want to take a look, especially as a color caster. You want to see what item spikes are being hit. How are the CS numbers progressing? How's the vision? Don't have time for any of that. We gotta keep on trucking, chat. We just gotta keep going. There's no stopping. There's no breaks. We are solo casting 3 straight games in a row before Hysterics comes and frees me from my arduous journey. Second I'm spiking a hit for Jiwoo. It's that Collector, or the Infinity Edge. Oh, happy he's not building Collector. That would be something on Sivir Royal Champions, where he really starts to take off. Where the bounces are going to become absolutely obnoxious. Fiesta going for a very high damage build, quite like this, because the overall composition from Nongshim is very heavy on the AD. So no itemization is going to be there for the damage that Lissandra is going to put out. And EDG Youth, they are behind, but in terms of gold, it's quite irrelevant. And if they win the next fight, which again, last time around, Nongshim had an objective to trade, can't do this. Can't do that this time around. You need this Drake. This Drake is a must-win. I don't care what spikes you've hit. I don't care what position you're in. If you don't get the next Mountain Drake, you're still able to win the game, surely, but it becomes exceptionally hard. And looking at the spikes that EDG Youth might be hitting, Leave possibly going to have his Collector at that point in time. A little bit of posturing here now. EDG Youth going to take control of the enemy jungle. Xiaomu has been chilling on the back of Monkey. Monkey, of course, very fed. 2.5 items now. Power of lethality graves in situations like this is that you peak so early. And here's the gold lead that Nongshim have enough. Giving up these 2 Drakes was definitely a risk that they took. Minute and a half. Topside turret now getting taken down, but I don't think that's going to get Fiesta near a Shadow Flame finish. If they get the inner as well, though, Nongshim having the inside track here. And it doesn't look like EDG Youth is ready for this. Jiwoo, of all people, places it down. This is going to, at the very least, get the turret. That's an immense amount of gold influx just before a big fight. Now, the key thing is Nongshim going to respect the rules and back in time here? Control of the Dragon Pit is very important here if you want to have a consistent shot. Can't really lose control. Monkey going to deny the second charge. And yes, you got the gold. Might even get yourself the mid lane turret here. That'd be something. As do see the ghost being used there by Siku. Peter getting taken low. Or rather, trying to take him low. Doesn't quite work. And Fiesta comes in with a big flank. Apotheosis doesn't work. They have to flash out of it. Jiwoo is still full health, but doesn't have mana. And that's Fiesta now down. Monkey chasing down. I don't know if that was the re-engage he wanted to go for. Sylvie now starting the resets. Jiwoo still autoing a lot, but I don't think he's staying alive. There is the chase down. An overstep from Nongshim Red Force at a crucial point in time. A mistake they couldn't afford to make. Because surely this will mean the Dragon going over. And even though the overall gold lead is now even, so EDG Youth, good job. The actual objective trade, very unfavorable. There is no smite though. I don't think Sylvie's going to make it in time. There's no Hex Gates this time around. And looking like EDG, they got the fight that they were looking for. The extended fights of the EDG composition, of course, quite strong. Also, a lot of gold in the pockets of Sylvie. Oh, if he gets this, that is absolutely huge. Doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to die. Baron's about to come up, and if he gets taken down there, if it was the Soul, would have gone for it. Surely. But not going to be the case here. And what I want you to note is Jiwoo barely has any mana. There's a couple of key ultimates still on cooldown here. And the gold that was picked up by Nongshim isn't there. I don't know how much gold we're sitting on here, but I'm pretty sure that even just Lysandra was, I don't know, like at least 1500 gold. With the amount of waves and turrets they were able to pick up. Very, very big here. Sylvie at least is able to get out, but with this Drake, man, such a tense game here, because now it all comes down to the next flip. And Nongshim say, we don't want to flip. We don't want to try anything. Gonna make a feint on the Baron, not actually wanting to commit though, which I think is a good call. It's a very tough situation here, because if you can outrun them, you might be fine. Oh my god, that's the burst of that Lethality Graves coming through there. And now they're going to go for the... I'm not on board with this though. That is an ambitious Baron. Dunun teleporting in towards the mid wave. The jungler's alive. We are just going to flip it here. Siku, very nice dodge. They're looking for the re-engage. Good call here. You're a man up. This should be a successful play as Jiwoo tries to run for his life. Does it the flash? Dunun already taken down. Jiwoo trying to get as much done, but doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet. I don't think you have the damage. As I say that, without a stopwatch, maybe it would have been enough, but really good call there by EDG Youth. Very nice mid-game turn. Finding the kill on Fiesta in of itself is big, as the re-engage of all things coming through now. Sylvie, though, finds one. Fiesta on his way. If Sylvie can get more resets, gets another. The back and forth is insane. Sylvie, though, this is the Nightmare Viego. We've seen this happen before. The Frozen Thralls getting a ton of work done. He's still going in. He's not relenting. Solo kill goes down. A quadra kill for the jungler of Nongshim Red Force. And we wanted a back and forth game. And we're getting it. Oh, what a play there from Nongshim Red Force. And it starts off so well. All things considered. When EDG set up that pick, right? Like they get the pick. Oh no, Nongshim. You don't have an IE. I know about this one. There is no teleports available. Siku does have smite, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere in the pit. And all of that ends with Nongshim getting the... Wow. Get me a replay. I need a moment. I need a breather. Because I just played an actual team fight. And I'm still whoring. I will crank up the game sounds a little bit for you, chat. If it's a little bit too soft, don't you worry. We got your back. Crank it a bit. So... This is already a little bit late for my liking, because I was really interested to see the initial turn, because I think EDG had a really good setup. But then this right here, I'm not sure if that's a spectator bug, or if that's actually Sylvie like flashing out and then ulting back in to kind of go for the feint. And then once you start getting the resets as Viego in a situation like this, where a lot of cooldowns are down for the enemy team, and you have a Lysandra as well to add with the Frozen Thralls, can get very snowbally. No, there is no second caster. No, there is not. It is just me. It is only me. And I'm doing play-by-play, I'm doing analysis, and unlike yesterday, we actually get to have a little bit of fun with it. Because at the very least, this should guarantee a Mountain Drake here for Nongshim. And I've said since the beginning of the game, if Nongshim can keep that go... Oh, no Infinity Edge though, for Jiwoo. That's really big. That's such an incredibly strong spike. If he doesn't have it now, even with a Doran cell, I don't think he's going to get there. Ooh, this is such a tense moment. Gold lead's not that relevant. It's really more about, are EDG going to flip on this Drake? Because if they don't, I think in theory, the position that they are in the game is still okay. But I'm just worried they're going to get outskilled so hard. There is the IE. There it is. Now done for Jiwoo. Seeker doesn't have TP, so he's going to have to make his way over towards the Drake. And it's a conundrum here for EDG, because it looks like they're going to instead trade. But I want to reiterate the value of resistances into the EDG comp. This is an Ari who has gone for a very utility-based build. This is... and 3 lethality characters. Right, even with Leave opting into a Last Whisper, probably will go, or end up going for the Lord Dominic's. The overall amount of lethality that is going to be neutralized as we get into higher resistance territories for Nongshim as game drags on. And we start getting more and more armor. Look at that, Dundun now sitting on a Sterix as well. If he finishes Death Dance, as Sylvie goes for Death Dance, or even... I wouldn't even mind a Frozen Heart, but you can't really build a Frozen Heart on anyone on Nongshim, unfortunately. Except maybe Peter, but he's looking to go into Zhonya's due to the lack of mana. It'd be such a cost-efficient item. Resistances are so good into EDG, but EDG still have an incredible amount of bursts, and even with this one Drake, if they get a Mountain Soul, it can completely change the equation. So it's a true back and forth here. Jiwoo getting a little bit of damage down, but do see the Yuumi getting a lot of value here. Monkey now got the Ghost Blade as well. Vision traps being set up here. Nongshim is sieging. This Baron buff got them the Drake. Got them gold lead again. But that's really all it's gotten. And what you need to make sure is Nongshim is you don't get caught. You don't get caught by a surprise engage. But they're the ones engaging instead. Peter gets taken low, forced to flash. Re-engage comes through in Fiesta. Very nicely done there. As, oh, Sylvie goes in. I don't think that's going to end up going well. Cooldown's low, GA still available. Now the chase comes through. The dive from Nongshim there, not quite clean enough. A lot of cooldowns being used at EDG. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't think you need to go for the re-engage there. Already wasted so many cooldowns, so many summoners. Apotheosis comes in. Leaf tries to come up huge. Gets taken low, but crucially doesn't die. Dun very low. Jiwoo gonna get taken down, and oh my god, EDG might have done it. Jiwoo running for his life, but he's not getting away. There is a Yuumi there. And that's EDG keeping it close here. Cooldowns, or death times rather at this point, getting rather low, or get high, and it's keeping the gold even. That's the crucial thing here. Jiwoo went from, I think, 6 and 2 to 6 and 5. Not even the best of games here. Sylvie is getting chased down by this Yuumi, but should still be fine with the movement speed available to him. Monkey is going to be able to pick up the necessary red buff, and this will equalize the gold yet again. And that was a attempt at a proactive play from Nongshim that didn't quite work out, and this is where you do see the power of EDG. Its composition is in these extended fights where Yuumi can get a ton of value, where you're able to actually utilize the Nila healing. And initially this re-engage looks a little bit sussy, but Fiesta doesn't actually get that much done, and again, the amount of cooldowns available is rather lackluster here. So when Leaf goes in with a 3-man spell shield, sure, but still Apotheosis and Monkey still being full health, it's a cleanup, and really nicely done. You can't really escape from a chasing Yuumi here. Can't be done. Amount of mobility in general on EDG is very, very high, and after a classic 2 stomps that were not entertaining in the slightest, so Dunun might be in trouble here. His Renekton will be fine in the end. Game state's dead even. That's the reality of it. It's going to be all around this next Baron, this next Mountain Drake, and it's very hard to know who's going to end up being victorious here. I personally am leaning to EDG right now. I think the team fights, the last couple of team fights have been going so well for them. Seems to have a really good idea of how to deal with the Nongshim backline. And do note here that if Nongshim don't start a fight by isolating someone, taking them down becomes very hard. Shamu picked up the McKills as well. Such a tough item to deal with as Lysandra. Takes away so much of your pressure. Can't just ult someone at will. And overall, Drake getting started up in about a minute. Peter throwing the hook. Not quite connecting on Monkey. And the amount of peel available for Jiwoo is actually pretty lackluster, as a lot of bursts coming down, but not really leading to anything. Combo from Monkey there, trying to catch someone off guard. Not going to be enough. Plenty of wards there. And you can also go for the trade here as EDG Youth. You can set up a fork. Go for the Baron. And either Nongshim get a second Mountain Drake. In the grand scheme of things, not that relevant. And it bolsters the composition of EDG Youth so much if they're able to pick that up. Short range, their siege is not the best. As here we go, the flash, the hard engage. Fiesta's down immediately. They got the way onto the back line, and Seiko might have done it right there. Jiwoo doesn't have the flash available. Is going to get taken down, and I think that's it. That's going to be the end. The decisiveness of EDG comes through. What a game it was. But in the end, it's the threat, the snap second decision that comes through here. EDG going to take the win here over Nongshim Red Force. But what a wonderful game. Give me more of these, please. As EDG Youth going to be able to take the victory here, putting them on another win. And man, what a back and forth. Very, very fun. And I hope you guys all enjoyed that as much as I did. I'm gonna take a little bit of water. And that was a banger. And if your first thing that comes to mind after this is trash talking the other team's region, come on guys, be better. This is wonderful to see. Competition between these two teams, a very close back and forth. Won out in the end by EDG Youth. And overall, very entertaining here. On that note, we're gonna now wind down. Hysterics is coming in for the next game. We're gonna take a look at the gold graph, maybe some replays, and then I'll be closing out for you for the day. Very, very fun. Glad you guys are all joining here, watching the overall quality of gameplay, watching the up-and-coming regions is always a pleasure. And EDG Youth really showcasing the power of that Nila pick that I think generally is, or continuously is growing in Prio. So the issue of not having actually reliable peel, the hard engage of course for Nongshim was great, but Siva, even if she hits those spikes and there's no front line, does make it a lot harder. And that goes for both sides, you know. I personally I'm just not a fan of regional trash talk. Build up your own teams. And when the other team wins, give them the credit they deserve. No one likes a sole winner. And on that note, let's hopefully we'll get into the gold graph soon, because that should really tell the story of this game. It continues back and forth. The one thing we have seen, truly, barring the great snap-second decision-making that we've seen here from EDG Youth, is the Dragons. And in general, Dragon stacking in the LCK was pretty much a staple for the teams that found a lot of success. Not quite the case thus far here for Challengers. LDL definitely on the front foot in that one, but every single LDL versus LCK match thus far has been competitive, has been a really fun one. And I think the next game that we're going to be having is DFM Academy, so we're moving on to the next group versus Beyond Gaming Academy. That won't be me. That will be Hysterics. He will be taken over shortly after I close out this match. Thank you guys so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I love actual Academy leagues. I'm obviously a really big fan of Challengers, but any Academy gameplay makes me extraordinarily happy. And being able to hang out with you guys is a pleasure. Very, very exciting to be here. All I wish for was that I could hang out together with my buddy. Maybe Hysterics join me, but that unfortunately, the technology just isn't there. We'll be all on our own. But all good. All good. I'm an LCK fan, but the Chinese League's really good. That's the fan you want to be right there. That's the attitude you need to have. Love your region. Stand them no matter what. Respect your opponent. And the world will be a better place. I hope we're getting... I'm running out of things to talk about between you and me, chat. I had one good game. And that game was amazing. That game was a banger. It was very entertaining. It was a great back and forth. But we've run out of topics. We've done the Please Be Wholesome chat. We've done the actual analysis of the game. We've talked about the tournament at large. There we go. Ask and ye shall receive. I can see the back and forth in terms of gold coming through here Both teams very closely matched in the end. That huge spike as the decisive fight was found for ADG Youth. Really nicely done. Siku not having a very consistent game, but that play in the end, that's why Ari is so high priority. The one pick can get it all done. And definitely the decisiveness, I think, shining through there from ADG Youth. Big difference maker in games like this that can be very close, where you are looking for an opening. Sometimes you just gotta create your own opening. Very, very exciting. As yeah, we gotta show off the screens. We gotta just have a good time. As Dun Dun, sometimes you get the heads, sometimes you get the tails. At least he didn't end up going 0-8, 0-7. It happens. It does happen to our lovely, reliable top laner. As this game started out rather atrociously for Nongshim Red Force, getting boomed early. And in terms of mechanical prowess, we do see that these regions, while matched, EDG generally having a little bit of an edge when it comes to the early game skirmishes, but also some of that trademark LPL aggression kind of backfiring, because while this play obviously ends up going in the favor of EDG, we do see some later all-ins where they get rather appropriately punished, and Leave getting an early triple, only to then have a much tougher time, unfortunately not working out. And here we see Siku, like the charms were nice, but the follow-up not always as crisp as they wanted it to be. Nongshim decision making when to take finds a little bit lackluster, and I think it's these mid-game gold influxes that really made the game a lot harder for them. As we get a replay inside, or we get a replay picture-in-picture inside a highlight. That's how many layers there are to this. As this was a big turning point here. The fight found by Leave, really good apotheosis. Monkey still full health as well. Great positioning on the Graves, just really maximizing the amount of damage that he was able to do. And overall, it's a replayception as Hysterics has made his way into the chat. I'm happy you're here, friend. Can't wait for you to take over. I'm going to be making myself some curry. Fry up some onions. Throw in some tomatoes. Get some chickpeas in there. It's going to be delicious. As this was the game-breaking moment, Fiesta. Getting taken down there. Blown up in a short second. And with that, Lissandra gone. What are the peeling, the zoning available for Jibu? Not there. As a result, EDG find a decisive teamfight win in the mid lane. And end up taking down the game as Leave, unsurprisingly. We get the immediate MVP. That's nice. I was going to throw the break. I expected it to happen when we came back, but very deserved. Shockingly good performance. Early game decision making. Little sussy. Little sussy. Didn't have to take all the L-ins that he did, but the ones that he took in mid to late game team fights definitely worked out. And I'm only hoping that the matches that we get for the rest of the day are even remotely as competitive as this, because this was fun. It's actually a good back and forth. A lot of quality gameplay happening. Hopefully that'll be the case soon. That was it for me today, friends. Thank you so much for having me. I had a wonderful time talking about all these lovely teams. After the break, I will be replaced by Hysterics, who will do a stellar job. And that will be it for me today. Thanks for having me. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And don't go anywhere. After the break, we have 6 more games here on the day. Hysterics will take over.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground.
好的，欢迎来继续收看我们今天下半程的比赛。
You better hope it's me being live.
那么我们下半程即将
Oh, you
出战
better
的
hope.
两支战队分别是 DFM。
So we're now going to find out.
那接下来由我的
Oh, it is. It is indeed, folks. Welcome.
首先是 DFM。
Now, while I've got this in my ear, I got to let you down with something. I can't translate. I don't know much. Right? I know a little bit of Chinese. But I can tell you that Zhongdan is top, Fuju is jungle,
接下来是
Zhonglu
BYGA
or
的首发名
Zhongdan
单
is mid, Shalu or is it
张丹
Shadan?
打野
我不知道
人野
And then
中单
there's
1116 ADC 风
Oh God
以及辅助 TNS。
Oh wait, is Fuju is support, is it? Ah, because Zhongdan or Daye is jungle. Okay. Anyway, hello, my name's Asterix. I'm taking over for about 3 games. We got that out of the way. I literally got so sidetracked as he just walks off the stage. Okay, never mind. Let's forget. Let's just forget we saw that. Just leaves it a little bit early. Walks out of the shadows. Oh, now we've got a new spot. This is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's been a bit of a vibe. You know, we've had Why Not? We've had Chronicler come through. Now it's 7 p.m. for me at night. I'm watching my wife-to-be playing Far Cry 6 on our it's not brand new TV. It's a big TV. And I don't know, the graphics look pretty good. You know, we're getting rented a PS5, so absolutely taking advantage of that, apparently. I still need to finish Last of Us, and what was the other one I was playing? Horizon Zero Dawn. You guys know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, bit of a vibe here. Again, I'm an LPL caster normally on this channel. This is a very different feeling coming into this one. I started yesterday's show, and there was a bit of casting going on, a little bit of yelly, but we also just kind of cracked around and chilled out. So I'm opening a different group here today. All right, so for people who are tuning in for the first time, let me give you a bit of info. This was something that just came around superlastminute.com, which I've now found out actually has UDI disabled. If you look at the LoL fandom, is oh my god, we're already in pick and ban. Why did I waste all that time talking about Far Cry? It's a tournament that now has changed its prize pool to USD, which actually gets spread out amongst the teams, and we've got 4 different groups. The link I just put in Twitch chat to all of you there. You can just see. That's how it operates. Super simple, as we got Beyond Gaming Academy's secondary team. And it's not Dead FM's main team. It is Dead FM Challenger team as well, guys. Like, you know, Utapon is not there. Evie is not there, as you can see. So it is a very different team, as I welcome you into this one. So our second half of the broadcast for today, Beyond Gaming, as you know, actually made it to Worlds. So their Challenger team, I'm kind of curious to see what we've got coming about. I don't know too much about these players. I've heard of Fung before, but there's also a Fung over in the LDL. I don't think it's the same one unless there's a last-minute swap. But, dude, we have Nisuti, Pink, Marimo, and Reri. Did the interesting names as well. But yeah, hey, it's not the main team, guys. It's not the main team. As we actually got a Azir first pick on blue side. Things like Zeri have been open. Like, it's 12-16, right? And as Beyond Gaming Academy are looking at, they're still going to pick this up. You know, Zeri is still a very viable pick, but we've seen a lot of 80 carries in this tournament go for things like Draven, Lucian, Kalista, very bot-centric lanes that are not just focused on laning, right, with Kalista being forefront for the lane, but things like Lucian, Draven, who pummel on that 1 item, that 2 item mark, and can really set up some of these skirmishes that we've been all about too. I feel like it's not even just the LDL teams, like the LCK Challenger teams come to the table. Hell, even like the LJL Challenger teams. Even though there's been a bit of hand stiff here and there, it feels like they've been trying to keep up with the pace as well. So, kind of exciting as Prisoner, if you're tuning in now, EDG Youth won it out. It was a pretty close game. Props to Nongshim. I feel like they're such a fun team to watch, and Dundun has just been, yeah, really edgy himself, if you catch my drift. But hey, Beyond Gaming Academy, if I was telling you one thing, and if I was looking at the last couple of patches, I'd be like, man, their draft looks so OP. However, for Dead FM, if they can actually make to late game already, I'm like, this is a much better condition. You've got Kog'Maw with the Lulu support. You know there's going to be at the 5v5s, playing the range battle as well. And even against the Zeri, right, with the speed ups and the range that Azir can offer, you're looking for Dead FM to play slow. But the problem is, you're up against a PCS team. Now, people might not know the PCS region. PCS is a lot slower than LPL. I've been doing quite a bit of casting of PCS this year. And I came on as a guest, started working with Clement Chu, because, man, ex-LPL caster Clement Chu, you got to be with him, right? And I essentially came onto their broadcast and started learning quite a lot about them. And the main team of Beyond Gaming plays, like, heavily 1-3-1. Yeah, and by the way, 1116, thank you very much, because Maoan is actually on this team. He has renamed. As you know, Maoan had a ban. This is, you know, obviously not the PCS, so this is the first time we're going to see Maoan since we saw him back at Worlds. But yeah, my name's Asterix, by the way. I'm reading chat. It's weird. We don't read chat during broadcasts. We don't touch Twitch during broadcasts. We're focused on the game. So yeah, this is a bit more casual. It's kind of like a co-stream. Even though it is on the LPL channel, it's essentially a co-stream of all Challenger teams. Beifeng has not already played. The Huya stream team will be coming up. Now, I'll keep you track because we've had like a lot of topside bans. Maybe call it a flex ban as well. We know that topside will still be picked here by Beyond Gaming Academy. Aatrox again, another big pick in this meta. I'm good, certainly. I'm very good. I know, it's like my own stream. Just kind of taking over, right? So, no, dude, I was actually, I learned a lot from Atlas. Atlas was about 4 or 5 years before me. And he went over to LCK. I also came from OC. I'm also Australian. And yeah, Atlas is a bro. Last time I saw him, I think was like in Queensland before an OPL final event. Might have been like 2016, 2017. We had a beer. But it's been a while since I've seen him. Absolute legend. Shout out to Atlas. Hopefully Chronicler sends on the love. You did. We got one LCK cast here. Maybe we needed another. Ooh, Shyvana. Okay. So, top side Shyvana against Aatrox. Haven't seen the matchup. But first 6 levels, I would assume, are horrible. Even forward. Even forward from there, I think it's going to be super hard because for Dead FM, their challenger team is definitely playing to quell the early game. Like Lee Sin, Shyvana, you know, what lane here works well? Mid is good. Mid is definitely good. I appreciate the support, guys. I absolutely appreciate the support. Mid looks pretty good here. Dead FM want to play for scaling. We all know. Like, play for team fighting, 5v5. They do have a hard front line. Like, remember that Shyvana is going to probably be going that Iceborne build. Frostfire if we're New Age. This is something where you play front line. A lot of good zone control with the Zero as well. Utilize the range, and then Kog'Maw Lulu speaks for itself. We're on the other side for Beyond. Yeah, their mid lane is the only lane that's not winning. But in the 2v2, I haven't seen much Kog'Maw vs Zeri yet. But from what I would understand, at level 1, Kog Lulu has priority in lane. Then it should shift. It should shift quite a bit. And then I'm kind of expecting, like... it's not going to be a straight-out 2v2, right? I think if Lee Sin holds any lane, it would definitely be bot. I think top is going to be devastating. You pick the Shyvana into this, you're not looking for top lane, right? I should set you guys up with predictions. Well, certainly he's also here, but, you know... He or she is not paid to be here. He's not paid to be here. Let's just do DFM versus BYG. And anyone who comes in will think it's Worlds. They'll think they've literally just missed out on the start of Worlds. Oh my god, how did that happen? Yeah, it is me. And I'm taking you through the next 3 games. This was thrown on us last minute. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Nice little opportunity to look at growing talent from the regions. Especially when Eastern... I think it was someone who said this yesterday. Yesterday, it was all like... this realization that there's such great developing talent. And with it, someone dropped a comment in saying, well, we don't get to see Eastern talent, like rising talent much, hey? And especially since we got 1116, let's just do 1116. Let's call him 1116, guys. 1116 is Marwan. And remember that Marwan was on the Beyond Gaming roster that went to Worlds. Of course, got banned for, I think it was match fix. I don't know what happened, but he got banned for a bit. And he came back. Are you having a chocolate? I would love a chocolate, please. Yes, because we're getting into game. You should try casting one of these. You never know. You know, you might get picked up by a career. This is definitely the tournament. Do it. As I try and get my... Oh, coffee. Okay, let's let chat decide. Do I want coffee or do I want dark chocolate? I think it's just normal dark chocolate. All the good flavors, yeah. I think because we ate them the other night. So I went to France recently. I don't know if you guys watch LPL finals. I went out to Paris, and yeah, yeah. Side note: never bring down another caster to praise another. Absolutely. Everyone has their unique style, and I absolutely love it. They're saying why not both? Oh, come on. Eat both? Okay, all right. Both was the majority. Why do I have 3? Now there's a cookie. This is an invade, by the way. This is pretty big invade as well. Level 1. Oh, blue buff goes over. A cheeky smite still. Means level 2 here for Renya. And Nesudi walks away. Now, I already said this lane's going to be hard. You know Wukong's topside. He's threatening. He's doubling down. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him double down. I'm going to have a bite of this cookie in the mic. Hang on. I hope we heard that. Is he going in? Look at Wukong. Observer. Observer. Wakey, wakey. Observer. The Observer has not looked at that one. Nesudi got level 2, so it looks like he got the big wolf. But one small wolf goes over to Renya. Oh, guys, eat. Grab a bite. Oh, 1116 is right because it's his date of birth. Copy. So yeah, Malwan. So already Jungle Invader's good. Now remember, for my play-by-play monkey brain, the only thing I could give you was that top lane looks hard. Like Aatrox versus Shyvana does look hard. However, I could also be wrong with the trading patterns, but I do feel like Aatrox has an advantage. He can play a lot better with the early levels. You know, Shyvana's ability to poke out, and even in lane, some of that dragon form's good. Like, you already look at the zone control. Shyvana can use burnout and like Dragon's Breath and all that kind of stuff through lane, but you know, I always just think of Aatrox being a lane bully, right? So yeah, the observer was like, dude, I have no expectations here. I'm not following this out. Okay, well, I got both chocolates here, and they're small ones. So I went to Paris, went to France. It was a cool experience. Went up for LPL finals, and on the way back duty free. You know, if anyone has partners out there or wants a partner, rule number 1, never come back empty-handed. You know, I got to duty free, and I was gonna get something for a convenience store, and she's like, get something for a convenience store, like, you know, just get me like a snack or something. I'm like, you know what, duty free is high roller. Duty free is the best, that's right. So I got these, I think it's Merci. Merci is actually the chocolate brand. And these other cookies that were like 10 euros for a box. But don't tell her I said that. And they're so good. They're actually the best biscuit / cookies. They're apple and caramel. It tastes real good. Duty free is some of the best, right, as well. Okay, so I'll take you back a bit of the game. I'll give you a bit of both. Lane should be going well here in mid, but it's gone to Duck. Actually connects. Pink's out. Chain Lash. Oh my god, close. Flash away as well. Sonic Wave, that means it only connects into Renier. He actually takes it as well. A little bit dangerous, especially with the red buff, but 116 getting out. And Moan, welcome back to the stage, good fella. That first blood as well was well played, especially against Pink, who tried to play for the range and for his jungle, but timing was just not on his side. So, you know, already this is the lane you kind of want to see kicking off the ground. I mean, Pink has range advantage against Silas. It works out so many times. Oh, he's back. He's back once again. Smite was early, but at least Renier was already out as Azir TP'd here. So, meanwhile, you chose to pick this. Puyu flashes on top, and that's a solo bolo for Puyu. That name could be used very dangerously in a broadcast. I tell you what, it's pretty cheap. Well, Mercy's the grocery stores. Oh. Dude, it tastes good, though. It's really good chocolate. I mean, look, hey, I thought it was real good at duty free. Don't tell me that now. Guys, mid and top's a disaster. That's going to be an Eclipse Aatrox as well. Actually refunds a Serrated Dirk for Lucidity Boots. Which, you know, makes a lot of sense. You know, playing a lot of kiting through the lane, especially since we're going to get level 6. And that Dragon Form is everything. Like, being able to play through some of that range is, oh, we go again. And with that solo kill, that kind of affirms what I was saying before. Top lane's a bit of a nightmare. Even with Dragon Form, I wonder if it's going to get any better. Jungle has been a constant harassment. I feel like Nasudi is getting close to calling the police at this point. And I would say that the hope you have is that bot lane is going pretty smooth. It's a Ghost Flash Cogmore, by the way, which is interesting. With quickness, maybe Abscon's not one. I guess you don't take Cleanse here, right? Yeah. Seems like LJL Challenger teams aren't good, but you know what? Chronicler brought this up before, and I completely agree with it. Or maybe it was Why Not. Hang on, I've got to pause. Dragon Form is there. Trying to force it out here with the Aatrox, but not going to get it. I was going to say that Chronicler or Why Not said before that they don't have the depth of talent because you got to remember, like, also they're a wildcard region. They said one team to Worlds, one team to MSI. And it's not like as Dragonform Shyvana heading straight down. Dude, this is priority. Hang on, hold the thought. It doesn't matter about the depth of talent and where they play and, you know, the money, the funding, all that kind of stuff. Because we're going to get a fight around this dragon. Because literally, Toll came down for this at level 6. He's got Dragon Form and he wants to evolve quickly. Trying to zone out BYG. Watch, though, as 11-16 is on a path down. But no, they're going to pull on off. BYG aren't messing with the fates here. Going to leave Aatrox in the solo laters. I just love that Dead FM full committed. 5 members to the same objective. They might miss a turret plate for it, but honestly, I think when Shyvana's already suffering quite a bit in the lane, remember that you get the, what is it, bonus 5 armor MR? It's bonus 5 armor MR, isn't it? Very good, but good. It does taste like it's going a little bit stale, but it should be sealed. I don't understand why. No, this is not Dead FM from Worlds. Not the same. This is Academy, yep. Growing talent. Dude, look at him. Renier again. What a cyber bully. Nasudi is probably used to this. I mean, he's picked up wolves all other times. It's a stolen one this time, and yeah, Renier will take the big wolf with it as well. Dragon's Rage taken by 11-16, and we got 20 seconds till the Rift Herald spawns too, so it does feel like now, with BYG holding topside priority, clearing out camps, Nasudi has to go down and clear, but the problem is Herald's up soon, so you're on the wrong side of the map. Meanwhile, okay, Dragon Form here, and this is what I was talking about. All about the Dragon Form trading. Look at this. Pooh is like, whoa, 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 whoa. But it's every single breath that hurts. Okay, dunk down, ready, wait for the E. All he has to do is get in range, wait for Puyu, press it, hits it. Okay, World Ender comes through though. Toll is at the end of his marker here with the Dragon's Rage, especially with Renier coming up. That's the perfect timing and all they need, and they just buy their own time. That's so well played, and Renier is putting on a clinic against DFM. Solo lanes are a disaster. And, you know, great trading from Toll, but I think Puyu just played it out so nicely. No, whatever Bun Bun Squish said, you know what? That's on the fence. Maybe there's a time where I'd time him out for 10 minutes. However, we're a little bit more casual, so I can crack a smile on that one. Yeah, LPL does feel like solo queue, right? At times. At times. I love that your name is RNG Worlds 2022. You've taken it early. Because you know when you comment in Riot Esports chat, it's going to be perfect as Lightning Crashdown. That was just too easy. I think Nasudi wanted a response. They knew Wukong was topside, but the rest of the map's still so strong. And now you've just given the map that was, or the part of the map rather, that was pretty comfortable, an unfair advantage to the other side. So, a kill all across apart from Rakan, as Renier is just hovering over, waiting for someone to appear mid, but Pink won't be spotted. So 4-0 start. It's a 3k gold lead. And this is not even like chaotic, like, oh my god, Dead FM are being stupid. I actually think this Dead FM Challenger team have been quite intelligent with how they wanted to play the game. You know, drafting-wise, like, they put themselves into this position at topside, but I also think as Nasudi comes up, he might prove my point, actually. Dragon's Rage comes in, and all he has to do is hit the E, but needing a bit of a slow here. Nasudi in Sonic Wave, dodged. TP up 2. You notice that Renier is not nearby as of yet. Still on the red buff and sticking to it. That's good damage from Toll. I mean, Nasudi has been trying to get cross-map plays. Now up to the top side into 11-16. He's going to challenge that because mid-priority is going to Pink, which means he can move in. But Renier on the wing is probably a bigger problem as the Empress Divide. Oh my god. That was just beautiful to watch. Absolutely gorgeous. Pink is now ready to die. Abscond, Abduct, and a Chain Lash. A double kill, and that mid-jungle, that was clean, man. Mao and still got it, right? 11-16, along with Renier. Renier says Rennar. Puyu might be in kill range here, though. No Ghost available. No Dragon Form. Maybe kill range is too much of me to say. That was really nice. You asked me who my favorite caster is to work with. Of course it's Lyric. You know, I love Dagda, I love Orcs. But Lyric and I have been doing it now the longest, and it's just so easy to work with him. I point him in a direction, I ask him what comps do, and he overloads my brain. And a lot of the time I lose stuff because I don't know what he's saying. Oh, he missed Sonic Wave. Does it matter? Probably not. But, yeah. Well, Renier went into a wall. Unlucky. But hey, look at the highlight play. Look at the highlight play. The rest of it was super clean. And they still got it. Yeah, other than that, it was clean. Agreed. It was real nice. Again, I gave some praise to Dead FM. Not just because they're a losing team and I want to be polite. I think genuinely, you know, Nasudi had an idea of how he wanted to play the game. Okay, he wanted to counter mid-side because it was the one lane that Dead FM could benefit off just from the laning phase alone. You know, bot side has been controlled well with vision. And it's not like Dead FM have not been like, okay, we're just going to give up everything and hope for the best. They are actively trading the map like they are now in front of Dragon. But the problem is BYG Academy have so much gold. They're 5k gold up. There's an Everfrost on 11-16. He's now got the wild growth. He wants to jump full on in. Everfrost down. The steal. No, it's not a steal. It's Rary getting it. But just look at the rest of the fight. I blink. I miss it. And Toll out with the Dragon's Rage. But he's still going to be dying here, you expect. Feng jumps in. And just like that, now Pink against his own wall almost dies too. Wants the dive. getting electrocuted to death. It's close to a very short ace, but that was a massacre. Are they not going to win a single game? I mean, Oda might be onto something. Oh, he's close. Chilling smite. But the damage is not going to follow through either. 10-0, 12 minutes in. You know, my fiance probably asking, when am I done for tonight? Well, hey, it'll be 20 minutes earlier than expected, because this one's going to be over in a flash. I'll tell you what. Be interesting if we could cast like this all the time. But then again, some of those matches in LPL. Oh, did he miss it? Oh, he missed it. Oh, Nasudi missed it. Okay, that's tragic. All right, we're going to look at this again. So quickness used by BYG. Really nice engage. Oh. TNS was super clean. And then you're just in a choke with Aatrox, with the Zeri. Like, speaks for itself. Dead FM were hard committing to the Dragons for the Shyvana, but honestly, you think about now how much they've given up. There's plating going down to their Academy AD carry, but Marimo probably has to keep running, as this could turn into a dive, especially with Silas coming down as well. 4 members on the bottom side. The biggest question is what Nasudi can do. I'm trying to look at where he is. Is he in lane? He's looking for a lane gang. Ooh. So they want to pick the path onto Fun. But that's an Immortal Shilbo AD carry. There's fully completed mythics on BYG's members. I love it as he sticks up the white flag. But will it work out? It's going to take a while to kill him. As he walks back into lane, hang on, Ultra Shock Laser. Nasudi needs to hit this Q. He's got Flash. He's got a ward. Yes, he does. Ward hop. Flash. Quick one. Okay, but they're still going for the AD carry. And now the kick back after the quickness. But remember, the AD carry didn't take the kick to the face. And that means he stands strong as Renier's coming in. That's going to be a 3-man cyclone. Flashed away nice from Marimo, but all it takes is another one. Is under the turret, abscond duck. Beyond Academy, you know, it's not the difference in skill. It's more the difference in chat energy at this point. God damn, they're clean. Say it. Say they're clean. You want to say they're clean? Dirty. I don't think people get the British reference. If anyone hasn't seen Black Books, great show. I only discovered it this year because of her. Japan, no, but like LJL aren't noobs. You got to remember, it's like OCE. Now the benefit of Japan is that they're so close to like Chinese, Korean servers, as Dragon Form's going to be used. Oh, this is a nice escape, and he's out. Well done. It's the fact you think about the quality within the league. Quality within the league is always big. Why are we typing F? What happened? What happened? Stream froze. Why did it freeze? Why did stream froze? Stream froze. Apparently. Why did it freeze? Why did it freeze? Hey, that's not me. My connection is running like the kitchen tap. Guys, you know what you missed? Dead FM came back. They're back in the game. So clean it blew out the game. I don't know. Yeah, press F5. Press F5. There you go. Okay, well, we are back. I don't know what I was talking about before we came through. Did it die again? No. We're okay. Okay, we're okay. Hey, nice shove back. Dead FM, they're going to get a kill. We are close. 11-16's not giving it over. I feel like Beyond Gaming, don't really have to do too much. Has anyone played Far Cry 6? What do you think? I'm watching her play it on the TV at the same time. You know, this one is in the bin a bit. Let's be real. This is a little bit in the bin. They did shove back the clone. I did see that. The graphics look real good. It's a cookie cutter game. Yeah, the Twitch stream died. No. I know it died. But we're back now. We're back. I just love... People have really innovative names on Twitch. Drunky Kong is just one of a kind. Last cookie. Very good. Giancarlo Esposito. Hang on. Why is that name familiar? Oh! The guy from Breaking Bad. Oh, right. Okay. I'm with you. Cornish, I love you too. It's a vibe. Man. He's great. The cookies I got, hang on. Oh my, oh, do we have to censor this? At what point does Twitch pull out terms of service? Oh my god. Oh, he got a kill. He got a kill. Well, it's still over. That was nice. This is a bounce house. Well, with League of Legends, we don't do chill cast. I mean, we don't do casting like this because the game's ever changing, right? There's like downtime and keeping, you know, you also have to be professional, right? Like, I would never eat on cast. You know, I would never be talking about, I wouldn't be talking about my partner playing Far Cry. Actually, I'm a strange caster. I might talk about my partner playing Far Cry on stream. I have said some strange things on broadcast. I'm not unprofessional. I just, you know, go for it. Yeah, there is one kill. Isn't that impressive? This was done through the laning phase. Let's watch again. Are they allowed to FF? Great question. Oh, that engage. Oh. Maoan. 11-16 if you're just tuning in. Maoan. Look at that. Look at it. How nice is that? Yeah, just refresh, guys. We are back. Just refresh. Talking about Dota or Smart on cast. Yeah, well, I mean, I have nothing to talk about with that because I just don't play it. I've played a little bit in the past. I just don't like the turn. You know, the one thing someone told me is like the turnaround. You get him? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Don't hurt him. God. Animal abuse. No, you're professional, somewhat. In this one, less so, but that's the whole point. But the turn, you know when you turn around, you know in Dota when you turn around, like you guys know what I'm saying. In League of Legends, like you can click, you know, forward back, right, and you'll turn instantly. But in Dota, there's actually a mechanic where your character actually has to turn around. Like it's more realistic, but it also feels like you're lagging or there's some kind of delay. And that's what annoys me. Yeah, there's merits to all games, right? Certain games favor different people. Memeing on the turnaround, the turn speed. The different champions have different turn speed. Oh, he's dead. What a surprise. So is it actually like, do different champions have different, different heroes? They have different turn speeds? Are they going to get another kill? They're going to get another kill. Oh, he's out of dragon form. No ghost. I think he's just out. Meanwhile, Maoan is just a force to be reckoned with. They have different turn speeds. Oh, crazy. I guess if it's a bigger unit. So melee can chase range without getting zeried. Ah. Well, Zeri is a problem. You know when people ask if there's one champion you can delete in the game? I mean, Zeri's not it. I think Zeri is a very fun kit. As Nasuti tries. He tried to get the kick. That's just unfortunate. I think this ends here, folks. Like, this is beyond a comparison. Okay. Give Penta. Give Penta. Give Penta. Polymorph. Actually, the worst mechanic. Quadra. Give Penta. Woohoo! That's Penta kill for you. It'd be more exciting if it wasn't almost a 20k gold lead, but hey. Penta is there. Walk in arcs, not back and forth. Well, thank you for that tip. It's just an interesting mechanic, right? Very interesting mechanic. Well, Beyond Gaming Academy. Their PCS second seed is pretty good. Well, in this tournament, I mean, they're PCS secondary team, but are they second seed? They don't have seeds on PCS Academy in the Leaguepedia. I don't know if you guys saw. It was posted in chat before. But, dude, Beyond Academy, I mean, they do have Maoan, and Maoan is a world's experienced player. So, I'm not too surprised. Is this the biggest gold lead in Pro League? I don't know if you've been watching today and yesterday, but yeah. There's been a lot of these. Oh, it's not really. It's co-streaming, you know. I cast for a profession. I do it regularly, right? I give some of the plays hype. But when the game's done like that, this time around, I can just chill out and vibe and eat some more chocolate, you know? But yeah. I think if there's one champion I'd have to get rid of, it's Yuumi. For sure, it's Yuumi. Zeri's cool. The way Zeri's made is real cool. I don't like the terrain scaling on W, but I think her kit, like being in long team fights, you know, doing... I mean, her damage ratios need to go down. It doesn't need to be 3 items and then woof. Like, oh, it's over. You know? How dare you without even hyping? How dare I? It's just a vibe. I will say, a champion, like, what would I, if I were Dead FM, what would I do differently? It's a good question. I don't mind the Azir priority first, right? I think a lot of LPL teams are doing the same. And again, I'm an LPL caster, right? Like, this is my home. This channel is my home. Like, I'm, you know, just come back from Paris, from doing it all over there with the rest of the crew. And, like, now vibing on this stream, I can tell you that I feel like Azir first pick is not too bad. I feel like the priority in draft being Lulu is good, but it's like, instead of something like Sivir, they pulled out Kog'Maw, which had a fine lane phase, but think about the draft. Think about all the gap close and how this team can be set up. I mean, I think Kog'Maw needs a lot more babysitting. Whereas Sivir, at least with Spell Shield on the hunt, what you give to your team would have been so much better. And Sivir's just not just about like that 4th item or even 3 item hell with Ricochet. Sivir is also like, the ult is part utility, and now when you get kills, you get resets, you extend that duration. With Azir especially being able to reposition, it's so good. I don't like the Kog'Maw. I think picking Shyvana into Aatrox was also a big mistake. Like, things like Fiora could have been available. I know they banned Ornn and Sejuani like safe top laners, but I would have much rather have seen a 50-50 top than something like Shyvana that, I mean, was reliant on Dragon. That was their game plan, but also didn't have a good laning phase as expected. Like, Aatrox just got a free laning phase. Like, dude, even pick Gnar. You know? Gnar would have been a fine measure here. I'm not sure if it was banned, but yeah. Yeah, the Shiv was confusing. Shiv and Kog'Maw are good pullouts. The Lee Sin was, I don't know. He was kind of set up to fail, right? Mid lane was close. Like, that was also just a great play by 11-16, or Moan. But also his top lane, like, look at how bot plays out. Well, you can't really do too much there. Bot was either pushing up or nothing was happening. Or they were getting shoved just so they could get lane. And then it was top. And then it was like top was just losing hard. So, I don't know. What more could you want, right? So, yeah. Yeah, now he's back. He's allowed to play now. So, be curious to see what happens to him. But Beyond Gaming Academy get their first win. That was their debut, by the way. And from there, let me just look. Because we are starting Group C. Who Your Streamers, MG and Box Esports are also here, which are the Vietnamese team. And they're actually coming up next. So, Who Your Stream team. I know you guys are kind of excited for Beifeng. So, I'm gonna drop for about 3 minutes. I'm gonna mute my mic, and then when I return, we're gonna see. Hopefully, Beifeng's playing, and hopefully, it's gonna be something like the Kiana. Dude, if we get that, that'd be amazing. So, BRB and fingers crossed for the Who You Stream team coming up right after this.
Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
的亚洲挑战者之星邀请赛的比赛，我是今天的主持人。
I
那
know
么接下来要
little
出战
bit
的
too.
两支战队呢，分别是来自我们虎牙战队，然后以及 MBE。然后接下来就我们给大家揭晓
I'm trying to
本场的
listen.
首发名单。首先是虎牙的首发名单，
Mingdan is Mingdan team.
上单 Sunny Day， 打
Oh
野
my god, it's
吴梦
Beifeng. And
中
he's in
单
the suit.
北风 ADC 小肥虾，辅助 JG。
Oh, okay, this is going to be hard, guys. The
MBE
support's
的首发
name
名
is
单
Jungle. Or JG.
上
I
单
don't know the side, by the
Yuki
way.
打野巴拉
This is
中单
the...
Gajima
Uh,
ADC Sky。
this
以
is
及辅助
VCS.
Nayuru。
VCS's challenger team. So, this is one of VCS's.B. So, we got Team Flash and we got
双方战
MGN
队已
Box
经准
here
备就绪，
at the same
精彩
time.
比赛一触即发。接下来让我们把画面交给今天的解说席。
So, we're going to see if Stream Team can do okay. What do I think about Aurelia into Aatrox? Well, isn't Aurelia meant to be pretty good into Aatrox? Well, hang on a minute. Hang on. It depends, right? Isn't it a heavy skill matchup? Mingdan means list or lineup. Oh, thank you. 因为我会说一点，但是我听一点中文。Then 然后 no, that's if. 下一个 no, that's not it at all. Okay, I can't speak. What about Gwen into Aatrox? I am not the smartest cookie. I'm not even a cookie. The suit does look good on him, I will say. I don't know about matchups like that. I do not know. But guys, welcome back. Asia Star Challengers Invitational. If you're wondering, runs over the next couple of days. So we got 3 more days, including this one to go. 12 hours each and every day for the group stage. It is a double round robin. So each team will play, each teams in their group rather will play each other twice. All best of 1, and then the top 2 teams from each group will go to the knockout stage. So remember, there's 4 teams in each group, which means 50% will move on. We then get to the knockout stage, and it's best of 5, quarterfinals, semis, and then finals. It is not double elim, it is just single. There you go. Yeah, 12 hours. A raise, I didn't know we were paying you at all. Moderators are definitely you're a cookie. Oh my god, how are you typing right now? No, cookies have hands. Tier 1 casting. Yeah, so they pay me the big bucks. So this last bit of chocolate is cookies and cream with a nice gradient of milk chocolate and white chocolate on the bottom. And it doesn't taste that great because I don't like coffee and chocolate. It's okay. I feel like the best chocolate flavors, right? People will disagree that mint chocolate is good. I think it is. What'd you say? So good. It's so good. Mint chocolate's refreshing. Cookies and cream is goated. This is coffee and cream. Oh, using the rusty emote. I dig it. Well, this is an official cast, but it's not a cast. It's a co-stream because the tournament is for Challenger League. And it's a tournament that is like kind of just to see prospective talent. But we got to get through the group stage. And the group stage right now is like a lot of randomness. As we get into pick ban, is there a Kiana ban? Surely you've done your homework and you're like, dude, it doesn't matter, ban Kiana. Is Kiana viable right now, though? Well, doesn't matter. There it is. Look. Sorry, guys. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. Oh, dear. No. No Kiana. What else does he play? The next biggest question, right? And in this random not cast, I can tell you one thing. I'm expecting baller moves out of the mid laner and maybe taking Yasuo as a first pick on the other side from the VCS Challenger team is the plan. I mean, Draven first pick here is already just a different league, right? Kallista's still available. We're talking about, you know, this is Huya, by the way. We're talking about real intense Chinese talent, so Draven maybe not as big of a surprise as I'm letting up for. Azir, Wukong, pretty standard. You know, Silas was banned away, so kind of makes sense. You prioritize the Azir. On the other side for Beifeng, is he playing? What else could you play? I don't know outside of the Kiana, dude. It's just spammed all over the internet. He plays everything. Well, here we go. So right now in the LPL chat, because I think Midbeast is like co-streaming this as well, which is interesting. Oh my god, we got Urgot. Well, is that sunny day or is Beifong going to take that mid? Xiaofei Xia is referring to Peter Pan. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's cool. Was Peter Pan a Draven main? What do you reckon? Oh, dude, what a bottom lane. Peter Pan and Captain Hook. One plays Draven, and the other one plays Nautilus. Yeah, they did put him in nice suits, hey? And then Xiaofei Xia just got away with wearing a t-shirt. I'm not sure about that one. Standard top side, by the way. We're just gotten standard on one side, like competitive. And then they had like Huyo just like, comfort. No support, no jungle. We've just got to... I mean, has Urgot played jungle these days? They're waiting just by one to pick a Zir by banning Silas. Well, I mean, Silas is just a good pick right now. Especially with what we're getting... Dude, look at what we're getting in other solo lanes. I'm surprised we haven't had, like, as much Talia. Although there has been a few, not as much as I thought. Oh, that's because it's banned away in this one. Double AD ban. Okay. You've already got jungle. Do you get priority and support? Nope, you don't want counter pick. No, you've already got mid. So why not? Pick up the Yasuo now and counter support. What is it? Doraemon? It is a Doraemon. You wish Shotgun Knees was the jungler. Dude, if you guys want Freelo, Rumble support. Damage numbers are very high. If you know how to play with your danger zone, Electro Harpoon at I think it's a level 4. It's just silly. Woof. You need engage somewhat, right? Oh my god, it is Captain Hook. Okay. So, that is an Urgot jungle? They're actually doing Urgot jungle. Wait, so Akali mid. Akali mid versus Yasuo, it looks like. We have Fiora top. And we have Shotgun Knees into the Raptor camp. Alright. Okay. Well, that's interesting. And by the way, it's not Yasuo mid. They're running Yasuo Alistar bot. Yeah, go try Rumble. Go try Rumble. Okay. Well, that's crazy, dude. That's absolutely crazy. Yeah, they do know. They've seen all the videos. They've seen the videos, man. These are crazy comps. We got a stream team, and we have a Vietnamese challenger team. Now, Vietnamese Pro League teams are already just wild themselves. So I can only imagine that the challenger teams are going to be even more off the hook, man. This will be a good one. Our vibe might get a little bit heated. I'm okay. I'm okay if we light this one on fire for a little bit. I'm okay if this is a fun game. I'm all here for it. We haven't got... I can never say it properly. Mabogany. No, it's not Mabinogi. There. Oh, God. I can never say it. I can't English. Let alone try and do another language properly. We even have a VCS caster in here. Or VCS or LJL. Or both. Is there a crossover to the team? That's the biggest question. Listen to Danger Zone by Kenny Loggins to play Rumble support. Nice. I agree. So if you're wondering, you're tuning in, it's not like an LPL cast. I don't sit here with a co-caster. No, it's a solo cast completely. I sit here going crazy, talking to myself, doing a little bit of casting, vibing off a little bit, chilling out. It's kind of like a co-stream. And it's weird that Midbeast is co-streaming this. So Midbeast is co-streaming a co-stream. It's just that I don't have a camera. You don't know who's talking. You don't know where I'm from. I won't tell you my name. For all I know, for all you know, I could be your grandfather. But your grandfather can set up predictions for you. As we're on the Summoner's Rift, to let you know that this... Oh, Midbeast just had to come into the chat. You just had to join the chat. I can't put my camera on. even have the technology yet. We don't. Why did sound just disappear? Can you guys hear game sound alright? Have you got it in your ear? Kenny Loggins. Your grandfather? Well, hang on. Hey, let's not get sad. So was mine. Sunny Day, by the way. Absolute cracking name. But a Yasuo Alistar bot. Now, how much fun is that going to be? Taking exhaust here, I absolutely respect. It's double exhaust from 80 carries. Double ignite. Lethal tempo from both as well. I've seen a couple of Halo Blade Stravens in LPL, but, you know, hey, this is different. If you're saying Mid-Beast is the GOAT, yeah, he's one of the GOATs. We've got a lot of GOATs in esports. Dude, co-streamers are GOATs. You know, watching LPL through co-streamers' eyes a split was just so good. I mean, this whole year, right? Okay, start off with a dredge line. What are they going to do? Alistar doesn't exist at level 1. And now he's just suddenly down to half HP. So, the jungle support whose name is Jungle. Already bringing it up high. Very low. Okay, well, guess what? Guess what? You guys are going to get more sound. I have somewhat control of that. We're at 75%. Now you tell me if you can do it anymore. You guys are getting real dark with this. I shouldn't have told you I was your grandfather. There's no game music on the... There's game music, or rather, it's just quiet. I have not seen Urgot Jungle, so this is a new one for me. But, hey, who your stream team are getting him to gank earlier, at least go for topside camp. Gank path is good as well. Look at this, walking up for the wave. All he has to do is E flash for flash. You get topside flash, though, that's worth. But meanwhile, we've got an Alistar becoming a champion, and Exhaust has already dropped down. Dredge line in a return as well, and flash burnt. Double summoner's now out, too. It looks like JG was holding the line, making sure they couldn't get to Shao. So that's 3 summoners burnt, 4-3, but, you know, you come down and you get that bottom lane pretty exposed, and Bala can come back in. Bala's, obviously, Gala's father. Or, no, Gala's brother, as we should say. Meanwhile, Beifeng, by the way, we haven't talked about, because he's not on Kiana. Still on Akali, though, the chance to pop off this guy who is a mechanical genius. I was talking a lot to Wynot about him, and he's like, oh, you know, straight away, he's like, oh, you should know who Beifeng is. And I had to go back and look at his VODs and be like, this guy. I remember being shown Beifeng and just thinking, dude, this guy is just, you know, some people are born for League. Some people are, like, so good at video games. You guys ever watch Shroud play Valorant? On release, that dude was like, oh my god, did you develop this game? Didn't he play versus developers and absolutely destroy them? Man. There's some people who are just born for that kind of stuff. I tried to play League today, and oh man, it made me mad. Something wrong with my MMR. I'm like 10 wins over losses. I was literally 18 wins over losses at one point, getting 14 LP for a win, 14 for a loss. I think LS told me on Twitter, only play blue side. And so, I was like, I did that, but then I got a 12-hour timer because I left a ranked game, not during the game. Hey, I'm a caster, you know, I don't leave ranked games. I left Q, or I left, like, Champs League. So, it kind of hurt me. Devs aren't always good at the game they create, that's true. But some of them were, like well-versed, or, like, high-ranked in CSGO or something as well, from memory. I don't know if that information's true, or if it's just something I remember. As we get a pause. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, the devs are coming after me. Oh, dear Lord. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys are great. You're amazing. Yeah, remember the feed's got to be sent on Twitch. Feed's got to be sent from China to... Well, I'm in Australia. So that would take many, many upside down years. Yeah. Oh, early in beta, he got rolled by it. So was it the other way around? Yeah, they heard I abandoned my team in solo queue. Well, I didn't. It was only pick ban because I had to. I had to do that because I kept getting red side. Hello? Baby! Weird. It's like saying we got a new dog, but he's not a new dog. He's 12. Very energetic. He's a Cocker Spaniel cross poodle? A spoodle. Yeah. More Cocker Spaniel than Poodle. Yeah. Last game was equivalent of a grown man fighting a child. True. Definitely was. Beyond Gaming Academy, if you missed it, like absolutely shredded them. So yeah, so we're lulling about in a pause. I don't know. We normally go to the comment on stage as, okay, 5 seconds. Let's go. This player not using the right skin. Star Guardian Urgot. That is good mental damage, isn't it? Why am I'm still getting the audio from the magic comment on stage. Okay, now we're back. I don't know what happened while we got a pause, but we're back, and that's all that matters. Urgot with a lead in jungle also matters as well. I have not seen him jungle, but I would assume his clear speed is pretty good. I would assume that outside of scuttling along, like a slow man and a walker, that he'd clear. I don't. I'm not gonna pretend like I would understand. Oh, hang on. It's no sunny day. He's got passive and Q, but no flash. Flash was burnt before. If Yuki had flash, that was a solo kill. W was already down. Sunny day. It was about to get rained on. Not a Popper Spaniel. No. Definitely not. KDA Gragas versus Urgot Star Guardian. True. They need to get Gragas in on the. They need to get Gragas in on the skin line, right? Star Guardian Gragas, I can imagine with the belly hanging out. How many wrong casters I could call hysterics? Hey. I won't get mad. I'll probably just call you out. I'll probably just call you out anyway. By the way, this dragon fight, I don't even know who I prefer. Urgot's going to go for Chainsword first. He's going to go the efficient buy. Longer buy time for Bala, who's going for Divine Sundera. But right now, Aatrox doesn't have TP. TP was used by Sunny Day Top. She doesn't have that. There's an advantage for Mid-Azir, but having said that, it won't matter too much. I'm probably going to be just waiting for Herald. Waiting for Herald. 6 now hit for Beifeng, but I'd be waiting for his first item. Not to fight in general, but just for like when we start talking about him. Night Harvester as well, looking like, well, we do have an amp term, so let's just wait. Yuki gonna get solo killed. Oh, Sunny Day! What a return. Hello, Bailey. Hey! Are you jumping up? Okay, people can't see you though. Okay, thank you for that. He's now giving me attention, now that I can't. Dude, the suit buff for Sunny Day. That was a nice solo kill. Watch this one again. If you look up towards the top side, you'll notice that the first Q misses. That Vital kind of busted. And then he just walks around for the other. Does he wait for W for the next Q? Just waits it for the, let's call it poke. That was pretty clean. That was very clean. Everyone knows Chinese Fiora is pretty cracked. Urgot jungle is swear word. The W cooldown is too much in early levels. Just Wukong clears more swear word. Right. Dude, I wish I went on the super server. I think Rusty got to go on the super server, but he is also great at League of Legends. Dude, I can't even get out of gold at the moment. Sitting at like gold 4. I do not like playing on OC. I said this yesterday. I miss playing just on China's server in general. It was so good. It was so good. Oh, did Shuriken connect? Ulti. I don't think it hit. That's a flash from Gajima. Beifeng didn't get Shuriken flip either at the end. I'm not sure if second part of the perfect execution actually connected onto Gajima, so I think he survives. While the rest of MBE just get Dragon. Dude, bot's not going too bad either. Like, lanes are pretty even apart from top. But top is an issue. I think Fiora takes over the game. Imagine how easy it is to play side lanes. Because, do you dive with the rest? How does this comp work? You can play to sides. Mid-game you play to sides, right? Like, you're obviously looking for the all-in 5v5 for MBE. Like, the VCS Challenge team wants 5v5s. But it's not like you're talking about a game where if the gold's even, 5v5's not unattainable, but I think it's just easy to execute from MBE. Yeah, OCE solo queue is not the greatest. Not the greatest. I just don't enjoy it. Am I the four-legged animal? Beifeng going Harvester. Yeah. Ooh, okay. They all roam top. Bala just has to back away. I mean, top's an issue because I feel like for HY, wouldn't you just kind of be reliant? How chaotic is your team fight? Is it ult reliant in some form? I don't know. It's kind of just strange. But I don't ever think you're strictly banking on the 5v5s, right? I think you're playing the map. You're just hoping to play the map better. Play side lanes, get numbers advantage, play with this Fiora. Akali will get to the point where she can kind of play around sides as well. That's the neat part. They don't team fight. Well, that makes sense that I was struggling to lay it all out. Okay. Dude, I don't even know Urgot's ability's name anyway. Hyperkinetic position reverser. Let's just use that. Let's use his old ult. Oh, challenge. Okay. Hyperkinetic miss, by the way. And now, Urgot's probably just dead. Flash. Does Bala have ulti? Yes, he does. Cyclone, movement speed. Next one. Nice. Is he dead? Oh, he leveled up. Oh my god. Yuki clutch. Yuki cleared the minion wave. Yuki cleared the minion wave. Oh! He walked back into it. He actually walked back into it. Yuki cleared the minion wave so that he would level up. That was so 5-head, dude. The Aatrox cleared the minion wave so that he would level up and survive the last turret shot. Well done. That was very smart. I mean, Fiora's still in with a massive lead, but at least you get some gold back into this Aatrox. Especially when we're coming up to second dragon. Herald, what? How long? If we've got an 8-minute Baron, what's the first Herald doing? Like 3? Shotgun knees, true. What's the new ulti again? Keep forgetting. It's Fear Beyond Death. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. It'll please you to know I didn't actually read chat because there's a small delay between the time I'm seeing this and reading chat. So I actually got it out of my natural brain function. The smooth parts didn't help me, but you know that one wrinkled bit in the corner? That stores everything. Apart from that, memory is atrocious. I have to work on that. They say if you eat carrots, your memory's good, but I don't think so. Is it carrots? Maybe that's eyesight. Isn't it funny? What's the irony between not remembering what gives you better memory in a vegetable? Best name in the game. True. Top's still a nightmare. As soon as he has ult every time, it's just like, well, look at this. Okay. You've ascended, but Sunny Day can 1v2 this. Even with that Cyclone, I mean, Yuki won't have ulti. This now becomes a 1v1. Aatrox jumps in again. And, wait, depending. Okay, Grand Challenge has been used. Onto Bala. He'll go back in. Oh, do it. Dude, it's the Chinese Fiora. Oh, it hit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That was janky. I actually can't believe some of those hit. Yeah, I thought Sunny would 1v2 it. We're just ships in the night, are we? Nice. Urgot claims it. And Yasuo's dead. Alright. That's now a 4k gold lead. And isn't it funny? Most people probably came here for Beifeng. They're like, oh, I can't wait to see this mid laner god. And he's been the quietest one of them all. Has literally survived a laning phase. And surviving against an Azir's laning is still very good. Like, Azir should, you know, be up like 10, 15 CS after the lane. He has range advantage. Kali doesn't do much. Pre-6 in the lane itself. You get to space out nicely. I'm sure there's more you can go into, but yeah. You came here for the casters? Dude, what a shame. Alright, dragon fight. I just think MBE. I don't know. You give this one up. You got first dragon. Kind of need. I would have just full committed to topside. They're committing to the fight, but this 5v5. I mean, Beifeng has Night Harvester. He has ulti. Like this Akali's now kind of unlocked. That TP was kind of in, and you've just given it the free first kill. And look at where Beifeng is in the middle. He's crushing them all down. It's a good knock up here from the bottom lane of MBE, but The fight's already done. 2 left standing. And this is going to turn into a dive. JG setting up the support jungle hook. Empress Divide's good for a double knockup, but even under turret, a good cash in from Xiao as Sky is just going to be next on up. Rumeng joins in, but look at this Yasuo try and thrive. Beifeng cleaning house. He's now got the most kills on the team, and now we can talk about him. Yep, we need a pause. Xiao Fei Xia decided that he was going to DC. Maybe some internet issues. But let's be real, guys. The game's now done. We pause after the game is done. Beifeng was super clean, though. How clean was that Akali? Fnatic pause. Remake. Let's try again. How did they dive? Dude, that TP from Yuki was kind of rough. Maybe the F button's not working. Maybe the F button's not working, you know? Maybe it's not. Oh, stream died again. Apparently stream died again. Oh, whoopsie. Do. Just sit here and vibe. Is it fixed? Oh, we back. Oh, nice. Sorry about that, guys. I have let the staff know, and they will be working on a solution to fix that. So, we're in a pause. The game's kind of done. Beifeng just absolutely, tore apart the team fight. And I kind of feel like the Aatrox TPing in was a bit of a lull. I don't know why you fight that. You got first dragon. You're already so far behind. You don't need to force the 5-on-5. I get that the Fiora is going to be big. And I get that, it's probably just not about scaling. It's probably about how you play sides. But, I don't know. Wait a couple of dragons. Let Yasuo get some items. Let Azir get to 2-3 items. So we can actually DPS. Oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, no. Well, hopefully it fixes itself. For now, I just sit here and talk to myself. It's no different. The only difference is that I just do it without a microphone during the day. Double F. Well, it's alright. Worst case scenario. I can always open up a Valorant game or something. Maybe this is the pause. Open up a Valorant game. I wish I'd love to try their fighting game. I got a thing from Raz. What's it called? A fight stick. I got a fight stick. Do. Well, it's still sending from me. Yeah, YouTube still works, guys. And I know YouTube. I don't look at YouTube chat because it's not vetted out as well, is it? Twitch chat is a lot easier maintained. A lot easier to moderate. YouTube chat does not have the same tools. So it makes it a lot harder. We'll work on Twitch chat for the time being, guys. At least it's in a pause with the stream's buffering. We're getting production on that to find out. See what's going on. Open your YouTube chat. And then you can talk on Twitch chat. And any stream, even though when people are broadcasting, they don't watch Twitch chat. People talk to Twitch chat. Like I mentioned, Put that one in Twitch chat or whatever when I'm broadcasting on the rarity. It's because Twitch chat is one, usually the high viewership, and two, is the chat that talks a bit more directly. You know, YouTube chat isn't as... Yeah, it isn't as well moderated. It isn't as well set up. I feel like it's got a long way to go. Where, look, let's be real. You know, would we use the platform of Twitch as much if it didn't have chat? Yeah. Oh, the misery. Yeah. I don't know who broke it. We're going to work on it. We're going to work on it. Can you believe it's almost 2023? We are 1 quarter left until... Oh, police lights going outside the house. Oh, God, hang on. I've got to run. See you guys. This is a hard way to tell you. Dual wielding streams. Good job, guys. I keep refreshing it. Yeah. Why do you guys wait? Oh, Showerface Yar has had an issue, an internet issue. That's why. Bailey is good. Bailey! Hey, where are you? Oh my God, we have it in English. Piano stream. I played all my songs. I played all my songs before. I don't think I have much left. I'm not sure. What did I play last time? I played all my gaming stuff and I feel like I'm just out of content. We just throw an F. What, did it come back? Did it come back and go? Dude, it's almost 2023. We're getting to the point where years are just going by in what feels like months. Don't say it. Not 12 months, obviously. But 2023 is coming. Man, we're in the 20s. That means we got to start listening to jazz. Put cigarettes in the sandwich. All that kind of stuff. Hey, you read Mandarin? No. I just know. Oh, LPL Twitch did something. Did it just go offline? It did. Oh my God, it did something. It did. It's doing a refresher. I'm assuming that means good things. Or is it just doing a circle? It will be retransmitted, they said. It's loading. It does say loading. Guys, it's being retransmitted. What does that mean? Is it good? Oh my God, it's working. Hey, goodbye, YouTube. Don't you think, like, imagine if YouTube had the great chat system Twitch did, we wouldn't be using. I don't think Twitch would be as popular. I think Twitch has a monopoly because of how integrated chat is and everyone just using it, right? You are the content. Not quite. It is loading now. I'm good, Safanator. I'm very good. We're 2 out of 3 games in. We're doing 3 games because Mazelle's on after this. So, the Texan, I don't know, dangerous to put him on at the end. Oh, there's going to be some yeehaing. Talks about mountains. Something about On the Range. Have you guys seen On the Range? Have you got... Hang on. Can I link On the Range? It's LCS content. It's not promoting him. It's promoting LCS. Have you guys seen On the Range? Oh my God. There is one of the best series known to man. So LCS Academy put this out. And Mazelle just like, I don't know, unleashes himself. Right? And if you don't know Mazelle, new LPL caster. I don't know if he comes from Texas originally, but he's real America, you know? Hang on. I'm going to link it. I'm going to find it, and I'm going to link it. On the Range. Guys, he literally wrangles a volley bear. There you go. He literally wrangles a volley bear. Look at it. Twitch is in touch with their users lately. I mean, as soon as something comes along that is easy to use, that has less advertisement, all that kind of stuff, I think people will shift, yeah. You guys need to go see that. It's great. I also think, I mean, you know, the integration with like Better TV, 7 TV, all that kind of stuff is so good. That's what makes it so easy to use. Oh, it's so good. I'm trying to think which part it was. Where is it where he wrangles Volibear? Where does he wrangle Volibear? Oh, guys, in the Twitter video, go to 58 seconds. Go to 58 seconds, and he wrangles the Volibear. Why does it have so little engagement? Because it's a challenger. It's like, you know, it's path to LCS. It's a LCS Academy and Amateur League, right? Where's Mazel from? I don't know. I don't know where he's based right now, but I don't know. I don't know if he's Texan. Is he Texan? YouTube has Truffle TV, which makes the chat a bit more like Twitch. Well, shape-shifting, that could be one. Dude, I don't even know. If people ask me about all the states in America, I would say Washington, D.C. Is New York a state? New York's a city. Los Angeles. Games on pause. The 80 carry had an internet issue, so we're waiting. It's not a state. Hang on. Is New York the state, or is it both? I'm an Australian, so that's yeah. I just don't know. There's like 51 of them, isn't there? We have Detroit, Delaware, Washington D.C. is a state. Well, then is Washington the thing? Oh, dude, HY could beat them 1v5 at this point. They're so far ahead. I know Delaware, right? Is Kansas a state? I know, yeah, Kansas, and then there's Kansas City. Well, isn't Miami Los Angeles? Oh, so Miami's a thing. Then Los Angeles. It's a state. Detroit isn't a state? Oh my god. Hang on. Nah, no ETA yet. We're just vibing here. But that is horrible knowledge. It is. Dude, it is. Because America just, its geography is just, I don't know. It's hard. There's Los Angeles, which is California is the state. Los Angeles is the city. California. Oh god. Oh dear lord. Oh, Florida. I forgot Florida. Texas, Arkansas. I'm just going to keep naming things that instead of overthinking it. Arkansas, Oregon, Michigan, Pentagon. The Chinese stream is good. Well, they've solo killed a couple of times, so I'd say yes. I don't know how to spell that. Pentagon. Nothing interesting ever happened. The Pentagon. I've already said Florida. I'm trying to go up in my head. I don't want to cheat. I want to try and get this. We've done Kansas. Because I know Carry On My Wayward Son. Triangle, square. Alaska. Dude, why is Alaska America? It's literally next to Canada. I don't understand that. Gotham. Gotham City. All Valley. I'm watching Cobra Kai. Because I watched the old Karate Kid movies, and it's really good so far. Because we claimed it. That's the best American answer I've ever heard. Bought Alaska from Russia. Guys, you don't say Don't say the R word. You can't say it in chat without getting timed out for 2 minutes. We're still waiting on a pause, Bull. We're still waiting because there was an internet issue, so we're still waiting to get back in. So, what am I forgetting? Because the thing is with Canada, I could name like Quebec, Toronto. Oh, these are cities though, right? Are these cities or would they call them states? Our Alaska now. Yes, true. There's a skill issue. Yeah, that team fight they didn't like. They didn't like the dive. They're trying to get back on schedule because we're like an hour early. So they're like, let's just say it's a tech issue. Those are cities. Oh no. Canada has provinces. There's like British Columbia. Is that a province? Guys, let's not forget that I have just failed in American geography. I'm going to look this up. American states. Okay. Oh, you've got your own flag. Let me have a look. Show me the picture. Show me the picture. Washington. I got Washington. I think I said Oregon. Oregano, yeah. California, I said after a while. Arizona, I didn't get. New Mexico, okay. Utah, I didn't get. Colorado, I should know for South Park. Nebraska, I said Kansas. I missed Oklahoma. I missed Alabama. Dude, there's a song about it. Mississippi, Louisiana, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota. Who is Dakota? Michigan, Pennsylvania. That's where the vampires come from. BC's a province? Canada calls them provinces. Oh. Dude, in Australia, we just call ours state. So without looking at a map... yeah, you guys are good. Some Americans wouldn't even get some of the ones I said, yeah. Okay, here we go. In chat. Here, we'll do a bit of trivia. Name the capital of Australia. Dude, I'm not embarrassing us as a New South Walesman. What is the capital? Yeah. You know, everyone comes in and they say Sydney. Why is there an I? It's with a Y. Sydney's with a Y. It's not England. Nice. Canberra. I'm proud. I don't know if you guys are Australian. Is that why? Are you guys Australian? Just ban you. It's with a Y. Sydney's spelt with a Y. Mikasa. With a C. No. So it is Canberra. Now, so Canberra is a city. Right? What is the now it's not a state. It's a is it a territory? No, it is a territory. So we have 2 territories. What is the territory? It's like a state, right? Canberra is pretty boring. Right. Are you guys just gonna Are you just gonna copy the one answer? It's a territory. It's not South Wales. 3 territories. You're forgetting New Zealand. Oh, no. We're not going into this. New Zealand's a blessing. Don't lump it in. So you're all wondering, you're like, man, I mean, Canberra is in the Australian Capital Territory. So the ACT is the territory. Right? And then it goes into Canberra, the city. So the capital of Australia is Canberra, but it's in the ACT. And then the ACT is a little circle in New South Wales. ACT on a map. If you Google that right now, look at it. Look at where it is. It's on a little dot. Oh my God, we're in a countdown. They better not have cut me off. I better not have been cut off. I better not have been cut off.
But that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Oh, you still hear me?
That's just the way
Okay, good.
it is. That's just the way
Huh?
it is. So don't knock me down.
It's not a state, it's a territory. No, the Australian Capital Territory. It's not a state. No, it's not a state. We have 2 territories in the rest of the state. Is the ACT a state or territory?
Don't you judge me for my mistakes.
It's a federal territory.
As I can take.
Yeah, it's in the name, you know? Oh, you can still hear me? Good. Oh, it's as loud as I am? Well, let that be down. Okay, so... Yeah, so we have 2 territories, right? I'm not going on a break. They wanted to cut me off. I said no. We're going on a weird break. So we have another one, which is the Northern Territory, which is what you think of when you think of like Australia, right? And then the rest are states. But did you know? Oh yeah, there's a lag issue, by the way. Do I have a channel to follow? I can't. As casual and stuff as this is, I can't really promote myself. I don't feel like that's the right way to go. I'm just gonna say hi though. I guess that's a better way to do it. I am normally an LPL caster, so this is a nice little like tangent, honestly. So when you can learn geography on Twitch, everyone else just saying hi. What was I gonna search? So do you know there's only 2 countries in the world? So this is not including, like, ACT is not a country, obviously. But how many countries are circles in other countries? I forgot what it's called, but there's one in South Africa, right? Country within a country, right? So it's completely surrounded. There's only 3 nations in the world. It's the Republic of San Marino, which is... oh, that's not even the Vatican City. That's within Italy. Then there's Vatican City, which is a country that's encircled within Rome. Yeah, and is it called an enclave, is it? Yes, it's called an enclave, right. Enclave and exclave. The other one is in South Africa, right? Lesotho, or whatever it's called. Let me look. Enclaves that are also exclaves. So is exclaves like it's on the border, like it faces water? And an exclave is a piece of land that is politically attached to a larger piece, but not physically having the same border with its... I don't know. I can't brain that. Lesotho, is that how you say it? I thought Lesotho or whatever. So there's only 3 in the world that are proper like that, right? Isn't there an enclave of the Third Order? You mean like from Palpatine? Isn't it the First Order? And wasn't it Palpatine? Is that what you're thinking of? Lesotho in South Africa is one, yeah. San Marino is engulfed by Italy, so the San Marino. It's exactly what I meant. Oh my god, okay, good. What's the countdown leading to? More geography. It's when you have to hand in your test results. So, pop quiz. You have 40 seconds, write it all down, and send it over. The question will be, which country is the best in Europe? Answer now. 20 seconds. San Marino have only won 1 game in their football history. Ooh, rough. Why is my Chinese teacher teaching me geography? Rogue. Rogue. No, not team. I said country. Liechtenstein? Ah, yes, Baron von Liechtenstein. Dude, I went to... Did we go to Liechtenstein? Is that where we went? She's in the bathroom. Liechtenstein, I think we went to. That's a small country next to Germany, isn't it? It's the best country. I have not been to Spain. I've not been to Portugal. So I did a Europe trip last time for the spring finals. We went to Ireland. Why did you get timed out for saying Germany? No. It wasn't Luxembourg. So then where is it? No, we went to Liechtenstein. Dude, Liechtenstein is just so fun because it's like you can see the palace on the hill You can organize to have tea with them. Oh, Drunky, don't get me started. Why are Australia in Eurovision? Why are we involved in Eurovision? Game is back? Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Hang on. There's a stage. Ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to the monitor as we return to game. We have remade because the turret dive seemed a little bit impromptu. So we are going back to 2 minutes to make sure that the game can be restarted. No, that's actually not true. Don't listen to me. If we're going back into game, that would be nice. Oh my god. Denunciator. That's just hilarious. Why'd you get timed out for that? Oh. That'll just be my joke then. Which country does France share its longest border with? Well, I went to France. Is it Germany? I like your casting. It's not really casting though, let's be real. Bot was a dive. If you're coming back, you want to recap, there was a huge bot dive. Dragon fight went horribly. We come back and, you know, who you do get the second dragon in the end. Here now we get a replay after all that time. And is it Brazil? Wait, no, is it? No. Is it? I don't know geography to have on second screen. Oh, by the way, you guys can't really hear this, can you? Hang on. Have some game sound. There you go. Is it? Now I need a world map. Oh my god, another pause. Well, put on the kettle. You know what blew my mind? Where if you say that to Americans, like put on the kettle, like have a cup of tea, they will boil water on the stove. Surely not. Surely that's not true. I've been told that. Don't you guys have a kettle? Like a jug? You just plug it into the wall? Surely. They microwave water? No. No way. I mean, I was told that. Do you know Americans, like, don't have, like, kettles? No, I'm sure it's not all of them. You've never boiled water on a stove? I have for, like, pasta. But, dude, we have a kettle. You plug it in. Electric kettles, yeah. Is it like an old... Do they have old kettles then? Do they, like, boil it on the stove? So that's still a thing. I mean, it doesn't taste any different. You just get that, like, chimney noise. What is it? Keurig. We can buy kettles if we want, but everyone has to boil water. Has a pot to boil water in. Right. No, it's okay. I don't need a talking partner. Like I said, I do this all the time. Dude, even when there's no microphone, I talk to myself. I walk through the street and I talk to myself. People just look at me. I might scare them. I need to look at this. Apparently, France shares the biggest border with... Hang on. What do you mean? You said Brazil. Yeah, is that a joke? You say the longest border? I looked and I'm like, dude, Brazil's not even next to it. Well, I had to look. I said Germany. I said a logical answer and they said Brazil. And I'm like, I just sat there thinking, is my geography really that bad? Isn't Brazil, you know, in like South America? What do you mean it is Brazil? As in sharing a border, as in like what, like a friendship? We are in a game. The longest border, like borderline sanity or what? Is it French territory, is it? So what's there? What does France own? Does France own Bolivia? Paraguay? What does France own? They own land adjacent to French Guiana. Oh, Guyana. Guyana is, oh, true. Gordon Ramsay went there. I don't know if you guys have seen... We are back in game, by the way. Just a quick heads up. I mean, this game felt kind of done because we went to bot lane. The dive was so easy. They got Dragon. MBE fought so much earlier. They need to time this out to, like, another 20 minutes. You talking to me? Oh, okay. So, guys, if you haven't seen, if you like cooking shows, if you don't mind Gordon Ramsay, Huya are the HY are the streamers. Beifeng is the Kiana player, and he absolutely clutched the fight before we went to the 2-year-long pause. France exists everywhere. Dude, we have a French island near us. We have New Caledonia. I actually met someone in France on the production team of OTP. He's from New Caledonia. And I'm like, hang on, you're from my side of the world. Like, you're French, but also, you know, you're near me. Hopefully we'll get to play Kiana as well. Oh, you talk about cooking because, dude, you need to know. I'm thinking my next content piece is probably going to be, you know, cooking for gamers. I feel like pro gamers, you know, pro players need to learn to cook, and they need to learn to cook healthy stuff. Is Beifeng better than Knight? What do you think I'm going to say to that? No. No. Of course he's not. Knight's going to Worlds. Knight is one of the best mids in the world. Even though he hasn't proved it on the stage yet. It's quite easy to travel there since it's within a year. Gordon Ramsay, Disney Plus, really good show. I think it's called Unearthed or I'm not sure what it is, but he actually goes to Guyana, which I can't say. But yeah. Is Gachima better than Knight? Yeah. Sorry, actually, yeah. Beifeng is like cream. Well, again, I don't know, dude. Put him in Pro League, put him in the LPL and see how he goes. Gordon Ramsay show real good though. Big fan. Oh, how easy it is to push and now force with this comp. Like, they've grouped up as 5, even though they don't have to. Because with this Herald push and a dive, it's so easy. You're so far ahead. Fear beyond death. That is a triple fear, it looks like. Maybe one of them was on the clone. So double at the very least. Forces MBE back. The Herald is ready for another charge too. This should be a smite, though, in the nick. Yep, gets him. But that's double turret with the trade. Almost a 10k gold lead. The Huyu stream team were pretty good in the top side. Like, the solo kill meant everything here. I'm not even sure it was a solo kill, but it was definitely big energy that came out of him and his jungler in the end. The Urgot jungle was a surprise, but it was just nice. Yeah, we talked about Urgot jungle before. It was a massive surprise. And yes, the pause will be longer for sure. You guys aren't mortals. You're just part of Twitch chat. I just don't give time to the people that are trolls or would get me fired for reading out their comments. Because that's how I lose. Who is casting? Yeah, maybe I won't tell you. People in chat can tell you, but I won't. You're just going to be left in it. You know what? This could be your cousin. That's right. Gerald, if that is your name. I'm now casting. My name is Roffle. My name is Roffle Lameo Copter XD. No, sorry, it's Atlas. Actually, my name is Captain Flowers. I've changed my accent for this one event. Oh my god, it was deleted. Mo123 deleted Shapeshifting's comment and said me after. Oh my god, he took the credit. Oh, you devil, you. Nice. Dude, I wish I could be... I mean, Flowers is good at the game. He's really good at the game. He's got his champion. It's your grandfather. It's the captain. Oh, nice ulti. Really nice escape. But, even with flash... Oh, clean. Oh, nice mechanics. He did everything to get away. Beifeng didn't even flash, man. Under turret, this dive being stopped. Oh, the dunk down. That was real nice, man. They're actually going to get Sunny Day as well. Come on, surely you get both. EQ? Oh, they're diving this. As you would. TP? They're going to back. They are. Yuki with the dunk down, man. Yeah, Beifeng. That was super clean. MBE is still positioning for this. Beifeng is the one who TP'd in. Doesn't have ulti. So probably won't take this. He's got a huge level lead. Who am I looking at? There's support. That's Nayu. Yeah, it is. He's got 14 stacks of Magi's. 8 out of 11 kill participation. Like, we're probably going to get is it Shadow Flame next? Oh, man. Someday versus Sunny Day would be hype, though, wouldn't it? It is the Kiana dude. Derp, it is indeed. Yeah. So, if you don't watch LPL, then, you know, first of all, you should watch LPL. I cast on that a lot. Second of all, if you're watching this, maybe you're just, maybe you like based content a little bit more. Maybe you like, you know, challenger tournaments that can give you surprises. Hey, I don't blame you. Someone commented on my post about Sydney real estate, saying absolutely incorrect. I don't know who they think they are. Maybe a nerd. Ooh, it's on the same time as LCK. That's fair enough. You know, you got to pick your league. It's unfortunate that so many leagues are on at the same time. Someone just like quote retweeted me and said absolutely incorrect. But it's a topic that I know so well. Who are you? Their tag says Giza. Okay. You ever just look at people on Twitter and think, what the hell are you saying? I'm sure some people have said that to me before. Okay, Baron time. Let's get away from it. What are my opinions on Crocs? I reckon they'd be good in here in this situation. They've committed for bot lane turret for a late TP. That could be crucially a mistake. Urgot's left on Baron by himself. The steal doesn't come through, but he's just kind of by himself. But onto Bala. I mean, he's been abandoned. Nayu went for the other pick on the side as Gadgeman just tries to build space, but... Ooh, that was not coordinated in the slightest. I think late TP from Azir hurt as well. He went for the turret while Baron was kind of already gone. Even though Urgot was just left on the Baron, the steal not coming through hurts most of all, and that's just an ace. 5 for 1. Ooh. You don't have Twitter? Maybe you're saving yourself then. Jungle is the sacrifice of all... Well, he is. You mean the support jungle? Is game just over? No. 4 coming up in about 5 seconds. At least inhibitor's going to go down. Yeah, Beifeng is super clean, dude. Reminds you of old aggro LPL. Well, LCK doesn't have, like, as big a breaks anymore, does it? Dude, watch Beifeng. Dude, he's weaving so nice. Yuki tries to, like, dunk him and stop him. Beifeng just slices in. Oh. That's a nice Akali performance, man. This is like a rookie or a knight Akali for sure. Like, it has that kind of vibe. I'd love to see him in LPL. But maybe stream money's better. I don't know. I'm assuming he's still a big streamer. I mean, it is a Huya stream team. Which league do those teams play in? Well, the one on the right is Vietnamese Challenger. So MBE came with Team Flash, so they're from the VCS Challenger League. One on the left is just a stream team. And by the way, I think our Korean stream team dumpstered before as well. They did pretty well. But, like, you got to remember that even though they're stream teams, a lot of them are, like, super server or, like, high-tier challenger, you know? Going pro is also more stressful. Absolutely. You know? Dude, I'm trying to be good at solo queue. That's just stressful. And then there's actually being good. And then being, you know, pro streamer is unlucky. But at least Yuki has to ult as well. That's a Rabadon's death cap. 24 stacks. Magi's. Ults anyway. Oh my god. Tries to. Well, that was close. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane. Oh, JG once again dying. He's 0-5. He really is a sacrificial lamb, isn't he? Being good in normals is stressful. Dude, I just want to... I think I need, like, a team or something. Oh, Nayu. Do it. Oh, what a play it would be. As a Yasuo in this game, I would be very disappointed that I've done next to nothing. But I also don't think it's his fault. Oh, blame lag. Going pro is good, providing you don't have a Twitter. Cast a team going pro, that'd be cool. I don't know what position I'd play. There's so many people in the casting team that are supports. Dagda, myself, Orcs, all supports. Munchables is an AD. Lyric got to like Masters as a mid, so he'd probably be mid. I'd probably shift the top. Because as a top laner, I would just learn to not get any attention and accept it. And then as a jungler, like, I mean, I guess Dagda's a jungler too. So maybe Orcs stays support. I don't know if you guys know, but Orcs being one of our newest members of our team, he played with Inax. Do you guys remember Inax from EU? He's actually played like Challenger or whatever's under EU Masters level, I guess, or Regional League. I don't know what team he used to play on. But Inax was someone who... Yeah, Orcs was in. Yeah, do you guys remember Inax or not? Bring in Casual, sure. Dude, Casual's also streaming. He's doing his own thing. Well, JG's ready to die again. He's got Zhonya's though. He was in Schalke. Oh, was that the team? LPL has caster tournaments. They have prize pools and stage game for final. Wouldn't that be cool? Dude, wouldn't it be cool to see a global caster tournament? Like, we do round robin. Get to a semi-finals. Do a better format. Do double elim. Inax is in EU Masters right now. Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa. Fear Beyond Death. Get him. Get the cow. Get the cow. Get the cow. Oh, did he get ulti? No, he buys time. They're still dead, though. Surely. Yasuo ulti. Oh, no. Bala flash for that. Oh, no. Yeah, this is done. Oh, look at him go, dude. Nice as zero ulti, but... Caster tournament would be hilariously fun. You're saying Inox, no, Inax. Inax. I'll change my accent for you. Well, GG, the Who stream team demolished them, man. Oh, it was really hard. Like, you know, they fought through the pause. 30 minutes of pause, 25 minutes of gameplay. You know how it is. If they're in Shanghai, it'd be one of the best teams. Dude, I still stand by. Chinese solo queue is so much better to develop. OCE, like, it's just so rough. I don't know. It's one of the worst servers I've played on. EU West was better. People are like, oh, EU West is the most toxic server. I'm like, dude, come try OCE. It's literally like having a bath of cold water with mud thrown in. Oh, LPL, like, China side casting team. Dude, PYL, Cats on there. 957. Who else is there? Dude, PYL's such a nice guy. He's so happy. I remember in, like, the caster room, he'd always, like, say hello and, like, he'd smile. I've tried Garena Taiwan, I've tried. Garena Hong Kong, I've tried. I don't know if are they different? I know they're kind of different, right? No, cold bath with mud. OC is bad as Garena. I can level with that. Oh, Amazing J as well, yeah. Yeah. Australians in online are a brand of toxic that other nations can only dream of. True. True. Do. We'll get our MVP up. And after the highlights as well. And then we'll do our thing. And then I'll have one more. Which solo queue is the most competitive overall? I played like 1 or 2 games of Korean solo queue from China when we didn't have our accounts. And it was very like, it was somewhat methodical, but then I think I died like in lane as an Azir. And then everyone just wanted to surrender. They just said 15. It was done. They just like, surrender, we're done. I would say Chinese solo queue is competitive in the sense that, man, it's just so full on. The mechanics are insane. Yep, Beifeng had a field day. This was a nice debut for him. I love that Sunny Day and Xiao Fei Xia have different champions in this graphic, but I'm all about it. Let's not line everyone up. Let's just guess. Even Gajima's swapped as well. Chinese solo queue is amazing. No, it's only best of one. The pause was almost as long as the game. Yeah, I can tell you the next game. I have a thingy here. Next one is going to be Beyond Gaming Academy versus this MBE. Oh my god, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them to play. They play from internet cafes and don't want to waste time. True. I was considerate. I agreed to the FF at 15. This is how it all started. Wait, which one was this? Oh, this is what we saw. We didn't see this off of camera. What? Oh, because he had that much adoration. Right. Wow, that was a lot of damage on the return. This is the dragon fight that hurt. Watching the TP come through from Yuki. Like, look at this. The position is so rough. And he dies at the start of the fight. You're in a 4v5 when this Draven's been poking you off the side. And then Beifeng just gets to clean this all up with a Night Harvester. Like, you don't even get a Yasuo ult. And they're always playing from a deficit around these neutrals. They couldn't do anything because even though it's like, okay, well, this is a scattered fight. MBE just don't all commit the same way. Dude, like that, the Sky was like, I'm going to take on a 1v2. Or I'm going to take on this Aatrox. Whoa! That's kind of like what it was. That sneeze. Just like that. Alright, Drunken. Have fun. I'm not going to say goodbye to everyone. Just the people. Just the people that say goodnight to me. All the best. It's weird talking to chat. It's weird looking at chat while I'm casting. Again, it doesn't feel like a cast. It's just a co-stream. Kind of like what I did with LDL. Except somewhat a little bit different. So I'm going to wait, folks. I'm going to wait. Because MVP will come up. And then after MVP, I'll drop for a bit. You rated 8.5 out of 10. Thank you so much. But it's only 9 p.m. True. Good old Sydney person in chat. Well, you could be anything. You could be New South Wales. You could be Queensland's an hour behind. And me saying Sydney when could be New South Wales. Oh my god. It's an interview. Well, you know what? Am I going to wait? Because they are doing an interview. I guess, folks, I'm going to drop here. They're going to do the interview. Let's just be real. Beifeng was the MVP. That's why he's getting interviewed as well. So I'm going to BRB, Beyond Gaming Academy, are coming up next versus MBE. That'll be my last game of the night till I hand over to Mazel. But chill out, vibe. Listen to this, chat. You translate it, because I'm not doing it. And I'll see you in a second.
好的，欢迎来到我们今天的赛后采访，我是主任西普，那也是恭喜我们的虎牙战队。
You know what, the screen's here, and I went out and vibed, and now it's just saying, working. I'm assuming I'm back on. We got the last one. All right, this is the last one before I take a leave, and you know what? It's perfect timing as well. Beyond Gaming Academy absolutely stomped before, and MBE just got absolutely stomped. So we could be a quick one. This could be a real quick one. So welcome you back into what has been, I don't know, we've had a couple of close games in this tournament so far, but we've also just then had a lot of stomps. Kalista's left open this time. I'm surprised. Lucian Nami's been something that has been a big priority in this tournament, but 80 carries really getting the benefit here. Aphelios is the other response. And I don't know, the Aatrox again. But as we saw last game, you can just pick Fiora. I mean, Fiora has been, you know, a pretty simple response too. 11-16 is Maoan, by the way, if you're wondering. You can see his face. You guys remember him. And hi and welcome back. Neela? No. I've already got an AD. We've already got Kalista. Renata's open. You just have Kalista Renata. Super simple. Take away from Aphelios, because Aphelios Renata's not the worst lane, but then again, Nautilus would probably be better with a bit of engage. As you got a flex here between jungle, but Vi does make more sense, especially with Talia, strong mid 2v2. Yeah, it is Maoan. It's the old Beyond Gaming mid laner. Honestly, with what I've seen from him so far, I would say he's probably as good as Minji, if not better. Minji, who's gone on Worlds, I don't know. I think one of the weakest members of BYG. Oh yeah, Mumu Kalista is a good one, but banned away. Swain into Kalista is very good as well. You know, don't think too much about like, oh, she can dodge away from Never Move. More so that she has to play into his range. Very, very easy. It's trash talking against Maoan, is it really? Wow. Oh my god. He dumps it in his first game though. He did so well. But also, that's because Renier was just on a tear. Now he's on Vi. Strong mid 2v2. Fiora's a good ban away here. You're not going to pick Camille into Aatrox. At least I don't think you are. Has to be bricked. What do you mean when you say bricked up? I don't know what that means. Thresh Kalista, sadly not a thing. Okay, Sedge ban. You still don't have jungle. No Wukong, no Sedge. Lee Sin is an option with Sin at this tournament. That's surprising. I guess you do have lanes with a lot of setup. So it's also nice to play as a Lee Sin. Pantheon. Alright. So you have semi-global pressure. Oh, well that's interesting. Yeah, Fiora banned. But I would probably go... I mean, look, every other team would... Like, if it's a real competitive game, if it was, like, real top tier, you'd probably just end up going nah here. But are you going to do that? Oh, no. That's just sad. You're skirmishing so much as both these teams. I definitely prefer 5v5s later on from MBE. Especially with how you can reposition. But, like, early lanes should be such a strength here. Especially with the way you can push a move with mid-jungle strength. Pantheon looks bad here. Well... Like, I don't mind it. Especially the pairing with Swain is good. I think it's a very unique 2v2 as well. It's strange. Tarek. Okay, instead of... Again, Renata was available. They hovered over it, but I guess they just wanted... They wanted that melee support. And dude, Tarek with Kalista is an oldie but a goodie. And so Renata's taken with the Felios lane as well. I think if you get through lane in the 2v2 bot, you're feeling pretty good as MBE. Like, top side won't be the worst issue. Mid will probably be focused on getting your push and moving and trying to match Talia. Or at least trying to have some kind of impact. Is a Mumu meta. And so this is my last game. Until we hand it over to Mazel. And he'll do the final 3 games of the night. I already cast the BYG's Academy team before. They look so good. Again, Maoan, who's appearing as 11-16, which apparently is his birthday, was such a big highlight. The jungle as well. So damn good. It is currently in China. So it's being held in China, and I'm looking at the stage. It looks like Hongqiao. It looks like the arena where they do LPL. As you can see at the top, sponsors, I mean, like, it is a Riot Games event. It's sponsored by Huya. It looks like Weibo's up there as well. Weibo, if I said it properly. I just don't know what the last logo is. Dude, including this, yeah, 4 games. 3 games after this. It's a 12-hour broadcast. It's kind of insane. Runs for 4 days. This is day number 2. After this, we've got our 2 other days. Then we go to the knockout stage, which is best of 5s. Which to me is also just, God. I mean, it's showcasing the players, I guess. And here we go, last one. Can they survive the bot 2v2? Tarek, Kalista are such a... I mean, such an... Look, pretty much every Kalista lane is about bullying. But this one especially... 6 is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Especially first Herald fight, if we get there. I'm trying to think about the comparisons between these comps. I guess with pick potential, okay. 11-16's walking into this. Starts with threaded volley. Rainier's quickly behind him. But you're not going to get anything more from that. There might actually be collapse on here. With Aatrox especially. Double knock up. Ooh, dangerous. Never move. Gets him in. But simply a stack for Gajima. This tournament would have more games played than Worlds. Overall, in the best of ones. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Would it? This is best of 1. Each team plays 2. Like, each team plays 6 games. Because they're groups of 4. Double round robin, so you play everyone twice. That's why, like, earlier on we saw LDL teams again. Or rather, tomorrow we're going to see some of the teams we've already seen. Look at that. Cleanse burnt. Simply because Dazzle connects. Good trade back, though. But as soon as he gets Q, sustaining this lane is just gonna be so rough. Even though we never talk about Aphelios as level 1. Level 1 could be the one time as hang on, that flash Dazzle. Oh, what did I say? Can they survive the 2v2? So far the answer is a firm no, as that's just greedy. He didn't even flash it. Gajima, oh! Did Renier pre-flash? Never move. You don't want to pull him closer. Which way does he turn this? He can go to Pantheon, he can go to Swain. Bala comes in, matches the flash. Oh, not in time. So Bala does get the kill. But now it could depend on whether he goes back in. Good little trade, good response. But dude, surviving down bot. That was almost a very greedy play from Gajima not to flash. I think Renier tried to match. I think his Q tried to match the flash incoming. I don't know if he did it first or not. But yeah. Oh, that's so hard. That's so hard to watch, bot. Probably early Berserker Greaves. I haven't seen the Kalista back yet. Bala is coming in. Does need to equalize this lane. There's a pushing wave going against Turret, though. And the one thing is, with a Tarek as well, very silly to dive. Tarek's just one of those champions that, like, If you dive when Tarek has everything up, not only does he elongate whoever you're diving as an 80 carry surviving, but dude, Dazzle's just such a good ability. Looks like your game's at silver, or looks like any other LPL game. You know, I know Beyond Gaming aren't an LPL team, but look, remember they're challenger teams, so they're not going to be as like clear cut. It's clear cut at all. So Bala went bot side just as the wave was pushing out, which was weird timing. Now Puyu's in trouble. What? Wait. Okay, it works out fine. He just brought out shield on a full stack of Pantheon passive. And I was surprised. I was like, man, was that intentional? Was there a reason? I mean, a lot of the games have been like this, right? There are a lot of being quite bloody. This is the first time this tournament has ever existed. Like, this tournament has not existed before. So I don't know if people would get picked up off this. But I do know that this is kind of the talent that, you know, top teams from the Challenger region, which means they would progress afterwards, right? Well, Nayu and Sky kind of feeling this a bit. Feng still hasn't backed. Now the wave's just, like, bounced back, reset. It's a big wave pushing up. This is a dive even pre-6, and look, as TP comes through, Feng is the one who hits up first, but Attons, he must have hit. He drew aggro. So that's just a free kill traded over. That dive was... As soon as the TP comes in, this is the difference, right, between challenger teams and, like, let's say, like, even PCS teams. As soon as that TP comes through, they would pull off the dive. They would stop. They've gotten what they want. They got the TP. They literally brought in Yuki. They free up topside. But they already started aggroing. Like, I don't know. Using E increases your movement speed. Dude, Pantheon's shield cancel gives it. Okay. Dude, I play Pantheon. I didn't even know that. I play Pantheon support. What the hell? Is it only in the cancel? Or is it... Because when he presses E, I thought he loses movement speed. But is it like... Is it only when you cancel it? Yeah, Tarek taketh and Tarek giveth and taketh away. At least you got Berserker's bot. I mean, there was no buy from Feng after that as well. So, give some resources back into the bottom lane. Doesn't feel as doomed as it was before, especially since top is doing well enough into this lane. Mid's not doing too bad. Now jungle has 2 kills, by the way. So we already got a pickaxe here for Bala. Versus Dragon just picked up here for Beyond Gaming Academy. Whenever it finished. That's a new update. When did it get updated? Because I don't remember that at all. Is it like super common, like last couple of patches? This is 12.16, by the way, if you're wondering. So 1 patch off of the live patch right now. I know 12.18 is looking like the world's patch. But yeah, I didn't hear about that Pantheon change. It's a good thing I learned now. Who is the best ranked player in this tournament? I don't think there's any best one player, right? I don't think 11-16 was able to play in PCS. Like, no, he wasn't allowed to play in this year, but I think next year he'll be allowed to play. And this is obviously not a PCS tournament. Comet. I mean, Comet focused purely on the lane, right? He's oh, I'm just waiting. Good dodge of handshake. I mean, a lot of the time you look at what you're playing for. I feel like playing for the lane state against the Gnar. I mean, it's range versus melee matchup. Gnar can essentially just kite out, and you know, against Aatrox, I thought it would be a decent enough matchup. So I guess it would skew the lane a little bit, no? It's annoying that we don't see New here. That's all I'll say. It's just somewhat annoying. Gank time. Okay, Bala's walking in. But Puyu just jumps away. Always annoying thing about ganking an R. But Pantheon's now got ult, so Bala can use it. Oh, he's using it. Where's he going? Top. Oh, he just turns around. Oh my god, he literally just turned around. Wow. walks away from the ward, and then ulties. Bala is definitely Gala's brother. Only Gala's brother would have the brains to do that, man. That was nice. Ooh. Okay. Good seismic shove back. Not really doing the damage at the moment. We've got Herald that's now being taken after the topside kill. Puyu doesn't have TP either, so he has to walk this one out. He's not going to be there. Fate's Call into the Taric ulti as well. Dazzle, that's burst. Nayu's just dead. Hang on, they're winning a 4v5 because not a 4v5, it's a 4v4. Sky wasn't here. Bala on top of the Herald. I believe it was taken as a big shutdown, but BYG are getting smashed by the Swain. This is one of the problems once they get into close choke, once they get into close quarters, rather. In that melee range, MBE just looks so much better. And so BYG, it was a good pick off to start off, but they used a lot. They used a hell of a lot on killing Nayu on the Renata. Oh, man. Much better game from MBE. We'll look again, because it's all on this Renata, right? So Nayu doesn't get to ult. Or rather, maybe he does, and it's just janky interaction. But Taric ult comes out, seismic shove. But then, as they pull in Bala in, like, they don't touch Yuki, they don't touch Gajima at all. Sky picked up Herald as well, by the way, so they did get Herald in the end. So MBE are in such a good spot. It's only a 1k gold lead, but we're going to mandate Swain mid. But we do have a big Aatrox coming up. He's going to have an Eclipse pretty soon. Top side of the map in a great part, but even bot, you know, after the earlier travesty. Yeah, Swain is going to become unkillable, I agree. He's going Imperial Mandate, but you look at how much damage you have on this team, I completely agree. He is the only AP source, but still, remember that Mandate, while not doing as much AP as like a Leandri Swain, still does, like, you get to like mid-late game, he still does surprising amounts of magic damage, and, you know, especially when the team's not really going to be building MR, he's going to do a decent amount. So, yeah. A lot of Teemo talk. Chat just wants to see Teemo again, I know. I've run out of chocolate. I've completely run out. Oh yeah, that's right. LCO did have Teemo top. The drafts in LCO sometimes, though, are completely just off kilter. They're very strange. Dude, I want to see Singe support again. That's something I want to see. Man, MBE. This Dragon's going to be good. Pacing out the game. Nayu is just disrespecting. Oh, good dodge. Flash. I don't think the Ren came out in the end. That was very disrespectful. Just walking back to lane against a Kalista Taric, thinking everything's going to be okay. You still get Dragon, which is good. You delay out this game. Weaver's Wall to get to lane. Okay. Okay. I guess he desperately wanted blue buff. Fair enough, dude. Innovative play, dude. Innovative play. I don't think I've ever seen a Weaver's Wall just to get out on the map quicker. I do not think I've seen that at all. What? Like, okay. I guess there's no neutral up for a little bit. You know, next Herald won't be up for another 3 minutes, so whatever. He really needed blue. And look, now, you know, he probably gets an extra wave. There are 5 different regions in this tournament. Nice dodge. Again, 11-16 has been playing well. Maoan has been playing pretty well. As Herald gets dropped topside, we've still got another minute of plating, so for Sky to absorb this is going to be really, really good. But 3 people are here. Fate's Call as well in the back end. There's the Vi ult. The cease and desist just locks him. There's a Rend. I think he still gets the gold from the Herald. I believe it cashed up, but The gold back for the kill and denying any further plating. I mean, Beyond Gaming just jumping on that one. It's a very smart play. I mean, Aphelios gets so much more there. Still doesn't have his Gale Force yet, so it's also a good denial, considering that you're relying on this Kalista in the next fight. Like, Kalista's still going to be so strong with the Immortal Shield Bow. If a move comes in, and Gajima and 11-16 just, like, hitting each other with limp noodles at this point. 5 regions, 2 streamer teams. Yeah, but the streamer teams are from Korea and hang on. Okay, Ghost, get him out. President. He's out. 11-16 with the mechanics, man. Dude, the only thing, like, what is the one champion outside of Teemo you want to see? Because the only thing is, high mechanical champions are always desired. I'd love to see an Alawi, dude. I would love to see an Alawi again. Watching Alawi and team fights get off a good ult is so satisfying. Ooh, good Skyfall. Well, maybe a good idea for Skyfalling. Maybe just not the perfect location. I think Puyu's still dead. Pantheon does a lot of damage. Gordrink is picked up, so he's 3-1. Bring in Yuumi. Yeah, Yumi's been a while. Yeah, we need to see more Yuumi. Oh, this 1v1, he flashes. I think he still got hit, though. Viol and a bailout. He's still dead. Renier again, cleaning up the team. Aurelion Sol. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Garen Yuumi. Yorick. Yeah, split push to win. Do we want to see Nasus again? Dude, LPL brought out Nasus last split. I have to blow my nose, but a team fight's coming up. I'm going to do it anyway with the mic on. Okay. Nose is blown. But the team fight's not happening. We only get one. Dude, Vladimir. EDG will bring out Vladimir. I don't know if you've been watching. Flandre brings Vladimir into Nah. Thank you. I'm getting a little bit with, you know, we've kind of adopted my fiance's family's dog. But I also am somewhat allergic to dogs, even though he's like a spoodle. I guess the spoo part, the Cocker Spaniel part is what gets me the allergies. You hate your life when you lane against that. Dude, that's why I want to see Alawi. And I played a lot of Alawi. Watching a good Alawi, like Ixu's Alawi in the past, is just so satisfying. Wet fart said no. It was I blew my nose. I just decided not to mute. I just wanted everyone to hear it. I thought it was an inconvenience. Dude, it's a rough lane. Like, playing Renekton versus Alawi. How fun is that? Dude, how fun is that as a Renekton? So you don't like to cast Doggo? I do like to cast Doggo. I did cast Doggo. Huh, you're saying because I'm allergic. Okay, Vault Breaker. Look at the Cosmic Radiance. Oh, the Renata ult through the Cosmic Radiance does nothing. Puyu, I think, just ulti that. I missed that off screen, but yeah. Now he's going to die. Bailout's given over. Feng is frontlining this. This is a 4v4, but Kalista's still here with Flash available. Renier's not going in. This is all over Dragon. Both top laners died. That was a close one. I think Puyu's ulti was, yeah. Alara and Joy sounds weird. It is pretty vibing. It is. Interacting with chat and casting the game. Oh, Nayu's dead. 11-16 got another kill. Did he disrespect again? Dude, this Renata has been walking the strangest of paths. I guess we're just going to get a replay in a second of what happened there, but BYG Dragon, that's good. I mean, look, MBE still getting the second Dragon, I think adds a lot of value. But not if, like, not if they keep forcing into these fights. Kalista's going to have Gwynsu soon. I think we're still at a point where they're super strong. So Yuki walked in. Dazzle, everything. Like, he survives a long time with the help of Eclipse. Gets out with his ulti movement speed. They then chase, but the bailout is real good. Because Puyu, even though he gets a good ulti, like the rest of BYG are chasing down Bala through blue buff. So that means he gets the bailout reset because the rest of MBE are able to target. But then we didn't get to see Yuki does walk in and die for a little bit. Nayu died at the end of the fight, so the Renata, I don't know, it was mid. Looks like 11-16 probably got a good seismic shove and just took over from there. But yeah. Well, I'm allergic to pets, but I'm not. Dude, I'm a Renekton player. What do you mean I don't deserve to have fun? I have pet allergies, but it only lasts like 4 days. It's like as soon as I get used to it, I'll be fine. It's especially when I haven't been around pets for a while. You know. Alright, Becklord. Have a good time. We get to say bye to people in LPL chat. What a rarity. An absolute rarity. Two-man grabbing a ult's good, though. As Fern gets blocked down, there's a Pantheon follow-up. But MBE have really hard committed for this. All about this Taric ulti, and the hostile takeover goes through it as well. As all 5 members sit in the mid lane, 11-16. Now the carry source as the Faith Call sends in the Taric once more. Sky has to flash out to build range, but he doesn't have Calibrum, so relying on getting in. But what? That ulti from Puyu was insane. And the shove was good too. My God. The Gnar was 0-4, but like both times these shoves have been huge. Man, BYG.A bringing the tables. That's big. They're going to get Baron now as well. And I have to say, Cosmic Radiance every time is right when they're thinking the Renata ulti would come through. It's the second time the Renata ulti has flown through the whole team. But they don't do any damage to each other because the Radiance is activated. Like, there's a lot of little interactions in this game in the team fights that I think in the next replay we're going to be talking about, because now 5k gold lead. They picked up the double dragon before, but the next one's coming up in a couple of minutes. And the relevance is the fact that now Beyond Gaming have just got this huge lead out of nowhere. That now it matters more because, like, MBE, I was talking a little bit about scaling and how they can play 5v5s. Well, it's not like BYG with such a big lead aren't going to be taking the 5v5s, right? 4 members with bounties. Almost 3 item on Kalista. Taric doing a lot. Finish casting. Now you listen to casting. Weaver's Wall, great. Forces the flash. And Maoan is doing a lot. Really doing a lot. Like, a good Talia is noticeable because the pressure you put on the map, even when it's not a Weaver's Wall. Like in that last fight, the angle was amazing because MBE were committing so hard for the pick off through mid that they kind of exposed themselves. They went pretty deep. And 11-16 like repositions or at least just moves down and starts firing away. Alright. Ulti again. Seismic shove. Oh, that's a clean combo. Gadgeman's going to go golden, but doesn't have any summoner to burn. Burn in the last fight as well. Range from 11-16 starting to come into the fray as in a turret through mid. As that drops, just look at the defense trying to be held out. But I was talking about low range for Beyond Gaming Academy before. But like Talia, kind of this mid-range, I'd say major. Is it assassin? Let's be real. When W hits assassin, Bala flashes away from it. They're just running up mid trying to end. If they get another kill, if they get another teamfight win, it's just over. Oh, it's sad. I mean, MBE had so much going for them with the top side of the map. But it's been a couple of mistakes, I think, as well from Nayu. Like, this Renata has not been sensible at some of the best of times. I think as well, Sky hasn't been able to do much in team fights. Yeah, get the train. Get the train. Yoo-hoo. You don't see it much, but it's always pleasant when you do. MBE is from the VCS. The VCS Challenger team, as they're getting collapsed on. Vault Breaker not going to be taken just yet. Gadgemer in the choke first, naturally. As Demonic Ascension is the shove. So damn good. It's a good never move, but in return, but Puyu is just flying over. Hitting people back in his own way. With that flash forward dazzle, that seals the deal, guys. That team fighting again. Like, Beyond Gaming Academy, this is the second game we have seen such beautiful 5v5, such good coordination. They'll run it down to Ed at 23 minutes, and you have to say that, like, Maoan is in his form. Like, TNS, just like the last game we saw, is so on point. Hostile takeover does come through, and it will get a shutdown, but the game's still over nevertheless. Renier, a big shout out to 13 out of 17 kill participation. This Academy team, real good. I honestly think they'd beat the bottom two PCS teams. Like, Impunity and, no, wait, Impunity were in playoffs, even though, God, man, they shouldn't have been. Who am I thinking of? Sem9 and... Who took over Hurricane Gaming? I don't know. Let's just say Impunity. Bottom two of PCS, I feel like they would beat. I don't know. This team looks genuinely good. I'm like, was it a draft gap? No, not necessarily. The way you play this game is how Pantheon's playing it. Like, try and cover for bot. Dude, it wasn't even draft gap. Dewish team. Dewish team in Sem9. There you go. Hey, Meander's here. Okay, Meander, a stay to the PCS chat. Dude, Beyond Gaming, you know, yeah, send this one to Worlds. I mean, they've got Malad, so it's a good start. I feel like this team would probably beat bottom two PCS. Top 7? Dude, they'd probably beat Impunity. They would actually beat Impunity. What am I saying? They would beat Impunity and... Well, I'm trying to think. Who was 8th? Impunity and Meta Falcon team they would beat. I'm very confident they would. I think they have better macro and better 5v5, better setup than bottom 4. No, but I can give you a link to the group stage schedule. Don't worry. Yeah, I think they'd beat Meta Falcon team. I think they'd beat bottom 4 of PCS so easily. Like, how would they not, right? How would they not? We're gonna wait for MVP, and then I'm gonna say my farewells, but not yet. Yeah, so there it is. So Asia Star Challengers Invitational. We got 4 days in total of group stage. Double round robin. Everyone plays 6 games. So everyone plays everyone else in their group twice. It was messy. Japan looks weak. I agree. An absolute pleasure. Wuju, an absolute pleasure. Beyond Gaming Academy, also the pleasure, man. Like, casting this team twice. How good has it been? Like, around Herald... You know, this fight was kind of the start of what we were talking about. This was kind of close, though, right? Like, they got the damage out, but the Tarek ulti, after it was said and done, after the shoves brought them in, they were in close range against a Swain, against an Aatrox, and Sky kind of just free hitting. So this was the beginning where it was looking pretty balanced. And then it was like the angles here from 11-16. They're committing so hard for mid. They're getting good damage down, but with the Tarek ulti still up and available... Hostile takeover comes out a little bit too late, hurts them pretty hard, and then they kind of just kite back and push forward. Props to Gajima, I think, on this Swain. Played like as well as he could have, but a couple of big ultis from Puyu, both in the bottom side dragon fight and that mid fight there as well. I'm keen to see this one. I think this is the last one. Like, there's good pullbacks, but look, the Gnar ulti flips over. The coordination's so clean between jungle top 2. And this Tarek just added so much value. Really nice to see the team fighting. Like, this team was a genuine pleasure to cast as well. And so I feel like it's kind of the perfect game to end on. Because Beyond Gaming, I don't know, they were a surprise for me in the PCS. I don't know if you guys all saw. In PCS this year, I expected, like, PSG Talon or Deep Cross Gaming or... I'm trying to think of the other team. Like, even J-Team. I don't know who I missed to go, but like, you know, CFO going as first seed. Beyond Gaming making a dream run as 6th seed in the regular season, dude. I can't believe it. And, you know, obviously in this organization, there's a lot of good talent. And so that was amazing. That was amazing to watch, like, a challenger team have such good synergy and like synchronization. And Danny, to answer your question, you can't see stream chat normally, no. But this is a chill broadcast. We're sitting at our PC, got Twitch chat open, got the stream open on the other side. and just start vibing. Yeah, it is co-stream. It's on the official channel, but it's like co-stream. So it's a bit of a vibe. So that's why everything's a little bit more relaxed. But yeah, man, I'm wondering who's going to get MVP of this one. I just want to see MVP before I leave. Because MVP should be... I feel like MVP should probably be... It should either be support or jungle. Puya had a couple of good ultis, but... Jungle was pretty clean yet again. Maybe they'll go 11-16. Maybe it'll be support, right? We have to work out and see. And just hope that I don't get cut off. Let's go. Oh! Never mind, guys. Apparently, I'm going to end it there, so we're not going to see MVP. I'm going to throw it over to Zell, who will be back.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Welcome, one and all, back to the Asia Star Challengers 2022. Looks like we had an MVP from last game, Beyond Gaming's Ren Yi. 2-11, not too shabby. Probably want a higher damage percentage, but for a jungler, not too shabby. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope everybody's having some fun. It's been a long day of games, but we got 3 more to go. Beyond Gaming looking very strong. Very excited to see them a little bit later on as well. But yeah, I really like to see a little bit of love to the jungle position, especially since I feel like we get a lot of solo lane MVPs, even a lot of supports this split in the LPL. But welcome on back, everyone. It's gonna be a fun night. My first time joining the broadcast for Asia Star Challengers 2022, and it's really awesome, just as general, that we have this tournament, right? I'm part of the academy scene in LCS, and just to see the developmental side of the East and be able to see them all come together, it's a wonderful thing. So I'm just happy to be here, and we'll be having DFM Academy, trying to get some redemption against the Huya streamers. And so it should be some fun stuff here. Maybe we get some spicy drafts. Maybe we get DFM trying to come out here and prove something. But hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's got their snacks, got their drinks ready to go. I know I have my water. I just got off a flight from Chicago, came back from the LCS finals, so you got to bear with me a little bit. It's gonna be a fun night. I'm excited to yell at some video games with you all. As well. So let's see as we get into the picks and bans. We do have DFM on the blue side, banning away the Kiana, the Draven, the Lucian. Some very high profile picks in terms of aggression. And then for the Huya streamers, we have the Renekton ban, the Talia ban, and the Kalista ban. Kalista all-time ban in the LPL at this point, and the LDL. So at least we're sticking to tried and true. Viego first pick. I haven't seen that in a long time. My goodness. This is gonna be fun. I feel like we're going back to the beginning of the season. When we were seeing just Viego every single game. But we'll see what the response is in terms of the jungle. There are some very strong picks still open. Poppy, Wukong. As Wukong is probably the lock-in. There you go. A little bit of engage. The Cyclone's going to be doing some work. We'll see what this second pick is going to be. Ooh, the Silas. A little bit of skirmish potential going on between the jungle and mid synergy. Very excited for that one. Honestly, though, if they were going to go with a Sejuani, I wouldn't be too upset either. So now it's the response from DFM. Detonation Focus Meet. See if they end up. Oh, okay. It's just the Renata. Don't worry about it. Renata Glass. Everybody knows her. She's very popular. And we have the third pick coming out for DFM as well. And ooh, this would be fun. I'm here for it. And it is the choice, I believe, because you get a lot of upside, a little bit of downside. But yeah. I mentioned a flight. I just flew back from the LCS finals in Chicago. It was a blast. It was very fun. I got back tonight a little bit later. And then now I am here on the stream. 12-16. Gotta love 12-16. I love the aggression, the Samir priority going through the roof, and I'm here for it. I'm all about the Infernal Triggers. It's going to be really fun. Against the Tristana, too, it's just all that volatility in the bot lane, which, as a ADC main myself, maybe not the same quality or caliber, but I love to see the aggression in the bottom lane as well. So that's going to be a very big highlight. I like the solo lane focus down the second phase. The Huya streamers banning away the Vex away from Pink. I'm trying to change that up a little bit. Wonder if we get some more of that top lane focus potentially. Or maybe some support bans, actually. Taking away some of the engage potential with the Smear could be huge. could be huge. I'd like maybe ban away the Nautilus. Things like, okay, well, they go with the Rel. I haven't seen Rel in a while, but I love to see it. Love to see the ban. It is scary with the Samira. The Venn diagram, if you will, that we see so many times in League of Legends, but that is a scary one indeed. The Samira with the Rel. I would expect like a Nautilus ban or something else to come along right behind it. And it's the mid lane focus, again, for the Huya streamers. So the Azir. Poked out, if you will. The patch is 12.16. 12.16. If you need an update, there you go. You got the patch. The Mubat. Appreciate you, Mubat. You were real MVP. Wow, so they banned away the Mumu, and that leaves the Nautilus right open, which, in the end, very scary combo in its own right, in the Samira and the Nautilus. So, that's, hey, I guess, hey, you're testing your metal. You're testing your metal. I like it. I like it. I just hope we get some explosive fights. Explosive fights. That's all I'm here for. I'm a yelly man, so don't expect the analysis. I'll try my best. I haven't come up with a color name for myself. I probably should. Galio. Ooh, I like it. A little bit more supportive, a little bit more roam heavy. I can appreciate that from the mid lane. It's going to be interesting against Beifong. No way. No, yes, please. We're not supposed to talk about hovers, all right? If nobody knows the broadcast industry, we don't talk about hovers. Well, we got the vein, baby. We got the vein. And oh my God. DFM, you've stolen my heart. I can't wait. I can't wait. This is going to be really fun. This is, yeah. And, okay, well, you know, the Huya streamers, they have a lot of options with the top lane, a lot of meta options, and they're potentially just going to go with more of a Venn diagram. What happens when you put three? I guess it's the tri-Venn diagram now, but the Kennen lock-in, big potential to upset the very squishy side of DFM, but DFM banking on their individual skill, especially in the top lane with that Vayne matchup. It's going to be fun. I don't know for who, but it's going to be fun. It's still a Venn diagram, so it's just like, I didn't know if maybe it has a different name if it's three, but it's still a Venn diagram. What happens when you add a Venn diagram at the last second to double Cyclone? Does it get a different name? Maybe you all can help me find a new name for Venn diagrams. But we are getting into this game. DFM versus the Huya streamers. Should be a fun one. We got a lot of aggression on both sides in all actuality. I'm really looking at that bottom lane. Very much looking for early blood down there. See if they can get good engages. And then looking mid lane. Roams. Where are they going to go? Where's jungle pathing going to go first of all? But more so that mid lane matchup. What is it going to lead into? Do you get the Galio roam? Are you able to get to those side lanes? Are you stuck in the mid lane with the skirmish heavy Silas? A lot of questions to be answered, hopefully quickly, as we'll be getting into this one pretty soon. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing all right? Everybody having a good night? Hope you are. Hope you are. You better stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated. Again, I know it's been a long night of games, but that's what Asia Star Challengers 2022 is all about. Again, it's the first time we've had this tournament. First time we've gotten to see the combination of the Eastern Developmental Cycle. And let's get into it now. DFM Academy versus the Huya streamers. LJL versus China. LPL streamers. And we're getting into this game now as, we actually might have the swap. Yeah, it is the swap. Okay, sick. So it is Tol2 on the Tristana top lane. Marimo on the Vayne and bottom lane. So the matchup a little bit. Oh my God, the engage. The Huya streamers, they're coming for it. Oh, first blood. It goes. Oh, I love you, Huya streamers. That's how you started out. See, they left the Nautilus open. What was I saying? What was I saying, folks? The Nautilus. It's the unlocker. I don't know. We'll see if that actually works out. It's that's a strong start against what I love here is that DFM have chosen like this very rambunctious. That's the word I'll use. Rambunctious composition for themselves. And who you streamers just was like, well, we'll just go meta. Like we'll just go with what has won so many teams, so many games. And hey, it's working out for them so far. Only a minute and 30 in though. So first blood on Rumong. Gonna need to transition into more. It feels like but we'll get the Vayne bottom lane, which, man, I haven't seen in a long time. Goodness, it definitely is an aggressive pick. I guess into the Samir, not too shabby. We do see the visit top side. We'll see if he gets around. No vision here for Toll2. Trying to get another kill here. Maybe will do. The flash does come out. So at least you get the cooldown done from the top side of the map. Maybe revisit that a little bit later. I would expect, though, a bit of bouncing between the solo lanes at this point. So would be fun to see that that bounce back. But I think actually maybe because of the pressure on bottom side, you might actually see who you put a little bit more resources down bottom side. At least that's what I would expect. They definitely don't want to lose a lane to a Vayne. I think it's really difficult, obviously, with Renata. But yeah, gotta be a little bit careful. I'm still loving the fact that we got the the DFM comp. I mean, they're looking for their first win still. The fact that they're willing to go for this one. And Sunny Day taking the brunt of the damage from Toll2. That is the strength of the level 3 for the Tristana. We will see DFM getting a little bit aggressive, a little bit testy here in the enemy jungle. They will not spot out just yet. Okay, while they're doing the gromp. Will be stolen away. So nicely done for DFM to try to get some pressure down. Try to use this priority they were gaining in the bottom lane. Now it's a little bit difficult. Marmo. Be a bit careful. Oh, Huya. They're going for... You have to go help your team. Okay. Well, Huya go up 2-0. I like it. I cannot turn up in-game audio. Apologize. I'm just here to yell and talk about video games. Wow. 2-0 for the Huya streamers. Love it. Let's go. They're looking for their second win. DFM, the Academy team. Better watch out. So who are your streamers? Yeah. I'd say this game is very difficult for DFM, but you got to rely on some of the strengths, especially looking at this top side now. Sunny Day in some trouble. The flash comes out. DFM. Oh, no. One more auto. Oh, okay. He makes it out. That was very close. Okay. DFM Academy. Everybody, DFM Academy is on the board. They did it. They got a kill. Now everything's fine and dandy. You got to look at bot lane, though. Maybe a little bit of trouble. Okay, they're going to roam away from this bot lane at least now. Just try to flesh out some vision here. I don't know if it's the greatest dive potential there. But oh, my God. No. Don't do it to him. What? This composition is too good. Okay, you got to be really careful. Don't go into the tower. Took a couple extra tower shots there. Marimo, need to be a little careful. You got to condemn into the wall. But everything's going to calm down a little bit. Going a little hyphy on both sides. But you can appreciate that, especially for the snowball potential that this bottom lane has on both sides. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I will say my bias may be showing through a little bit. Not a Vayne player. Definitely a Samira player. So I'm, no bias. No bias. DFM going for more aggression. And love to see this. Viego skirmish heavy. Don't know if it's the greatest call into the Wukong, but right now, Rumong going towards top side, try to dissuade Toll2 from being up there. And we'll actually get some jungle camp steals. I don't know if the deals or steals. Sunny Day having a little bit of trouble here. Trying to get some damage back. Does have the explosive charge on him. Take a little bit of damage there. But in all actuality, it's the difference in what these top laners are bringing to the table, right? It's a lot of AoE, a lot of teamfight potential. Speaking of, oh no, Rocket Jump to just try to get away from the slicing Maelstrom, but he brings him to his death. Toll2, you'll go down. And that's another kill for the Huya Streamers. Man, it's going to be a fun moment for Rumong. I feel like you got a lot of potential here. The sheet early, now aggression going your way. We'll see if DFM want to go for an early drag and maybe offset the tempo a little bit. Beifong is getting a lot of attention here in mid lane, though. Maybe Pink will be able to bait him in to the rest of the team. Let's sit and watch. Oh, he didn't get baited. He wanted to go in for the fight. It is a 2v3, though, and Huya Streamers realized they probably need to back away. The Renata ult was stolen. Pink getting very, very low. Oh, he's not going to go down. What a beast. The re-engage from the Huya Streamers, though. And that's Heroic Edge. You might just die because of that. No, Beifong, he doesn't go down. Huya, they are bloodthirsty. They are ruthless. And that's a double kill for Rumong. My goodness. It's 5-1. I was saying I wanted volatility in the bottom lane. Nope. Don't get it. We get all the jungle pressure from the Huya Streamers. And now we get a little bit of aggression bot lane. We'll see. Oh, my God. He's just everywhere. He said this is the power of Wukong. I mean, this is the strength that you see moving around the map, constantly pressuring. And that's what I felt like we used to get from Viego. But I don't feel like we get that anymore. And maybe this game is a clear indication of that. But DFM opting into their strong side of the map. At least their potential strong side of the map, because mid and bot ain't going the way they wanted to. Sunny Day is out. He almost has a slicing maelstrom, so that dive is very, very tricky. But a lot of that damage, a lot of that CC could be there. See Dragon taken by Huya. This will be, I believe, yeah, first Dragon. It was already up on the top of the screen. I was like, we haven't had 2 dragons. It's only 8 minutes in the game. So a little early on the dragon take, but hey, we all know how it went. And now Rumong might be trying to take a 1v1 against. I don't know what. Another kill for Huya Streamers. There you go. That's it. And love to see it. We do get the Rift Herald taken by DFM, though. Put it in the top lane. Get some more gold on Toll 2. Hopefully get this Tristana going. And have a win condition for DFM Academy. That would be a plus. Again, still looking for the first win of the tournament. It's only day 2. But they will be playing another game a little bit later on as well. Rift Herald dropped. Should be the tower if Toll 2 can get some damage down more so. Just need to get that one last plate off with the explosive charge. Should be just fine. Oh, come on. Auto attack. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Oh. Just somebody. Okay. Toll 2, you got my back. You got my back. Thank you. Tower does go down. That's first tower for DFM, so a little bit of gold that way. Still need to break through this gold lead for the Huya Streamers. We have Heroic Entrance taken by Beifong in the mid lane, and here he comes with the rest of the team under the tower. Infernal Trigger is popped, and that means DFM Academy's bot lane is wiped. Yeah, it's 8-1 now in favor of the Huya Streamers. They really came out swinging. About to go up 2-0 on day 2. Kind of huge. But should be a pretty sizable lead for them to pilot home. The ship is looking good. Is it a ship or is it a plane? Is it a train? I'll let you decide, chat. I'll let you decide. You decide what mode of transportation the Huya Streamers are piloting right now. Because it's looking real good. Whatever mode of transportation it is. Pink did not want a ticket, but he was forced to buy one somehow. I don't know how that happens, but it is now 9-1. 5-0 for Rumong. Beifong himself 3-0. This mid jungle said they were going skirmish heavy in the draft. Hey, it's working out for them so far. He also got item completions. Divine Sunder way ahead of really anything on the side of DFM. He also had the shield bow completed. And that's a pretty nice little power spike early on for the Samira. Also keeping that lane frozen. So huge. Did we find the mode of transportation? Did anybody choose the mode of transportation? Nobody chose a mode of transportation. All right, we're still looking. All right, we're going to get a replay, though. And look at this bottom lane shenanigans that we saw. Start off with the depth charge. Heroic entrance coming in. Beautiful tanking of the tower by JG. And easy double kill for Beifong. Oh! Huge lollipop hook on the Toll 2. Infernal Trigger comes out. The explosive charge. Oof. It's not enough. And maybe get the resets here on the Rumong, though. That would be huge. The burn is enough. And there you go. DFM back on the board. They get their second kill of the game. A little bit of an overextension from the Hughes streamers. Can feel them, though, after getting such a big lead. Now they've overextended even more. And the resets aplenty here. That's an early cleanse. And that's yet another kill. DFM showing up when the moment is right. Don't call it a comeback. Still looking at their composition and wondering how the team fights go a little bit later on without those pickouts, though. But that is all about execution. And execution is the name of the game. That's some of the latent power that Viego brought to the table when he was super strong in the meta. Just being able to get the resets, being able to kind of pilot the fights. If you get the right moment, it's actually huge. But yep, it's going slow and steady here now with a little bit of a pushback from DFM. I think that's the biggest thing is the momentum was riding high for the side of the Huya streamers. Maybe they can continue to push that a little bit more, but you can absolutely tell that a little bit of confidence lost after overextending. It'll be a tower taken by the Huya streamers, so a lot of focus towards this bottom lane. Try to get this duo ahead as much as possible. Try to get that solo gold over to the Samir as well. Now top lane all in from Toll 2 on to Sunny Day. Sunny Day will get out of there easily. And we do finally see that tower taken to the bottom side. Dragon is also being taken by the Huya streamers. So that'll be Dragon numero 2. This is 12-16. 12-16 is the patch that we are on. 12-16. Welcome on in, everybody, if you're new to the stream. Asia Star Challengers Invitational. First time. Excited. Getting to see the Eastern developmental cycle all come together. And speaking of come together, the Huya streamers try to come together on bottom lane. Depth charge, Everfrost, all the CC you could ever ask for. And a re-engage that is going to end in a death with a burn. And JG gets it. All right, I like it. A little sharing the love, okay? Sharing the love for the Huya streamers. I guess Rary died. Feels bad. Rumong gets the kill. And that's a very fed Wukong. We still haven't found a mode of transportation. I'm surprised by you, chat. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. But we're getting back into the game. Rift Herald number 2 being taken out by the Huya streamers. A lot of objective focus. Oh, we get a replay. He just got caught in transition. He was full vision. Not going to feel too great on that one. We'll actually see DFM contest for this. Yeah, I was going to say, Huya streamers, they don't necessarily need to get in this kind of position. Pink will get his heroic entrance stolen. Re-engage on the Rumong, though. It is actually DFM that get the Rift Herald here. Slicing Maelstrom in. Not going to be too huge. That's a big heroic entrance there. And you have a really weird engage from the Huya streamers. The DFM are taking full advantage of it. You do get the shutdown coming over. No, the bailout's just enough, and now the reset's coming through as well. This is huge for Huya if they can turn this around, but they are trying to with the Infernal Trigger, and it's almost enough, but the Winds of War. No, it's not the Winds of War. It's the Renata gets the kill. Beifong caught out by Toll 2, and scaling is coming eventually as DFM find a fight in front of Rift Herald, get the Rift Herald, and turn it all around. Wow, after such a gigantic lead. Just an awkward fight from the Huya streamers. They were not positioned well. I mean, Xiao was on the backside of the fight, really needed to be with the team. And great separation from DFM. Wow. Who'da thunk it? Okay, let's see this engage here, because yeah, that was pretty zealous to go in. But again, it's a 4v5 at the moment, right? Like the slicing Maelstrom comes in, but doesn't really get anything. The separation from Pink with the heroic entrance actually so huge, and they just can't get the damage off. I mean, the meatball composition, the tried and true meta comp, if you don't execute it right, it will not go right. And you see Toll 2 picking up the slack in the end. We're getting picture in picture. I think we almost had an engage there. But it looks like everything's calming down just a little bit longer. Going to leave you a little bit of silence as I take a drink. 1 second. Alrighty. So, resets coming out for Huya streamers. Again, only a 3,000 gold lead for DFM. And you were thinking it was going to go a lot easier for the Huya streamers. I will say we're getting close to third items. It's not close. We just completed second items. But that's really where I'm looking for Huya to kind of turn things on a little bit more. We do get the Rift Herald from DFM in mid lane. Trying to crack this outer tower here. He's actually taking the back end of aggression here at the other side. We'll see Rumong pushing back Pink there. So not going to get the tower. Does get the charge off. Not too much use. Beifeng coming around, though. Oh, they might have just caught Toll 2. Heatry gets out with the rocket jump to re-engage now. Rumong, he's all by himself. And the Heartbreaker. It's a 1v1 between the jungles, but we're getting Huya fighting a team fight. And there you go. The Infernal Trigger is popping, and the heat is on. Huya streamers with another team fight win and a separated fight in the end. Very, very crazy. I'm surprised that we didn't get the 1v1 between the junglers. Also, very aggressive play from DFM in the end. But if you can find the fight, Toll 2 can do it. Toll 2. Question is, can the execution come through? I guess that's the question we'll all be asking. But hope everybody's having a good time. Did we ever find a mode of transportation? I don't think we did. I'm just going to say it's a train. We got conductors here for Huya streamers. We get a replay, though, of that fight. Again, very, very separated. Trying to get the abduct over the wall was Beifeng. I ended up getting the Everfrost, though, on the Toll 2. That was a huge connection in the end. And then Infernal Trigger comes through. Nice little turnaround team fight there. Trying to use their lead. Now, the Samira is the one that has a lot of the gold. 400 gold bounty, so a lot of shutdown gold if they're able to get her. But in the mid lane, we get a trap set, potentially. A lot of teammates from Huya down towards the bottom side, towards this dragon, as they will go to Soul Point now. 19 and a half minutes in. So it's a steamboat. Oh, my God. You're amazing. It's a steamboat. That's what it is. It is not a train. It is a steamboat. Thank you. Oh man, are they still called pilots? They're not. Steamboat, maybe a conductor? No, probably not. It's probably just a pilot. Sunny day, looking for the sun on the bottom side. Will be answered to by Toll 2. We get a bit of aggression from DFM in terms of positioning, but you can see that Huya want to try to get this outer tower and top side. They're hovering very heavily that way. Rumong will be getting caught out here. TP in from DFM. They'll try to bring Toll 2 in, and now they're getting resets here as well. A little bit of mispositioning, a little bit of heads in the air here for Huya. It might just get pounced on. Heartbreaker comes through. All of the CC, the heroic entrance as well. DFM are hungry for it. They want to try to take down Beifeng. I think they'll be able to catch him in the end. He nicely sidesteps there, tries to get the Kingslayer back, but he has too many members from DFM on top of him. The handshake over the wall, and it'll be Toll 2 picking up the kill. Nicely delivered to the pockets of Tristana. Sunny Day unavailable in that fight. Maybe they catch them on the outside. This is an unmanned fight, though. You definitely don't want to take this one from Huya, and you can see they immediately turn around. Love to see it. The scaling really coming online here. I mean, hey, You got Tristana, you got a Vayne. You want to get to the late game? I wondering what Huya's feeling right now. They had such a gigantic early lead. I mean, it was like 8 minutes in. They had so many kills. But maybe that Ocean Soul will be their reprieve. Positioning around this Baron pit just to kind of get vision down. No way. They just want to go for it. The Mad Lads. Okay. Well, maybe their Venn diagram will help them out. What do you think, folks? We'll see if the Venn diagram will work. They just want to bait in the fight potentially. Try to get a re-engage here. Heroic entrance for Beifong. Pink going in and just potentially getting blown up. Arumong is in trouble himself. Heroic entrance comes out way early. Slicing Maelstrom is not going to do really anything, but it doesn't matter because the Infernal Trigger is alive and well. Shield Boat gets popped, but he's staying alive, and that's an easy 3 kills going over to Huya. I'm very surprised that went the way it did. We do get a pause. Very, very interesting. My goodness. It's all about a distraction game for Huya, right? Somebody dies, that's fine. Use all your engage abilities. That's fine. You just got to get one person in the back line. And GG easy. My goodness. But yes, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We do have pause in this game. Lovely, lovely. Gotta love it, gotta love it. Right after the fight as well. Something must have gone wrong. We'll see. And hopefully we'll have the update. Probably not, but we'll hopefully have the update. KF, honestly, though, very proud. I don't know if proud is the right word. Proud for DFM that they came back in a game where it was like 8-1, less than 10 minutes in. And they're actually making it a little bit contested. Some overextended fights, though, for them, for sure. But love to see that Toll 2 able to pick up a lot of the slack on the Tristana top lane. Very interesting decision not to have the Vayne top and go with the Tristana. A little bit of that more heavy burst. But everybody, welcome to the 2022 Asia Star Challengers Invitational. I am Mazel. Hope everybody's having a good time on this steamboat that we're on. Shout out to the guy in chat. But we had very interesting selections coming through from the draft, right? We had the 12-16, I feel like, tried and true for Huya, for the Huya streamers when they grabbed the multi-Venn diagrams. But as well as just like the basic composition that I feel like we see a lot of times, Kennen top lane, Silas mid, the Wukong in the jungle, all that good stuff. And then on the other side, DFM going for the spice, right? They early grabbed the Tristana. They late grabbed the Vayne, keeping things up in the air. Didn't grab the most centered composition, but I feel like they have a lot of potential, right? The heroic entrance separation has been huge, but it's the resets as well. Very much so that I'm looking forward to if they want to try to find back into this one. Hope everybody's having a good night. Hope this pause doesn't last too long. If it does, then you're gonna just have to listen to me ramble for a while, and that's fine. I hope you're here for it. I'm gonna take a drink of water. So give me just 1 second. Stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. It's the most important thing. Low energy. You want me to be high energy in the pause? Oh my God, we got a pause. It's going the length. It's the distance. The pause. I don't think energy is. I don't think pause energy needs to be that high. Anyways, yes, Joe, we vibin'. Shout out to Joe Physics, by the way. Huge. Anyways, back to the drawing board here and looking at Huya streamers versus DFM Academy. Again, DFM Academy looking for their first win. It's only day 2, right? And they have another game later, but Detonation Focus Me Academy definitely wanting to pick up a win against the Huya streamers, the invited streamers from China. But I think it's a tough task. It's a tough task. I've seen so many good Infernal triggers, and I'm here for it again. ADC main, not nearly as good as any of these players, but love to see the Samira come out as well, especially, you know, with the likes of Neela behind the scenes. We all know who the true OG is. We all know. We all know that it's Samira. All right, Neela who? Neela who, I ask you? Because Samira is the better version. All right, who needs XP? Who needs XP? I played Neela once, and I went like 1-19. Don't judge me. Samira goes a lot better for me, so maybe a little bit biased there. Hopefully I'll have an update for you all very soon. Oh, no! All right, so we did get an update. So Marimo reported a network problem. We are investigating now. Game will resume as soon as possible. So it does seem like you're going to be stuck here listening to my ramblings for a while in the end. So hope you're here for it. Maybe I can't bring up any games to play, but, you know, maybe I'll just start talking about wonderful stuff. Speaking of wonderful stuff, huge shout out to everyone putting together the Asia Star Challengers 2022 Invitational. It's actually huge to see, right? I just think that being able to see a lot of the developing stars, even if they aren't the biggest names, even if they aren't the most bright stars at the moment, right? It's still cool to see the background, right? Because we all know what every one of these regions has represented in internationally, domestically, but to see the behind the scenes, to see a lot of these developmental players coming through, even though you're streamers, got to give a shout out to the streamers as well. It's actually huge. And being a part of the LCS Academy stream, I get to watch development all the time. This is a nice breath of fresh air, it feels like. But everybody, we are having some network issues for DFM, so hopefully we'll be getting through that very soon. Hopefully. I want the games just as much as you do. I promise. I'm hitting that red button. It says play, but it's not playing just yet. So I'll just keep pressing it, guys. I promise. I promise. Well, you know what? You should go take a walk, all right? Stay healthy. Who won the LDL this year? Let's look. Not this year, this summer. Summertime. Just gonna start getting my renditions of songs at this point. We're waiting for the game to come back. It was, let's see who won the LDL. It was FPX Blaze who won the LPL. I don't have any control over the predictions. I'm sorry. But to answer your question on who won the LDL this year, it was FPX Blaze. Blaze. Made the lower bracket run. There is no winner just yet. Zaboo. We're waiting. We have a pause. If anybody's joining us now, we do have some network issues for DFM. I'll be working through that very, very soon. Very soon, hopefully. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I want to get back to the fights. I want to get back to the action. I'm a play-by-play. I'm not an analysis guy. Analyst. I like analysis better. I'm just going to come up with the name. But yeah. I'm the yelly man. Just came back from LCS finals in Chicago. That was fun. Got to watch LPL get best groups ever. Can't wait for Worlds. But here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022, it's about the next up-and-coming stars. See who's going to come out and win that world championship maybe in the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years maybe. You know, later down the line. Or maybe, you know, it's some pop-ups next year. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? Hope everybody's in for the ride, though, as we are still within a pause. Still have network issues to work through. And I'm still rambling. I'm about to start finding league games to play with you all. I mean, you won't be able to see it, but I will. So maybe that, I don't know. I don't know how biased that is towards me, but I appreciate you all sticking through, though. Much love to everyone in the chat. Much love. I'm still really interested that DFM went with this composition. I'm seeing the upside, at least. I'm seeing the upside. But I think... Oh, we're back! Oh my God. Our answers, our prayers, they have been answered. Our answers, they've been prayed. And now we get the Baron by Huya. And, hey, nicely done. No contest. I guess, in the end, Huya used their lead to their advantage. Now they have a pretty sizable gold lead. Almost 7,000 gold at this point. We'll get a replay of that fight. So it was the engage not pulled off by Huya. The Buster shot huge for Ital 2, but guess what? Infernal Trigger was waiting the entire time. And even with the shield bow, surviving, dodging through, getting the kills. And that's the team fight potential for the Huya streamers that we'd love to see. Now DFM trying to put a contest over the Dragon Pit area before it spawns. A minute and a half of it, very early. Trying to push down this side lane tower here first. Get some more pressure for themselves. But Huya streamers TPing into the top side with Sunny Day. To get that tier 2 tower. Maybe even look to the inhib. They're pushing into the lanes here. That's a really early setup towards Dragon and towards this bottom lane for DFM. They've got to get back to defend. They might just lose their inhib towers. Looks like we'll get the defense coming through in time, though. Not for the top tier 2, but at least for the mid lane. As the Baron buff is going to do some work here. Pink and Marmo can't really do much. See if the re-engage on the backside comes through. Dredge line comes out beautifully timed. The heroic entrance going to get a couple knockups there. The taunt as well working well. Hostile taker, but there's the Infernal Trigger pack again. Oh, it gets taken out immediately. But it's still Huya streamers with the big gold lead, with the big advantage, without the abduct, but with the follow-up onto Toll 2. And this could just be game. If Huya want to push in the mid lane, Rumon goes and finally gets the kill. 8-3 and 11 is the jungler. And with the Baron buff still up for a minute and 10 seconds, Huya streamers looking for their second win of the tournament. And DFM Academy about to go down 0-2. Need to make a redemption run as Rary will go down yet again. And that will be all she wrote for the game. Huya streamers, they're really coming out with a bandit here. 2-0 in the tournament already. Styling on them. That's going to be a huge pickup for the Huya streamers. A victory screen is there. And DF Academy got to come back to the drawing board at some point. Back to the drawing board. That heck of a game. They will be back in just a little bit, though. They will be our, I believe, last game of the day. I just want to make sure really quick. Yeah, they will be. They'll be facing MG and Box from the VCS. So it'll be a fun one. My goodness. What a game coming out from the Huya streamers. Ooh, we got the band pick. So again, really wondering DFM Academy's composition here. You saw the early pick in the Tristana. Late pick of the Vayne. The swap. Tristana top lane. Vayne bot with the Renata. Did not work out. And the very tried and true composition for the Huya streamers. That is what worked out. But in the end, it is the 1-0 victory for the Huya streamers. They'll go up 2-0 in their own right. So props to the streamers. Props to the teams. Very excited to see what we get next. As I believe our next game will be... Oh my gosh, I lost my page. It's Huya streamers again versus Beyond Gaming Academy. So that one's going to be very, very fun. I wonder, are we going to get MVP this time around? I'll probably do it next game before we get into it as well. So I do believe that we're going to go ahead and send it off to a little break. And we'll be right back with our next game, Huya Streamers versus Beyond Gaming Academy.
So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
I will say, we got a little bit of a pause later in the game, but as you can see towards the beginning of the game, Huya Streamers were swinging. But there were fights like this where things started to go back and forth a little bit. You could see the resets really working out for DFM. And yeah, it was a lot closer than you would expect it to be with the advantage that Huya Streamers had. But then in the end, they brought their composition together. All right, cohesion, synergy, teamwork, bond building. That's what the Huya Streamers did within this game. The anime arc within the game. It was actually really huge from Huya because they realized, the team fights are where they thrive, and being able to kind of pilot those on the steamboat was huge. Yes, we are back. I thought we were going to break, but we're doing replays or highlights. Apologies. And it was again just resets trying to come through for DFM Academy, but in the end, Goldie too strong, comp diff too strong. A little bit zealous on the composition for DFM Academy, but you love to see them trying things, right? A little bit of tempered aggression maybe coming out for them in their next game. But it was a nice attempt from DFM Academy, but a huge win for the Huya Streamers. Even in the end, the chase down, huge stuff. So I believe that is now going to be it, if I'm not wrong. I might be wrong as well, though. And I do believe we're going to go to a little break, and it will come back. We'll have the Huya Streamers up again, coming off a very strong game for themselves, going against Beyond Gaming Academy of the PCS. Should be a fun one, so make sure you go get some water, make sure you go get some food, and make sure you stay healthy. And right back for the games. It's a long day, folks. It's a long day, so make sure you stay tuned. Who won last game? The Huya Streamers won the last game. They will go up 2-0. But everybody, we're into the interview now. We are going to go ahead and send it to our break. So thank you all, and we'll see you in just a few moments as we get ready for our next game, the second to last game of the day.
Taking as much as I can take.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here back at the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. We got the MVP from last game. It is Beifang, who actually smurfed it on the Silas. 6-2-10, 61.5 KP. Not too much on the damage. 3,000 gold lead in the end. Not too bad. 2 MVPs for the man now in this tournament. Again, we're only on day 2, so not too shabby. But now we're getting into the second to last game of the day. It is the Huya Streamers from China versus Beyond Gaming Academy from the PCS. And we will see the Huya Streamers coming off a very strong last game, trying to continue that. Right, they drafted a very standard composition in terms of meta, and they piloted it very well. Where DFM Academy, they did not go with a standard meta draft, and they did not have a good time. Again, I'm Mazel. We're here for the 2022 Asia Star Challengers Invitational. First time we're seeing this tournament, and first time we're seeing this style, so love it. But Huya Streamers on blue side this time around. Beyond Gaming on the red side. We do see the Talia, the Poppy, and the Lucian ban by the Huya Streamers. And we get the Nidalee, Kiana, and the Draven ban. The Kiana sitting there against Beifang as well. So a little bit of strength there. We get the Kalista that actually made it through for the first time, I feel like, all season for me. And Huya Streamers will be picking that one up. We get the Silas and the Sejuani pickup for Beyond Gaming, though. Huge combo, mid-jungle duo, so important. And having the melee solo laners, so important for the Sejuani. I want to see if this Urgot's actually going to be locked in here. Could be an interesting blind pick. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be the case. It is the Wukong coming out again for Rumong. He played so well on it last time around, starting out the game 4-5-0, and ended up helping carry the Huya Streamers to a victory. Again, they are 2-0 now. And sitting pretty at this point as well. Beyond Gaming themselves, 1-0 already. Do we just get the Freljord? The Freljord style? I do really like the Akali hover here. I wonder. Oh, okay. We get it. We get the Akali. So, solo lane strengths working out well. As the Aphelios also locked in for Beyond Gaming. Interesting to go with that into the Kalista, but some scaling aspects there for him. Now we're into the second phase of bans. We get the Fiora ban by Beyond Gaming. Trying to take away some of the solo lane potential for their own right? Fiora, Akali, very scary solo laners. Yes, there is also another team of streamers from Korea as well. So, to answer your question, there are 2 teams of streamers so far in this tournament here. So, big stuff. And both teams actually doing pretty well, right? The Korean streaming team 2-1 in their own right. Huya now 2-0. Be pretty fun. All right, so we get the Renata ban by Beyond Gaming. It's their last ban, so change up their focus a little bit. We get the primary support bans from the Huya Streamers. It is the Lulu and the Thresh taken away. Renekton insta-locked in for Beyond Gaming in Phase 2. And again, right back to the double melee solo laners to support the Sejuani. Which super important in terms of synergy. I see you asking for casters. I am Mazel, LPL caster. Thanks for tuning in tonight. Again, this is a developmental tournament, I guess, culmination of a lot of Eastern teams, a lot of Eastern regions coming together for some fun. Now we're getting to the last picks here. We get the Gwyn picked up for the Huya Streamers, so more stability in the top lane. And the Nautilus comes through. So, strength with the Kalista. And honestly, Huya streamers, they've picked apart the meta. They're working really well with it. See if they can take it to Beyond Gaming. We have seen Beyond Gaming play very, very strongly. And themselves, they'll have a lot of engaged potential here if they lock in the Leona. This matchup we used to see all the time, the Nautilus-Leona matchup, but do wonder if we'll actually get the lock in. This is something else we saw earlier as well. The Taric locked in for Beyond Gaming to go with the Aphelios. So some strength stability for Beyond Gaming. Still looking at that Renekton with some question marks, see what they can do with it. But Huya streamers coming off that last game against DFM Academy, definitely feeling confident in their own right. And that composition is going to feel just right for them as well. Mazel and Hazel and Gretel. I don't know what that means. Who's my LPL dark horse for this world? I think RNG are going to make the run. That's all I'm saying. I think RNG are going to make the run. That's what I'm sticking with since I said at the beginning of the split. Even if I'm wrong. But here we are into the second last game of the day. The Beyond Gaming Academy have drafted themselves a very strong Sejuani-focused composition. Get a little bit of strength into those solo lanes, but especially the synergy between the solo lanes and the jungle pathing early on will be so important. Bottom lane, I expect to just be a farm fest, at least for Beyond Gaming. Whereas on the other side for Huya, have a little bit of scaling, have a little bit of strength in the late game, but definitely looking to keep up the momentum from last game as well. And that's going to be the fun aspect of it, especially seeing the pathing from Rumong last game. So good in terms of the aggression, in terms of bouncing between top and mid. As we get onto the Rift for this second to last game, again, it is the Huya streamers versus Beyond Gaming Academy from the PCS. And loving the observership here. Is observership the word? Thank you to the observers, giving us a nice little spectacle as we come in. And we actually might get to level 1 here. I'm happy for it. I don't know. I know Beyond Gaming are ready for it. I don't think Huya's ready for it. And we actually got to see the early kill last game from Huya as well. With the Nautilus, with JG. So, I love that Beyond Gaming are trying to put something like that to work here. ASMR. Well, I'm not actually sleepy. Maybe I sound sleepy. But I woke up before I came into the games. I had just gotten back from the LCS finals in Chicago. And now I'm here in the Asia Star Challengers. But it's also just having a little bit of vibes, having a little bit of fun. I am solo casting, so it makes it a little bit funner. Again, not an analyst. I am a play-by-play, so I will be the yelly boy, but I'll try to give you as much deep-hitting analysis as possible. We are getting into the laning phases here now, though. We get the, actually, Wolf start from Renier. But I wonder... Yeah, I guess the top pathing maybe to try to go for that aggression. You see, obviously, bottom lane. The Kalista Nautilus will be looking for as much pressure onto this bottom lane as they can, at least. TNS Tark, nice support. I like it. I think I'm gonna keep the name for that one for sure. We do get that level 2 aggression, at least from the bottom lane of the Huya streamers, which is something that Beyond Gaming not exactly ready for. We do want that crash going down there. We did actually, looking at the mini-map, Rumong was going towards top side of the map early. Actually got the pressure on the Puyu. Not going to get the flash or anything. TP will come out more than likely. There you go. And mid lane is now the focus for potentially both junglers. Hovering their would-be carries. Won't be able to find anything, though. Very interesting paths here for both junglers. I guess not so much for Rumong. But for Ren on the other side, went with the Wolves, tried to go hover top, right, with the red buff and the Raptors take. Now going back towards the bottom side of the map, realizing maybe a little bit of attention needed to Fong and TNS. Tarek, nice support. That's not actually his name. But I really like the chat. So, you know. We do get the Scuttle Crab take by Ren, though. So, that pathing, you know, working out a little bit. Didn't go for the Gromp. See Rumong revisit the mid lane, though. Beifong trying to bait them in as well. Gets the shuriken flip. Can follow it up. The Kingslayer. It's enough. 1-1-1-6. He gets the kill. Immediately taken out by Rumong, who got MVP last game. So you got to be careful getting kills over to this Wukong. But nice little trade and first blood for Beyond Gaming Academy. Beifong has gotten his Kiana banned away from him constantly. Now we get the 1v1 turning into 2v1. We're right back to the shenanigans from mid lane. Beifong needs to be really careful. He's going to wish he had the Kiana at this point. The 5-point strike is not enough. Beifong. We'll see if the Abduct is going to be able to be used here. Kingslayer with the distance maker. And there you go. Puyu is the one that actually gets the kill. So sharing the love is Beyond Gaming Academy. Where are the Huya streamers from? It is from the Chinese side. Oh, bottom lane. We're getting 2v2. JG. Need to be careful, Flash 4 from Fong, but you got all those Ren stacks ready to go, and there you go. Traded back. Chaos across the board. It's kills back and forth, and this is the bloodiness that I was hoping for. We'll see now. Ren, I don't know if you want to stay here that much longer. We'll see if Flash gets burned at least, but it's just going to be a show up. Say hi, hello, walk away. In the end. And now we just get the lull for a little bit. I do wonder if we get the pathing. Yeah, so I see Rumong coming down towards this bottom side of the map right now. Don't know if they want to use this pressure in bottom lane to try to go for the dragon. I would expect that they would want to try to get something going for themselves, especially at the early dragon taking. They saw them primarily focus dragons last game as well, working out for them in that soul take. And they actually have so much pressure in the bottom side of the map right now as well. It looks like Rumon just wants to keep visiting this mid lane, though. He needs Beifong to get into this one. The MVP from last game, Beifong, he's in some trouble. He goes down to 1-1-1-6. And the perfect execution just used to get out of there. So, heavy focus at the mid lane, but Beyond Gaming Academy are perfectly fine with it. And we actually see Beyond Gaming Academy taking advantage because Rumong went mid lane, because he showed there its first dragon for Beyond Gaming. And tempo for Red Side's working out so far. I mean, hey, Huya Gaming, Huya streamers, they got it last time around. They were on Red Side, and they snowballed the game very early. And now Huya streamers on the other side of that trading, on the other side of the aggression. I really personally like the Sejuani comps, where you get the double solo lanes with melees, and you get so much synergy there. And it's all about execution for me. That's what I love to see is like you can draft the standard composition with the melee solo laners with the Sejuani, but if you aren't finding that cohesion, if you're not getting into that pathing and helping out or finding advantages that way, you're not utilizing the strengths of the composition. And Beyond Gaming realized that, and they're using it very well at this point. We'll see Beifong still trying to strut his stuff, though. Did have to go with the early executioners. But it's a tough life for the mid lane right now for Huya streamers. Beyond Gaming feeling just fine. Speaking of feeling just fine, chat, how you doing? Chat, you doing good? You doing good, chat? Hope you're doing well. Staying hydrated. Staying hydrated. Speaking of, I need to hydrate myself, but Sunny Day won't let me because Sunny Day is going to take an aggressive trade into Puyu. Won't actually find anything. Again, Rumong hovering mid lane constantly, knowing that Beifong is the key. But is he the key? I don't know. He'll try to get to the fight at least. It's not even going to be anything really burned by 1-1-1-6. He did get the Cyclone ultimate there, but not too bad. And now we're in. It's actually hovering mid lane as well. I was going to say, maybe they just focus the Rift Herald here, trying to go for more of that objective control, because they know that bottom lane is not going their way. And to be expected with the Kalista finally actually being let through. Actually, Puyu on top side does have Dominus. Needlework is going to be popped. Dominus is popped as well. Needlework doing some work there itself. Sewing the stitches. Oh my god, Puyu! Why you stay like that? You didn't have any health. All right, well, sunny day. It truly is a sunny day for you in the top side. Maybe that'll be just what Huya Gaming or Huya streamers need to get back into this one. Rift Herald did get started up. It looks like Huya streamers want to contest it. Beyond Gaming Academy realize they have overextended since losing that top side. TP will come down for Puyu. Try to get back here. But it's going to be Rift Herald continued by Rumong and objective taken by Huya. If he can, maybe. Okay, never mind. He's going to not contest it. Okay. They Beyond Gaming moving right back in. It's switching places here. Switching places. They're just going to at least contest it here. This is best of ones. This is best of ones. We have 12 best of ones a day, separated by a bunch of different casters. Shoutouts to Why Not, Hysterics, Chronicler. Good stuff. But welcome everybody to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Again, to reiterate, if you're new, right, first time we're getting to see this tournament, it is all of the top developmental teams from the Academy system, Challenger systems of the Eastern regions. And it's been a pleasure to be a part of so far. My first time getting to be here, I was in LCS finals in Chicago. So I got back tonight, and here I am, getting to cast some League of Legos. I'm having a blast. Hope you are too. Still very interested in how Huya streamers get themselves out of this one. They have a gold lead, which is crazy because of the top lane gap. But in the end, it's about the rest of the composition. And seeing if they can pilot it. I still really like the chances here for Huya streamers. I think they have a lot of strength in the later parts of the game. And they're utilizing their strengths to some extent early on, like knowing where to focus. But I think that's also the same for Beyond Gaming Academy. Also, just look at that face for Puyu. Look at that player picture. How can you not love that face? Ooh, he's going in on a sunny day. Sunny day. Oh, another pause. Tried is true tradition when we have the Huya streamers. Get another pause. Well then, we'll hopefully find out what the pause is about very shortly. Hopefully it'll be a quick one. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's network issues. Respect for solo casting. I do not have control over the sound, so apologies. If I did, I would help you out, but I do not have control over the sound. I am, however, hitting my big red button that says play the game. I promise you I'm constantly pressing that. I know every caster has one. So just so everybody knows. But let's talk about the competition a little bit. So last game, we got to see the Huya streamers take down DFM Academy. Very holistic win for them. Team composition was aces. It was very, very strong in terms of team fight potential. I feel like they also have a lot of team fight potential with this composition. It's all about piloting the fights correctly, right? The ins and outs with the Huya streamers and trying to find a way to get, Gwen involved, get a big flank with the Wukong, the Akali, find the follow-up damage. Whereas on the other side, you get the very heavy team fight focus comp, right? I think you have some skirmishing potential. We've already seen it from Beyond Gaming Academy between the top trio, the Sylas, the Sejuani, and the Renekton. Because that's what needs to happen. And bot lane's just got to stay safe until those team fights. Because when we get there, right, the stolen ultimates, everything, the Cyclone, even the Needleworks, things like that, perfect execution from the Sylas, huge in setting up that backline engage to get the AoE damage from the Aphelios. So we'll see if they can at least find a way to pilot that. I think we've seen some resurgence from Huya streamers in this game, where it was very topsy-turvy. Trades back and forth, mid and bot. But, yeah. What is my favorite caster moment so far? I would say my favorite caster moment would be getting to be with everybody in France. Getting to meet the whole team for the first time in like 2 years. That was my favorite caster moment. I'm doing very well. Thank you, Tree. Appreciate you. And thanks for the shout-out for the solo cast. It's fun. I like to... Yes, the big red button is not working. My finger is getting very tired of pressing it over and over again. But hopefully we'll be getting back. We should get an update hopefully soon. Last time around, they put up a little lower third that said the reasoning. So as soon as we get that reasoning, we'll hopefully get back to the game. Again, I'm sure it's networking issues, things like that. Things that happen when you're trying to connect multiple regions. But that's also the fun. That's also the fun. I'm going to take a drink of water, so apologies for the silence. You all should take a drink of water, too. Stay hydrated, everybody. Oh, my God. Okay, take a drink of water before we get back into the game. The big red button worked. We didn't get an update on what the issues were, but now they're a non-issue. So there you go. We don't need no answers. We do get answers in mid, though. 1116 flashing over the wall there. That was zealous. And I like it. There's Fong flashing as well. Having to get out of that dredge line. And now Dragon on the table for Huya streamers. Beifong needs to be a little bit careful in the mid lane. Looks like he'll be just fine. Beyond Gaming Academy actually coming this way. There you go. You get a Dragon trade apiece. Oh, no, Beifong. Oh, that's a lot of AoE. That's a lot of CC. Not enough, though, because he uses the nice perfect execution plus the shuriken flip to get out of there. Rift Herald charge is going to go through. They could just take this tower. Rumong and Shao are right here. Don't know if they necessarily want to go through with this, though. JG on the backside. They're TPing back in. They didn't get the tower. Now Beyond Gaming Academy will have to pop the Cosmic Radiance. I don't know if it's enough. They left Fong out to dry. And there's the depth charge as well. TNS flashing away. Tariq, no support as he can't get the help to his teammates. Re-engaged from Huya streamers. I don't know if you wanted that one, but he's going in anyways. And we get the resurgence again. It's the scrappy fighting from both sides. My goodness. I will say, though, at least Fong was able to complete his Gale Force. So now coming back to it. Rumong, a little dicey. A little slice and dicey. That's Puyu getting some damage back. Needlework is there. The rest of Beyond Gaming Academy coming up here in force, though. Got the Glacial Prison just now off cooldown. And now Sunny Day will bite the dust. It's not so sunny on his side of the map. You know, you don't have to look at the top CS diff, okay? You don't have to, because Beyond Gaming Academy, they know what they need to do, all right? They know what they need to do, and they're doing just that. They are not in the lead, though. And that's the deceptive thing, is they keep fighting back, they keep finding answers, but in the end, the goal difference is still there for the Huya streamers just because of those CS differentials. We're going to replay that fight. Huge stuff. Cosmic Radiance really, I mean, it was clutch, but then Fung kind of just left there. Didn't really have any way out of that one. We do have a lot of mythics completed now across the board. Love to see it. Beifong not having his, though. Feels bad, man. And now we get the calm before the storm, everyone. I hope there's not a storm. Rainy days are good days. I just came from Chicago where it rains. I got to experience rain for the first time in like 4 years since I moved to LA. So it was very nice. Sunny day, not going to want to have that rain though. Now, with the tower mid lane so low, I thought Ren was actually willing to go for this dive, and actually looks like they are. Perfect execution is available for 1116. It will be tower numero uno going down to Beyond Gaming Academy. Some more gold there, but quickly responded to the now bright and sunny day in the top lane. Beyond Gaming Academy realized they can collapse on this bottom lane, though. I don't know how they stayed, but the Glacial Prison will not connect here. Perfect Execution is still available. The Fate's Call with the engage Cosmic Radiance, the AoE. There you go, Beyond Gaming Academy. They find everything they need on the bottom side. Red, you didn't need to take that one. It went golden. TNS, what? They're taking so much damage. Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, they get kills at least, and they can potentially take the tower here as well for Fung. So huge stuff. That Moonlight Vigil was big, but 1116 is gigantic on this Silas now. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal, and 4, 1, and 3. Maybe is the difference maker in the gap that we're seeing in the top side. Oh, nice. Rift Herald spawn, number 2. Kelly, as we call her. Nice little move down on the bottom side as we see this replay. Fate's Call used a little bit preemptively, it felt like, but the immediate turnaround with the Moonlight Vigil, huge stuff. Still questionable on the taking tower. Thank you, observers. We're cutting away from that. We didn't want to watch that one again. It's still really good stuff from Beyond Gaming Academy. They're using their strengths. Get the double Rift Makers for Sunny Day and Beifeng, as Huya streamers going for the Rift Herald here. They will get Kelly, the sister of Shelly. I feel like Kelly is a pretty good name for the second Rift Herald. Stronger as well. You know, maybe we'll see. We'll see Huya use that one, but they are gonna get collapsed on in mid lane. Have no doubt. Wait, Renyi is the only one. He's the only one. Okay. You gotta re-engage for 116. Okay, there you go. You get supported there, and Beyond Game Academy coming in clutch. Now they gotta go defend this top side, but they send 1116 because he got depth charge, and he's also really strong. Having completed his second item, the only one in the game that's even really close, right? Like nobody else is even close to their second items, and that's gonna be huge. So able to dissuade the top tier 2 tower going down. Dragon is now available. Let's see who steps it up and takes it. Looks like it will be Beyond Gaming Academy moving to that position. It's working out well. Beifeng not really able to find the difference, right? He was the difference maker last game. Got the MVP on the Silas. Was huge. Picked the Akali this time. A little bit of confidence pick there. Got the Kiana banned away from him yet again. And it's not working out for him so far, but waiting for those big late game plays potentially. As Dragon does go down. That'll be second Dragon secured by Beyond Gaming Academy. And the skirmishing continues. Here we go. CC Chain, Moonlight Vigil. Everything comes out of the box. And Beyond Gaming Academy, they take them out. Wow. All right. Well, we're seeing heavy difference in the mid lane right now for Beyond Gaming Academy. But it's the side lane focus for Huya streamers, as they'll be getting Sunny Day even more fed. And this Gwen, it will be terrifying in the team fights. You have to be careful of how fed Gwen gets. But is it going to be enough at this point? Here come the Huya streamers. Tier 2 tower already taken out Beyond Gaming Academy. And they immediately collapse onto the TP. Needlework is stolen by 1116. And Beyond Gaming Academy has pounced just as Huya was trying to pounce on them. Now it's 4 members trying to get out of this one, trying to get away. But they got Beifeng on the side. Can't get him. Fung, triple knockup at the Cyclone there from Rumong, but Fung has the red and white guns. And you know what they say, you don't want to fight when it's red and white. So they actually, they back up. And Huya streamers will, still very, very interesting position for them to be in. Strong solo laners as we get into the later parts of the game, already strong in Sunny Day. We have Rumong with the huge engage potentials, the backline access, but the backline access doesn't mean much if your whole team is eviscerated by this front line that Beyond Gaming Academy have. And here we go with the Baron coming up in about 20 seconds. I do not expect either team to really position around this one. But you know what? Where there's a will, there's a way. where there's a will, there's a way. I just really want to see another big combo from that Moonlight Vigil. It's giving me reminiscence to the early parts of 2022 summer, where we were just getting all of the Aphelios we could ever ask for, and all the. I was doing top plays for LPL this split. The amount of Aphelios Moonlight Vigil plays there were in like the first 5 weeks, actually insane. Like actually insane. I would have to stop myself from grabbing Aphelios plays. It's like they're so good, but I can't just have 5 Aphelios plays in the top 5 plays. There's a lot of good stuff though in terms of potential for Fong in this one. They've really piloted this composition well, right? I mean, we have seen that Sylas, big mainstay right now in the meta, but also just a difference maker in the games. I mean, already both games I've been a part of, Sylas has dominated. It's just that flexibility, right? Like you get so many options with the Sylas that I find it really interesting. We'll get back to that though as we get the 1v1 in bottom lane that doesn't last very long. Puyu might get baited back into the fight here, though. You've got Rumon coming up behind him. They really want to try to get more gold onto this Gwen. The needlework comes through. Puyu gets the TP from his teammate, his fed teammate in 1116. So it won't be too much more going on in that one, but actually, maybe? He has the perfect execution, so you never know. You never know. The Sylas is very scary. It's very scary. the 10-stack Magi's, the almost third item completed. I will say special shout out though to like primarily Sunny Day. I think that this is the win condition right now. I don't think you're gonna get much from Beifong until way later in the game, right? And right now they just need to play around the strengths of Sunny Day, playing in the side lane, playing in the in that fashion, not taking these big team fights, because we've seen who you kind of get picked apart when the team fights come through, and Beyond Gaming know that, right? They're trying to force those team fights, they're trying to force those skirmishes, but sometimes when you force, you might bite off a little bit more than you can chew. And in the end, they don't chew anything. they don't chew anything. It's Kiana where it's been banned. They're not gonna let Beifong take Kiana. All right, they're not gonna let. All right, we just got to get over that fact. They just got to get over that fact. So love to see the styles coming out differently for both these teams. Beyond Game Academy know where their strengths lie. Know that they need to stick with the team fight potential. They're going to take this dragon, position around mid lane, push it down. And Huya, they're really just looking for picks. They're looking to utilize the side lane pressure from Sunny Day, keep him as a main focus, and try to pick off the rest of the remaining members in transition. Huya streamers are picking the Baron right now, and you know what? You do you, boo-boo. You do you. All right? I love it. The Callista Ren stacks, it's the double smite. I don't know if they're going to stay here. I don't know if they want to take the fight. They're just trying to get them away from the dragon. It's not successful because the dragon was taken out by Puyu. So that'll be sole point for Beyond Gaming Academy. Beyond Gaming Academy. Resets aplenty coming out for them here. Trying to, oh, it is, he sold the Aether Wisp. He got the Oblivion Orb. Okay, thought he was gonna complete. It's fine. Still waiting actually on some second items here for a majority of members. I do love the opting in of healing. I think they realize for Beyond Gaming Academy what is happening with Sunny Day, what can happen with a lot of the healing coming out there, and everybody's getting execution. Could appreciate that one. We see Beyond Gaming still trying to test their mettle, though. This is exactly what their composition does. They're trying to get somebody caught off balance and getting engaged that can be followed up with all the CC that they have. They don't want to play towards Sunny Day. They literally want to leave Sunny Day in the side lane and try to take fights, which now they're doing. They're able to actually find the Fate's Call utilization. Now, oh my god, Rumong is just gone. I mean, you get caught by 4 members of this team fight comp. I think that's about right. The story is already written. Beifong gets out. Oh no, Puyu! Puyu can't die like this! Oh, he doesn't have needlework anymore. Does he have the distance? Snip, snip. Oh, not enough. Puyu gets out. That's huge from Beyond Game Academy because now they just take down the Baron. There's no hope. You get a TP coming in now late from Beifong. If they can get in here and contest, this could be big. They're going to TP Sunny Day as well. That is huge. But the Baron already going down. JG into the pit. They don't get it. It's taken by Beyond Gaming Academy. And here comes the Cosmic Radiance to bring down the sun. It's not enough. Sunny Day gets over the wall. Now it's already 1-1-1-6. Getting a kill in the fight. Sunny Day is backing. And Beyond Gaming Academy have come out on top. What is Asia Star Challengers Invitational? Well, it's a good thing you ask, because Asia Star Challengers Invitational is all of the Academy/Challenger teams from the Eastern regions coming together for a wonderful tournament. We even have streamers from both Korea and China. And here, as you see, Huya streamers taking on Beyond Gaming Academy from the PCS. And it's been a fun time. Hope everybody else is having a fun time. Beifong not having a fun time. It's you gotta try to get out. You have Rumong right here. He does not have Zanya's, does not have stopwatch. Glacial Prison connects. He gets out at the last second. Oh no, but he might have doomed Rumong. He gets out with the flash, re-engaged out with the depth charge. Here comes the needlework. Sunny Day finally joining the fight. Oh no, Puyu's coming over here as well though. Puyu wants to get his difference-making moment. But it's actually just Beyond Gaming Academy pushing up and pressuring Huya streamers. They're actually going to TP. I mean, they have a minute and a half on Baron. Yeah, I think that Beyond Gaming Academy feeling really confident here to try to take down an inhib potentially. They're going to bring all 5 members. They know that their strength lies in the team fight in this big 5v5 turtle. They actually only take the tier 2. Maybe Sunny Day was enough to scare them off. It's too bright. Maybe Beyond Gaming Academy are vampires. They're vampires. That's not canon. That's not canon. Don't go around and say the Beyond Gaming Academy players are vampires, please. We do have third item completed though for 1116. It'll be the Banshee's Veil. So low strength. He's almost had his full stacks too of the Magi's. My God. Things are looking really good for Beyond Gaming Academy here. We do have another dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. Still 40 seconds on the Baron buff here for Beyond Gaming, so they'll use this to pressure up. They'll use it to get the vision advantage around the dragon pit and ensure that they can get the soul. I mean, Mountain Soul here further depletes the potential for Huya Gaming, or Huya streamers, sorry, to even find any picks, right? They really haven't been able to find anything in the last little while. And Beyond Gaming realized that. Cosmic Radiance coming in. It will get 4 members here. Fong doesn't need it because he's on the backside. Nobody can even get to him. Here comes the needlework across Bay. Fong tries to go in, but Fong himself will get the kills. And there you go, back and forth. But Beyond Gaming Academy, they're utilizing their series strength, their double kill for their AD carry, and the compositional difference here. Sunny Day ain't going to be alive much longer. Oh, my God. He's getting actually so much traded back. Come on. Sunny Day. Is he going to go down? Oh, Puyu. He'll get the kill. And that's In-Him Tower taken out here. That's In-Him taken out as well. Beyond Gaming Academy come out on top. They might even be able to just win the game. I mean, there's 15 seconds. So it should just be the in-hit. Back to the dragon. Back to the soul. And huge stuff from Beyond Gaming. And actually, we'll get the replay of that one. Sorry, I had to take a drink of water. Get a replay of that one and the shenaniganeries that followed. The Cosmic Radiance, huge. Again, Fung not even needing it on the backside. Beifong tries to go in for him. But it's just Sunny Day, not big enough. The sun ain't big enough. We went back, going back to the draft composition, it just feels so much more stable for Beyond Gaming Academy. We've seen that Huya streamers need to play through Sunny Day, either in the side lane and not getting caught in teamfight or finding a way to get him invested in teamfight in a great way. The needlework wasn't enough that time around. So I think they have to go back to the drawing board in terms of how they want to approach these next fights. They'll also lose the soul here, Mountain Soul, which with this composition, that is terrifying. You're just not going to be able to kill anybody. And you haven't been able to really kill anybody, except for some lucky shenanigans last fight where you got a couple kills. it's really strong. It's really strong performance from Beyond Gaming Academy, which we've seen from them, right? We've already seen them being able to have some very high highs in the tournament. We're only on day 2, so really good stuff to see them kind of pilot the early rocking of the boat. It was very back and forth. We were getting trade kills left and right and middle because it was in mid. But now we see kind of that difference in strategy, the difference in macro, the difference in cohesion in draft really coming to fruition here for Beyond Gaming Academy. Baron is coming up in about 40 seconds. So I want to see if maybe Beyond Gaming want to press up on that one. You see, I mean, at this point, like, Huya streamers are just looking for anything. They're looking for anything. And right now they're looking for Puyu. Because Rumong found a deep flank. He was waiting there the whole time. They got to be careful, though. I mean, Puyu's getting teammates here. He's getting the TP coming in from 1116. And does he get out? Nope. Beifeng gets the kill, but perfect execution right back in your face. And that's 1116 getting another kill. Meanwhile, Beyond Gaming Academy, they've killed Sunny Day, and they are pushing in the base. JG will go down as well. That's just got to be game. I don't know if Xiao can really do anything. He's going to back. They do have Rumong as well, so it'll at least be another inhib. They're not going to press too much. Okay, maybe they are going to press a little bit further up. Oh, no, they've already found Xiao. On the back, though, Rumong trying to distract a little bit here, trying to get some pressure off of the towers, take down these minions. They're not able to. And Xiao will immediately go down as well. That's huge from Beyond Gaming Academy as they will win this one. They'll go up. They'll take down, giving Huya streamers their first loss of the Asia Star Challengers 2022 tournament. Huge stuff from Beyond Gaming Academy. The composition, the play coming out from 1116. The difference makers in the Silas. Every time it feels like Silas is just domineering. It's really looking good. Really looking good. It's huge stuff. We'll look at back of that draft again. Got the Gwen first pick. Went into the Wukong. The Akali. Very strong top trio. They even got the Kalista. I actually don't think that was in paper. Because Kalista was first pick, I believe. But it was the first time I've gotten to watch Kalista play in months. It's literally banned every single series in the LPL, it feels like. And, hey, didn't get the dub here because the team fight, the 5v5 comp from Beyond Gaming, they said, we trust our team. We trust our hands to not let us down. And, hey, guess what? It didn't. And we get the Taric again for them, which is actually hilarious. Because the Cosmic Radiances have been pretty big in the team fights, but I'm really happy to see Beyond Gaming Academy working like this, because for me, seeing them transition what is a Sejuani focused composition in the early parts of the game, bouncing between the top and mid melee solo laners to try to get the synergy out, and then transition that into the bot lane focus where they were getting pressured for a long time. I mean, the Kalista lane is not fun to play into. And it's actually huge to see them pilot that one and transition that into the bot lane victory. And that's going to be it for our second to last game. I believe we do have some clips probably coming up. If we don't, then I will be back for our last game of the day, which we'll actually get to see DFM Academy come back into it. And try to find their first win of the tournament on day 2 against MG and Box Esports from the VCS. That'll be a fun one. Anyways, y'all, if there are replays, I shall be back. If there's not, I will be back for the last game of the day. It should be a fun one. So stay tuned and go get some water. Haha, I was right. We had replays. They just took a little bit longer. Nice. I'm back. I didn't go anywhere. I fooled you, chat. Don't worry about it. So, again, it was some good potential. I'm interested that they started off with that Huya streamers play, because there was some very back and forth moments in the very early game. Like, we got a trade kill in mid lane, we got trade kills in bot lane, we got a lot of back and forth. But then this is where it felt like the composition for Beyond Gaming Academy was really coming to fruition. This is where they were starting to just group, like, just turtle, play together. Like, you literally win the team fights. You send Puyu to deal with Sunny Day in the side lane, and you take the 4v4s because you're winning them. And it was really nice to see. Beifong really had a hard time early on, and kind of culmination in this one. It feels really good for Beyond Gaming Academy because, again, I said they piloted their composition very, very well from start to finish. Even, bending to some of that aggression we were seeing from Huya streamers. But it was Huya streamers that went with that kind of double-edged sword composition. I really like to see the Gwen. It just didn't work out for them. And this last push here, really good stuff from Beyond Gaming. Capitalization, quick tempo, and decision-making. I think that's the thing for me when I look at developmental regions, when I look at developmental tournaments. It's all about decision-making. Where is that next level coming from? Who is shot calling, and how quickly does the team go together? Because in the end, right, it kind of comes down at this level to not only just mechanics, but it's also, even if it's the wrong or not as correct decision, if everybody follows it, you can come out on top. So really good stuff from Beyond Gaming Academy. The synergy really working well for them. They will be one of our top teams here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Again, the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. First time we're getting to see this one and this style of tournament. It's all the best developmental teams from each of the Eastern regions. So very, very much like to see representation across the board. Obviously from the LCK Challengers, the LDL, LJL Academy, PCS Academy, VCS.B, and even the streamers getting in here from Korea and China as well. It's all been great. So make sure you tune in for the last game of the day. It's going to be a fun one. It's been really fun to be alongside you all here for these games. But it's going to be MGN Box Esports versus DFM. So see you there. Welcome on back, everyone, to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. We're in the last game of day number 2. We've got MGN Box Esports from the VCS versus DFM Academy from the LJL. And it should be a fun one. I'm Mazel. Huge shout outs to Why Not, who started off the day, Chronicler, then Hysterics, casting out these solo casting games. It's been really fun. If you don't know what Asia Star Challengers Invitational is, well, you know, you came to the right place to find out, because it is now, I feel like, the premier developmental tournament for the Eastern regions. It's all the best Academy/Challenger teams from the VCS, the LJL, the LCK, the LPL, and a couple streamer teams as well from Korea and China coming in here to see who's the best, who's the up-and-comer. And now we're getting into our final game again. MBE versus DFM. We have MBE on the blue side this time around. It'll be Poppy, Renata, and Silas band from them. We'll get the Lucian, the Callista, and the Draven band away from Sky from MBE. It'll be first pick Renekton. There you go. All the sinners in chat. Here we go for MBE. A lot of power picks still available, I feel like, from multiple positions for DFM. They do lock the Sivir in first. So going with some meta. But it's really quick recollection for DFM. I mean, just 2 games ago, the first game I got to cast of the day, they lost to the Huya streamers. And it was not pretty. It was not pretty. And they have not been able to find a win just yet. So definitely wanting to kind of make good for the LJL and just try to eke out a win if possible to kick off, or at least to end day 2. Looks like we probably had some issues. Both these 2 teams, though, looking back over to MGN Box Esports, they also have not been able to find a win. They lost their first game to Huya streamers, and then Beyond Gaming Academy earlier today. So both teams really looking for their first series win, best of ones aplenty here. But both teams at 0-2 to kick off the tournament. How's everybody doing, y'all? Apparently we have some draft issues. How's everybody doing? I want to check on everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's got their waters or drinks of choice. Everybody's ready to go. So we got some fun gameplay going on here. Should be a good time. Now, I'm very much looking forward to seeing again the comeback from DFM for the last game I got to watch from them. They, if you didn't watch, they drafted, a Tristana top and a Vayne bot, and I liked it actually, but it didn't work out in execution because the Huya streamers just drafted like a full meta composition. So I wonder, we haven't seen too much spice come out just yet, especially from the side of DFM. But maybe if we redo the draft, maybe they do. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get an update on what's going on. We can't go a game without a delay. Can't go a game without a delay. That's the motto. It's up and coming and all of the delays. But hopefully we'll get back into it very, very shortly. I promise, again, I'm pressing the button. It says play. I got it. It literally is right in front of my face. I'm pressing it. I promise. I'm going to take a sip of water. So, as we hopefully get into it, it was, I believe, the Sivir picked up for GFM this time around, which obviously going with a little bit more of a meta pick there. I do wonder if we get to keep that one, because I mean it could set up for a lot of stuff in terms of DFM's strengths. I did really like in the last game the Tristana for Toll 2, but it has the big upside, big downside, double-edged sword. Double-edged sword. And still no updates. Still no updates. I promise I will keep you informed, my friends. So, as we find ourselves on the precipice of the last game of the day. 12 best of ones a day. That's a lot. Especially looking at, I want to see if it's each day. So, yeah, so each team plays, not each team, but a lot of games a day. That's a lot. And the fact that in just a couple days' time, we'll be in the knockouts, which is actually crazy. Potentials for tiebreakers for the next 2 days as well, since we have the duo group, or all the different group systems. I want to see if we get any crazy tiebreakers, get any fun tiebreakers. It is VCS versus LJL. It'll be hopefully coming up very soon. Thank you all for bearing with us as we run into all of these technical difficulties. Let's see, who got the MVPs from, I guess it was not MVPs from either side because they lost 0-2. Each a piece, looking for their first series win. Again, back to it. Again, if you're joining us now, welcome to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. First time we're getting to see this kind of tournament go through. It's the best of the best in developmental in the Eastern regions. VCS, LJL, LPL, LCK. We even got some streamers in there from Korea and China. And all fight for pretty decent pricing as well. Gotta appreciate that. Giving some players things to focus on as well. As Worlds coming up, all that good stuff. The itch to play is ever present. Itch to play is ever present. My goodness, this is a very long delay. Hopefully we get to figure something out. Figure out what's going on. Just gonna shoot away some messages. See what we get. See what we get. So, at the top of this group, just talking about it a little bit more. This is Group C that we have going on here. Beyond Gaming Academy. Oh my gosh. I'm going to finish my statement. Beyond Gaming Academy and Who's Streamers, the top 2 right now out of the 4. Both Detonation Focus Me Academy and MGM Box Esports, which is MBE. And both 0-2 tied in 3rd. And now we're getting the Kane for DFM Academy. So throwing some spice in the mix. I like it. The Wukong Zeri, though, again, I'm just feeling like the spice is nice, but standard meta is nicer. Sometimes. I feel like it's been the bane of the existence of DFM Academy. I appreciate it, though. I like the Kane, not Kale. Maybe we'll get the Kale. We get the Lulu as well, though. So really nice bottom lane meta, at least. They got the duos. And on the other side, you got the Zeri. I don't know. I haven't gotten to see the Yumi played yet. Obviously, this is my 3rd game I've gotten to cast, but there's the Yumi. Oh my God! Look at that! Look at that, chat! Look, I asked for it and we receive it. Love it. Love it. That's gonna be nice little focus band. Don't want to give the UV to this area. I feel like definitely not. We've seen that story too many times before. So Galio is the final ban for MBE. Trying to get rid of some of that synergy potentially with the aggressive stance of the Kane early on. The heroic entrance can be huge in that aspect of it. I'm really wondering where DFM go here. Again, last time we saw DFM just a couple games ago, it was very, very spicy. They grabbed Tristana top and Vayne bot. This time around, they're going to get the Lissandra in mid. So at least they're still having some meta thinks, meta thoughts, meta thinks. I don't know. Think tank. Oh, and it's the Swain. My favorite champion, I feel like, in all League of Legends. Maybe not. Jhin is my favorite champion in all of League of Legends. But Swain is a very close second. And we do get it for MBE. So very much excited for that one. It is the Nautilus going to be picked up, though, to join the Zeri. So, they're going to go with the Amumu instead. I like it. I think the Nautilus is actually my opinion. I love the Nautilus more. But the Amumu can be really strong, especially with the bigger team fight potential, I feel like, where it's more like solo focus for the Nautilus. So they go for it. I mean, they have the very strong AoE. Venn diagram back again. And maybe even for DFM too. But the Amumu pick up for MBE, huge. And then now we get the double AP solo lanes for DFM. Going with some team fight potential, a lot of lockdown, and really putting the eggs into the basket of who's going to carry, who's going to get the first win of DFM, who's going to be that carry for it. And now we're hopefully getting into the game very, very shortly. It looks like we are indeed. And I'm praying for one of these teams to win. One of these teams is gonna get a win here, y'all. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get one of them is going to be in 3rd place. The other is gonna be in 4th place at the end of day 2. And I know both these teams definitely wanting to represent, say in some way, shape, or form, right? You know, getting beat by Beyond Gaming Academy, getting beat by the Huya Streamers, in the ways that they did, definitely want to bounce back. You will be here. Right? You could say that in the future. You'll be here when one of these teams gets their first win. But I actually very interested. This is the first time we're getting like the full team fight style from both sides, and I'm very interested how that kind of goes, because I feel like there were some bright moments for DFM Academy, but it came in their last game at least. But it came from, you know, individual picks and finding, you know, catching out mistakes and things like that. And I'm wondering when they kind of try to go 5v5 full Bruntal against MGM Box. With the composition they have, obviously the Zeri is so strong, but I know my bias showing through with the Swain and the AoE, the CC that they have, the chains. It's going to be really difficult. I really hope, and I'm really hoping for some big flank angles from Toll 2. I would love to see it. I think that'd be super. It's super important for DFM Academy to even find wins. And I'm also curious enough, I was seeing the chat about Kane. I love Kane. I used to play Kane a lot when he first came out. Then he dropped off a cliff, and I stopped playing him. But always the question of, are we going to get the Shadow Assassin Kane, or are we going to get the Darkened Kane? And I would expect the Darkened Kane in this instance. The sustainability, everything to counteract the CC coming out from MGM Box is going to be huge. But you never know what you're going to get, as we are in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022 Group Stage Day 2. This is the final game of the day. DFM Academy from the LJL against MGM Box Esports from the VCS. How are DFM supposed to play out these fights? You get Red Kane. There you go. That's the solution. No, probably not. We will see, though, as we get the early ward from DFM. I don't know if it's actually going to lead into much. They're going to keep some aggression, see if they start the blue side or red side. And Suddy actually staying around. Is he going to try to steal it? He's going to try to steal it. He's going to do it. He has the vision. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to steal it. He stole the red buff, and now Bala's team left him. They're like, we got to get down. I'm sorry about you, bro, but you got to go to your blue side because your Chicky Nuggies getting stolen too. Oh, my God. Nisuddy, you're nutty, bro. That's all I'm saying. Oh my goodness. I don't even know. Toll, I don't know what to do. Like, probably in comms. He's popping off right now. You can't even focus anymore. He's even This is what I'm talking about. This is the Kane of old. This is exactly how I would want to see it played. I think he might be in some trouble here, though. Red buff ain't going to help you that much. And you got a little help from the mid lane here as well. You know, it's going to go one or two ways, and it looks like it's going to go the way of MBE. Bala trades, gets the red buff refresh, and honestly, after all that, comes out on top. My goodness. Just like that, the turntables. Pink has to dodge out, and needs to be really careful, though. Gajima. Pink gets out with the flash, at least. There you go. Very interesting series of events, but leading in the favor of MBE. So let's go. The aggression tempered. But you got to think, Nisuddy, he'll have his entire side of his jungle now. So even if he does die, he'll at least be up in CS. If he can keep the tempo up, as you see, you know, Bala still sitting on 4 CS there, trying to take out the Krugs. And on the back end of that, actually huge stuff from DFM in terms of trying to get something going for the Kane, get all that energy. And it definitely looks like going for red Kane. I love to see, especially coming from the LPL, where we, if you don't know, we got some very aggressive, flippy top laners. And it's really fun to watch. Speaking of, though, Toll 2 versus Yuki. The Renekton 1 pick, first pick, working out, at least so far in the trades. Has a big old wave crashing into Toll 2, though. They'll probably back and get the TP back in to try to get a reset on that one. Bala stopping him in his tracks, though, with the control ward over the wall, and might even actually try to follow it up. Does not have the flash. Was trying to get Toll 2 to burn his flash, potentially. Toll 2, that's an aggressive back there. He's definitely going to stop. Nope, okay. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, chat. I'm wrong. This is the last game of the day, so you'll have to go back and watch the VODs. And again, both these teams sitting on no wins so far. Still looking for their first, right? Both 0-2. Really wanting to make a mark on the last game of the day for themselves and try to catch up a little bit to the rest of their group. And mid lane, speaking of catching up, Pink in some trouble here. Claw will not save you today. And that's a kill for MBE. We'll see Marimo down bottom lane, maybe getting some help from Nasati. He's going to try to catch out in the transition. Niyu. And I wonder if he's able to get some more of those stacks here. That's going to be huge for him as well. Just get some damage off. There's the slow coming out. The Vision of Empire coming through here, though. Maybe they want to collapse. But it turns out Bala does not want to come back down that way. Doesn't want to give any more essence over. Oh, we got to pause. My goodness. This is so unfortunate. We just keep getting delayed. It's fine. It's fine. You just get to listen to me ramble about nonsense more. Hope you're here for it. I want to play like tic-tac-toe with chat or something. I'm already pressing the button, y'all. I'm already pressing the button. But so far we've seen obvious aggression from DFM, trying to utilize the Kayn as much as possible and get the essence as quickly as possible, right? That red Kayn going to be huge in terms of a power spike for Kayn and for the team, because it's been about the Kayn. It's literally watching Nasati go around the map and try to find as much essence as possible, hoping that his lanes stay safe until he's able to get that transformation, until he's able to find that capitalization on a mistake. And he even got capitalized on for his mistake, overextending, trying to take out Bala and his own blue side after stealing his red buff and his Raptors. And then died to Bala after he got a little bit of help from mid lane. And I wonder exactly, how Bala is going to approach these next months. We've seen Wukong very, very efficient in getting that aggression back, getting into the lanes, getting early advantages. But now you're getting oppressed by Nasati. And honestly, really need to keep an eye out on that jungle matchup for the rest of this one, especially the early game. If you're asking what this is the 2022 Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's the first tournament of its kind, inviting all the top challenger/academy teams, developmental teams across the eastern regions. So LJL, VCS, LPL, LCK. And we also have streamer teams from Huya in China. And then we also have the Korean streamer team coming in here as well for this one. And 4 days of 12 best of ones, which is the group stage for each one of them. And then we'll get to the knockouts later on. Might have some tiebreakers for the next couple days as well at the end of the day. And this is the last game of the day. Again, 12 best of ones. I've been on the last two. This is my third. It's really cool. Obviously, I haven't gotten to watch LDL a lot. But then coming into this tournament where you get the influence from everywhere, right? All the different play styles. Even like I was saying, DFM Academy, even if they were going down and having lost 0-2, like they've been trying things. They've been trying to change the meta of the tournament a little bit, and I can really appreciate that as a Kayn coming in. But last game they had the Tristana with the Vayne in bottom lane, Tristana top side, and it's a long tournament, 12 best of ones a day. The group's pretty long for each one of these, especially having to play the 6 games double round robin. But I think in the end, it's a big learning experience. Plus the the fact that we we get to see breakout moments, I feel like, as well. Also, I'm just happy that Silas isn't in this game. It would be the third game where I feel like Silas would just dominate. But as we're watching DFM Academy versus MGN Box Esports, LJL versus VCS. It's a fun one. It's a fun one. And then we're going to be getting back into, again, the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022 very, very soon. Very, very soon. And especially like, all right, I'm going to take a little break. I don't know if anybody's still listening, but take a little break and I'll come back when the game comes back.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, or taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
game. And just get right back to it. It's DFM Academy versus MBE from the VCS. Oh my gosh, we got another pause. Well, what do we have here? All right. The button's not working, people. The button's not working. I don't know what to do. I'm pressing it. It's broken. It's broken. Hopefully we'll get back to the games very soon. Thank you all for, sticking with us. And having fun. If you're asking, what this is, why we're here, and why we have pauses, it's the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. It's the premier invited challenger/academy teams from all the Eastern regions. At least the VCS, the LJL, the LPL, and the LCK, and even 2 streamer teams, one from the Korean side and one from the Chinese side. And it's a double round robin group right now that we have going on. This is Group C, where both DFM and MBE have not found a win yet. Oh, we're going to break. All right, we'll be back.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock lives in the city.
Everybody, we're back into the game. We made it. We did it. Hope you're all sticking around. I'm Mazel, and this is the Asia Star Challengers Invitational 2022. This is day 2, the end of day 2, the last game. It's DFM Academy from the LJL versus MGN Box Esports from the VCS. And as you see, some very strong compositions here. But already, Pink and Nasuti going down to MBE. We saw earlier aggression from Nasuti. So he started off by invading onto Bala on his red. Stole it with a ward over the wall. Then took his chickens. His chicky nuggies. And then he died at Bala's blue buff to Bala, resetting it. And then Pink died as well. And now you're caught up. Here we are, 7.5 minutes in. Feels like forever, but thank you all for tuning in. And now Pink gets the engage on it. Oh, it's not enough. Umbral Trespass is not enough. No way. He gets the kill back, though. Nasuti flashing. Does get over the wall. Bala chasing him with the second activation of the Cyclone. And Bala will get another kill. That's 2 now for the Wukong. And that Frozen Tomb. Pretty big. But it wasn't enough. Now we're 4-1 in favor of MBE. And LJL not having a good time. DFM Academy, rather. From the LJL, not having a good time. Let's see if their composition can come alive, though. Rift Herald is started up by MB. To break down these plays, try to get Toll 2 down even more. And I don't know if Nasuti's going to be able to come over here and help much. They're going to try to bring up Pink as well. They're even bringing Rary on the roam. Leaving Gajima and Marimo down in the bottom side. We'll see. Rift Herald taken to 2 turret plates. Almost 3. It's going to be close, but not enough to get the tower down just yet. Will be a lot of gold, though, given over to Sky bottom lane for MBE. We see the rest of DFM having to transition back to their places. It looks like actually we're going to get the back coming out. Yuki coming back towards the top side of the map. So we'll just get a reset in positioning from MBE. And I actually really like this gameplay coming out. Trying to use some cerebral macro momentum here for MBE. And I actually think DFM played it decently well. I think obviously losing a little bit out, not going to be super huge. But I think Nasuti having 20 CS lead, pretty huge for his own right. And I know he's getting very, very close to the stacks. I believe he's got almost all the red essence that he needs. So maybe like 1-2 more fights should be able to transform. Really needs to get that before we start getting these contests. He's not able to do so. And here we go. Maybe setting up around this bottom lane a little bit more. Actually getting a lot of focus from MBE down here onto Marimo and Rary. And there you go. It's the bandage toss to kick it all off and quickly goes down the Lulu. Sky picks up a kill, and kills just spread out across the entire team of MBE except for poor old Yuki. But he's serviceably well. Has a CS lead, so the same thing, right? It is Dragon being taken down now by MBE, and this is just really good play altogether from the MBE squad out of the VCS. Take a drink of water while we get the Ocean Dragon. Fitting, as all you should. Stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated. The Ocean Dragon serves us well. All right. We are back and ready to go. 3,000 gold lead for MBE early on. We'll see Naseti go for this blue buff. He knows the timing's right. He's been able to keep tempo on Bala, even if he did die at the blue buff last time around. Oh my gosh, the madman. The madman. He's going to go for the double leash here. And he's going to get collapsed on. He's going to get completely collapsed on. I don't know if this is going to work out for Naseti. He can try and get out. He has the Umbral Trespass, but it is not enough. The CC is way, way too strong. Easily picked up the kill from Bala. And Bala's call might be completed. Maybe he got his red essence, but that's not the way DFM want to be going about this game. Kane is the influence. Kane is the one that needs to get the bridge to the mid to late game for the rest of the team. And especially bridging with Pink, but Pink hasn't been able to be around. We've seen so much aggression come from Naseti. Now we'll see, again, MBE quickly to move their bottom lane around the map just to try to pick up as much gold as possible. They almost got the tower as well. They also got Marimo and Rary up here. He did get the transformation, and it is going to be the Darken Kane. So that sustain, that AoE, the CC as well, super important for him. He needs to, in the face of this composition, you're going to need to be able to set up the likes of Marimo, Toll 2 as well. That slicing maelstrom damage will be huge. So we'll see the tower stay strong on the top side for DFM. At least they can console with that. Still waiting on some aggression on the bottom side. Naseti, what I will say, like the jungle camp mind games that Naseti is playing are incredible. Even if they are losing heavily, it's still impressive. Like, you've literally been able to... If Bala had the CS that he was missing, this game could be just over. But because he's able to keep this 40 CS differential in the jungle, it's actually working out. I like it. So, here we go. Now Bala's being the aggressive one. I don't know. This might be a little bit too much, though. We'll use the clone to get away. It does have the Cyclone if they end up engaging, but will not be so. The tower did go down, though, so even more gold for Sky. And we all know what Zeri does. Zeri does Zeri things. And Zeri things are scary. They're worse than nightmares, even with Halloween coming up here in the United States. Oh, Toll! He flashes at the last second. Nicely done. Seti's coming down here with the red cane. Might be able to get something onto Yuki. Even with that CS lead, he is potentially the weakest member of the team right now. And they will find the knockup. They will find the damage. Naseti, with the help of Rary, can get it done. And they'll get their second kill of the game. It'll go to Naseti. And now we wait. 3 kills on Bala, though. Super huge. You see they're just pressing up now. They're using that strength. They have another Rift Herald coming up here very, very shortly. A dragon in a minute and a half. So a lot of setup potential for them, as they've already gotten the first dragon. They've already gotten the first Rift Herald. They've had a lot of control this game. And it's starting to struggle to see how DFM can kind of come back. See if their scaling can come online with their team fights. Again, I'm also always looking at Toll 2's slicing maelstrom flanks in the big team fights later on. But that's not for a while, and you got to hope that you can calm the storm a little bit. They're going to try to contest with this second Rift Herald. Kelly, if you will. Now we get the lightning crash out, but a lot of damage down, and that's a huge double knockup. And look at the back line. It does not matter any longer. DFM do not exist on this Rift, and that's an ace for MBE. Easy Rift Herald pickup right afterwards as well. They will just snowball this into multiple lanes. They're going to skin Sky to the top side, to the top, and see if he can get some more gold that way. They're going to try to take down this tier 2 in the mid lane, and we'll get a replay of that fight as well. As, Yeah, that's just kind of how it's going to go. Curse of the Sad Mummy into the Cyclone Knockup, into the Never Move, into the consistent damage from Sky and Gajima over the walls. It's too good to be true. Too good to be true. But it is true because MBE are smashing this game right now. They've almost gotten themselves to that 9,000 gold lead now. And 7, I guess. 7, 8. Super huge. Super huge. And that just means that DFM are definitely on the back foot. I mean, that's another dragon now going down. The only contest right now is Naseti maybe being able to try to steal it, trying to use Toll 2. He has the Slicing Maelstrom, but you don't want to give over more. You just don't want to go down further, and he's just got to try to make a steal happen. He doesn't have vision just yet. Doesn't have anything. Has the Stride Breaker to try to get over the wall. He's just going to try to guess it, maybe just sit around. Does go in. They were expecting it. Bala beautifully smites it. Now he's all alone. He's going to buy a lot of time. Toll 2 can get here. Does actually turn back around. Instead, he goes over the wall with the Q, though. And at least he'll be looking for more aggression here. That bandage toss is waiting and willing, but it's not going to happen just yet. And as we get into the spot lane focus now as well, Toll 2 knows he needs to run away. It might have been a little bit too late. No flash, has a Slicing Maelstrom, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That's a lot of AoE. It's a lot of damage, and Nihu backs it up. Naseti has made it all the way to top lane quickly as now it's the Swain gameplay that I always wanted. Look, they're just going to try to time out the ultimate. He's going to flash to try to get the resets on it. And now it's the Never Move that comes through, and that's too much damage. The Wild Growth gets flash used because it had to, and he's still able to take the kills. Pink is going to go down too. There's no way you survive this, and he's slowly but surely going to miss the Never Move. Gets a double kill. It's a 1v3. Bring on the world. They're going to find the flash in mid lane as well. Try to get the aggression Marimo. They're using the Rift Herald as well. Oh my goodness. This is a snowball, and it is 18 minutes in. It is over 10,000 gold now with that tower down. And it's DFM bleeding on the ropes. See if the resets actually do come out for MPE here. There's a lot of vision for DFM on the top side of the map. We'll see that play, that 1v3. That is highlight worthy. Gajima able to just beautifully pilot the Swain. I love it. The flash to make sure he can continue to get the stacks, realizing that he doesn't have any movement speed, any movement abilities left, and then everybody piling in. That's exactly what Swain wants. He buys so much time and goes golden, and there's nothing that Rary can do at that point. He flashed in and used the ulti. That was it. Oh, man. Feels good. That was a treat. That was an absolute treat. I really appreciated that one. So now it is MBE just needing to tie the knot onto DFM at this point. It is it's all about crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Pink gets hit by the Ultra Shock Laser, gets stunned down as well, and Never Move will make you never move. Pink goes with the Frozen Tomb, though, dies immediately after coming out of it. There's not much left but the crying, everyone. Not much left but the crying. And it's MBE celebrate at this point. I mean, it's obviously not all she wrote just yet. They got to kill the Nexus. But this could be the first win of the tournament for MBE. Could be the tournament win, at least. This is tier 2 going down now as well. Yuki's in the mid lane. Keeps pressuring that one. Trying to get the now inhib tower potentially for B. I feel like it's a little bit too far at that point. That's a very aggressive back. They're going to look for the inhib in mid lane, though, because Yuki has already done so much damage onto it. And really the transition from DFM was not quick enough. They'll see if they can follow up afterwards, though. Toll 2 misses the shuriken and won't be able to follow it up there. So, again, just aces for MBE. They find themselves 12,000 gold in the lead almost. And sitting pretty. Sitting very, very pretty. We'll see. Yuki actually caught out on the back end of the fight, though. Everfrost does not connect. The Vision of Empire gets the slow because he has the rallies. And Yuki still pretty healthy here. They are committing so much to try to catch him. They will end up getting it. And so eventually, no. Okay, Flash comes out from Nasadi. I was going to say, there's no way he gets away. But Marmo is caught in the mid lane. There's nothing he can do. That's the Demonic Ascension. And Sky gets the Ultra Shock Death Laser at that point. And that's it for MBE finishing this game. There's no way that Pink can get out of this one. There's going to be more CC, more slows trying to get away with the Frozen Claw, but it's not enough. Sky flashes even through the exhaust. The gold lead is too big. They're slapping them with a bank vault at this point. It ain't even a gold purse. They're getting so many stacks for Gajo. Like, he already has so much health. It's actually insane. See the Never Move hit again. Yet more stacks. Look at that healing coming out as well. Dragon is on the table. This is soul point for MBE. And a little bit of desperation potentially. Trying to get... Oh, he gets it. Look at that. Look at that. Get a little bit of goal. I mean, I will say the CS differential in jungle is still nuts. Like, Nasadi has been really good at that. It's just they're not winning the game. That's the only problem. I don't know. That's a pretty serious problem. Pretty serious problem. We'll see the Dragon unfocused here, as now on the backside of the fight, there's the flank's not fast enough. Pink can't get there, and already Nasadi is down. Frozen Claw in, trying to get the big Frozen Tomb in here on himself to get the damage out on the AoE, but Gajo is tanking up a storm here. You cannot kill the Suede. The Never Move will not connect either. It will just be the Demonic Ascension timing out, but MBE have already brought Yuki down to cut off the escape of Marimo. He gets Vision of Empire. Didn't even need his teammates. Gajo picks up that kill. 6-1 at 11 for the Swain, and MBE putting the tying moments to this last game of the day here in the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Day 2 here. They will be picking up their first win of the tournament. And huge stuff coming out. Big slicing mail shrimp to try to follow up. They're focused on the next. They know what the prize is, and they know they've got pride on the line. And that will be the first successful victory for MGN Box Esports. Wonderful, wonderful stuff here in Group C to finish out the day. It's been a fun last 3 games. Really, really impressive stuff from MGN Box Esports coming out of that one, especially after, you know, the pretty rough loss against Beyond Gaming Academy earlier on. To kind of close out the day, feels real good, man. Feels real good. Giga Chad Swain agreed. Giga Chad, 1,000 times Giga Chad. Because that guy, if he doesn't get MVP, I'm going to be very sad. So it is now the groups pandering out here. First place in Group C will be for day 2, right? They still have another round robin to go. But at the end of the first round robin, they have Beyond Gaming Academy at the top 3-0. They have Huya Streamer Team from China, 2-1 in second place. MGM Box Esports at 1-2 in third place. And Detonation Focus Me, 0-3. Devastating at the end of the first round robin. And this has been really fun. Love to see the draft. Again, DFM trying things, right? The Kane. Look, I still am holding. He was insane. Like the CS gap. It was I know canyons in the LCK. It was a canyon. Like, my God. The amount of mind games he was playing against Bala, it just didn't matter in the end. The lanes, it just wasn't going the way it wanted to go. And love to see the Kane. Love to see the adaptation. I mean, again, DFM had brought out the Tristana top Vayne bot last time around as well. It just didn't work. So love to see these things being attempted. But at the end of the day, got to get some wins on the board. And I know that MBE will be very, very happy for that. Very, very happy. We should have some replays coming up, some highlights of those that game, the last game. But as we get to it, I just want to give a little recap over the day. So we separate, and it's 12 best of ones a day. We separate them by 4 casters usually. Today we started off with Why Not casting. Then we went into Chronicler casting, and then we had Hysterics, and then myself rounding out the day. huge shout outs to all the casters. It's been really fun. And really enjoyed watching, obviously, getting to see some of the groups pan out here in day 2. The Asia Star Challengers Invitational. Best invited teams from all the Challenger and Academy leagues on the eastern side. We have LCK, LPL, LJL, VCS, even a couple streamer teams, one from Korea, one from China. And they're all fighting for a nice little prize here before we get into Worlds. So it's been really cool to watch some of the developing stars, some of the future potential stars from the East coming up here. And we actually get the gold graph here for the end of the game. Look at that damage from the Swain. I love to see it. I'll be clipping that 3v1 and posting it up on Twitter. It's too good. Too good. I really appreciated MBE being able to pilot this draft. I mean, they won by a huge margin, right? Like almost 14,000 gold. So feels good. Didn't even need the Dragons. It was quick into time, 23 minutes to finish it out. Luckily, we made up for that pause time. It was very fun. And we do have some highlights here. So we started on the bot lane, a lot of aggression, and Rare going down very early. Then we had the Rift Herald fights, a lot of objective control. This was all off the back of Nasati trying to get the aggression in the early jungle pathing, but it did not matter when it came to the 5v5s. Gajima on the side, on the back, on the Swain. It was incredible. And the rest of the team, right? Yuki playing away from the team, but coming in the crucial moments. And this 1v3 moment, they are sending the help. They are calling all the fire alarms. And Gajima says, nah, I'm going to flash. I'm going to get the Demonic Ascension to continue stacking. I'm going to kill Nasati. I'm going to get the Wild Growth out of Rary for the flash as well and take a 1v3 because I'm Swain Daddy. Giga Chad Swain coming at you. And DFM just didn't have any answer at that point. Pink knows he's dead, knows he's gone. And that's a double kill there. And even here in the end, the big fights around the objectives, the last little bits from DFM trying to get something going, even Pink trying to get in there at the last moment. He's all by himself. The rest of the team has already been blown up and blown out of the water, so didn't even matter in the end. And Gajima just completely separating the fight, separating the entirety of DFM. It was a good time. Good time for MBE fans. Good time for MBE fans. But I believe that's going to be it from us, everybody. So make sure you give some love out to production, to everyone, to the casters, to you all for sticking around for so long. We appreciate you so much, giving some love to the Asia Star Challengers Invitational. It's been really cool to be a part of. And we'll see the MVP. Gajima, of course, my dude. 81.8% KP, 33.4% damage. Love it. It's the Giga Chad himself. It's the man, the myth, the legend. I don't know if he's the legend. He's a rising star, the up-and-comer. Is Gajima coming out with MVP. Very much deserved. Very much deserved. And, yeah, I believe that is all she wrote from us here. So thank you all again for tuning in. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Same time, same place. Starting off early again, all 12 best of ones. We might have some tiebreakers at the end as well, so make sure you stick around if they are. I'll be casting the final games tomorrow, so potentially the tiebreakers as well. And we'll see you then, I believe, and have a wonderful night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. See you tomorrow.